You are the only one to decide. You are the only one to decide your part. Wind up. Somehow this tin pumps blood still sparks like none of us could. I've got a homegrown heart and I'm ready to let it go. I'm gonna follow that road if that's where the story goes. You're too late. One more time, I'll be the one painting stories in real life. You're too late. One more time, I'll be the one painting stories in real life. You thought that I would jump through the sky that lights your eyes, but I'm passing on my time to someone inside. Read my lips, I am breaking the fairy tale. Close that book when the apple tree apple fell. You're too late. One more time, I'll be the one painting stories in real life. You're too late. One more time, I'll be the one painting stories in real life. And I'll sew buttons in my eyes if I can't escape this time. 'Cause we are going back. So if I close my eyes, would it still be a fairy tale? Because I've made up my mind and I want you to take me there. You're too late. One more time, you know I'll be the one to decide. You're too late. One more time, you know I'll be the only one. The only So if I close my eyes, would it still be a fairy tale? You say all the strangest things to me. And all your life you've been walking down this street. Step it out of time. Kick it up a little bit faster. Life is in your eyes, and
Hot 6, it was pretty apparent that there was a glaring weakness in their draft, right? They had no way of actually starting engagements. And I always like it when a team makes sure that they cover at least a majority of their options instead of just saying, we're all in on one aspect, and if we don't win the game by X point, then we have a really hard time finishing it out.
Absolutely, it's yeah, the initiative, and that's what's fun to watch as well, being able to see those big plays kick off with the playmakers. And Fnatic, they grab themselves the Bane, a hero that, well, probably almost certainly going to expect to see come up between these two teams, because you know, of course, Na'Vi as well, art style. He's a big fan of the hero, can do a lot of magic. This time, though, Fnatic, they're going to make sure they grab it for themselves. Bans on the Earthshaker and bans on the Brood as well, not wanting Fnatic to sneak that one through.
It's pretty standard stuff so far. I mean, taking out Shaker from Seneko, that's always going to be a good bet, right? Like, that guy's been an absolute monster on it. We can see the Bounty Hunter also being prioritized here by Fnatic in the second phase. Between Bounty Hunter and Tusk, if you give a team both of those heroes, they're going to be rotating all over the map just trying to cause havoc.
Fade.
I feel like Winter Wyvern is a hero that you can always fit into your draft. There's never a point where I feel if you need a support, that Wyvern is a bad pick. The hero brings so much to the table. The versatility, I think, is almost unparalleled. You have good burst with Splinter Blast. It's one of the hardest hitting nukes with the lowest cooldown. I think it's 7 seconds. And then you have a fantastic ultimate, which you can just cast on any hero, even with BKB. And in the late game, we've seen a lot of Winter Wyverns actually just get like core position heroes killed because of a good ulti. So I think that hero is like, not broken, but it's definitely a tier 1 support.
Ooh, talking about tier 1 picks, well, Bloodseeker, a lot of popularity in the pub game, a little less in competitive, but still, nonetheless, we've seen it being banned out in a fair few series. This time, Na'Vi are going to be able to sneak that one past it. Now, I'd imagine, I don't think they'll run it as a jungle. It's probably going to be the Havor's Bloodseeker, you'd imagine here.
I would guess. I think Dendi is pretty much the queen player. You know, Havos probably has played queen in the past. I'm sure there's been a point where they decided to just rotate the heroes around and say, you know what, it's probably better to just put something else mid in this case. But taking the Bloodseeker, I'm kind of thinking, okay, so there's a lot of disable already on Fnatic, right? Like, they have Bane, so you have Nightmare and Fiend Script, you get the Light Strike Array, you have high damage. I guess between the Tusk and the Bloodseeker, you can split it up a little bit. Like, if you're initiating on a Gyrocopter, you're not just going to eat that full Rocket Barrage. But I think the more important thing here is, when you're running Bloodseeker, you want a laning composition that's going to be able to win their lanes. Because if you win your lanes really hard, and you have good harass, that means you're going to get that thirst bonus damage. And if you're doing a safe lane Bloodseeker, which we kind of assume that they are right now, at least given the picks, that you're going to be able to just zone the offlaner just due to how fast you are and how much damage you actually deal.
Absolutely. And what I like as well from Fnatic, of course, as soon as the Bloodseeker's picked up, straight away with little hesitation, picking up that Lina house. So you're all around a good hero, but also kind of, well, pretty good against the Bloodseeker in the sense that as the Bloodseeker, you've got to be very careful when you Blood Rage yourself because of the nuke potential Lina's got.
Yeah, you can very easily just go in and be like, I'm going to Rupture you, and typically you Blood Rage yourself, then you Rupture, because you want the maximum damage output. Sometimes you actually Blood Rage the hero that you're going on, in case you're like outnumbering them, but more often than not, you're going to do the former in early game scenarios, and like you said, you can just walk in and just die. But here we go, another pretty common support that we've seen, at least thus far here at TI5. It's going to be Dazzle. I like it because I was really worried for Bloodseeker and Tusk trying to go into the heroes of Fnatic right now. I feel like between their control and just their damage output, they needed something that would be able to stay back and actually help them in the fights and keep them like high health with a sustain. You have that weave now, you have Shallow Grave, and you don't have to worry about your Bloodseeker running in and just getting annihilated instantly. And Fnatic, their answer to that is going to be the Wyvern, so we're looking at a core position Lina for sure, and I believe Fnatic are just going to need their offlaner, whereas Na'Vi probably going to see that Havos Bloodseeker.
It certainly looks like that at the moment in time. I was talking about Dazzle sitting in the back and helping out. Wyvern going to be able to do exactly the same there for Fnatic. And the question is really, what is Na'Vi going to pick up for this final pick when it comes around? Na'Vi now looking to ban any kind of offlaner that they feel Fnatic might want to run themselves. Of course, the fact that they are running a Tusk, you know, we do see Clock being banned out a lot. Okay, it's going to be another Disruptive Hero banned out. They're going to take away the SB.
It makes sense. If you look at Fnatic's lineup so far, they have so much disruptive potential. Like Winter Wyvern has Curse. You can Cold Embrace somebody who gets ruptured when the Bloodseeker and the Tusk go in. You have Light Strike Array, you have Bane, Gyrocopter's area control damage with Flak, and the Rocket Barrage with the Call Down combination. My biggest concern right now for Navi's Trapped is that they actually lack Disable. They have a bunch of heroes who are very good at chasing and like running in, but they don't actually have a lot of lockdown. And trying to fight into Fnatic's heroes right now, I feel like they're all ranged. All of them except for Gyrocopter have an actual real hard disable. So I'm kind of thinking to myself, are Na'Vi going to be able to fight up against this during the mid-game? I guess it depends very heavily on the lanes themselves and how much Havos and this Bloodseeker can get and how well Dendi does mid.
Yeah, absolutely. Still looking for that secondary support, and well, I've got to be honest, so far in the group stage, I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of focus on IO. Even in the banning stages, there's been a lot of drafts where it's totally been ignored.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to the point where, as we're seeing now, they're able to pick it up. It was a but IO,
I think all right, mid-game, Fnatic's to synergize with that. Na'Vi are going to need BKBs, or they're going to need to be able to create so much chaos with Wisp relocates and Queen ganks with Tusk that Fnatic are not going to be able to get everyone on the same page. Like, I think that's how they have to play this. They need to try to pull Fnatic apart with just non-stop aggression.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting to watch here. Yeah, with the IO. What was the potential for these pickoffs? And Fnatic, as you said, maybe looking more for that kind of team fight potential. And Na'Vi, you can cross that, but nonetheless, let's see what we've got going down here with the first game in the first series here on the third stream of the International. Na'Vi versus Fnatic, game one. As we get ourselves in terms of lanes, I imagine it's pretty much going to be their standard. We're going to have the Darkseer off lane. You're going to have your Tusk off lane. Safe lane and tri-lane is probably going to come out from both sides. We may see the Bane. Kessie can look for a bit of early kind of rotations. You know, we'll see where he likes to kind of put his presence towards the laning stage.
He might kind of sit around mid for a while too.
Yeah.
You could just be a nuisance, you know, get like either Enfeeble or you get Nightmare. You could just make the other mid not able to trade with you. And Bane has great early stats, right? Like 58 base damage with no stat items at all and 4 armor. Like, he is an absolute beast when it comes to at least level 1. So right now, Fnatic just going for the jungle invade here. Probably just looking to get some vision up. Very common warding spots coming out here from both teams. And the lanes are super important for Na'Vi as well. They need their Bloodseeker to get off to a very good start. And then the rotations coming in from Funnick, they have to also be on point. They need to control the game from a very early point. Like, you don't pick Bloodseeker and Tusk and Wisp with Queen to sit around and do nothing, right? Like, Na'Vi want to go super ham this game.
Yeah. And if anything, the eye is just going to help that. You know, as soon as we see the level 6 come online, we're going to be looking for pickoffs all across the map. And it is actually going to be a Hyo here on the Darkseer, heading towards this top lane. So we might actually see Fnatic go a little bit aggressive here. Yeah, Jaro is going to be heading down to that bottom lane, KYXY. Johnny and Kessie hanging around towards the mid lane at the moment, but I imagine they will need to go and help out the Jaro. It's going to be the Jaro versus this Bloodseeker lane. Na'Vi themselves, they've got Funnycan art style on the off lane. Deadly towards the mid, of course, Snako hanging around there. Might need to help him out indeed. Yeah, Johnny's going to stick around with Mushi, so we might see a bit of a 2-on-2 in the mid lane. But yeah, so the Darkseer being sent up to the top lane. Is this Fnatic kind of avoiding what Na'Vi are trying to do? Who's coming out on top here?
I really think that this is the best possible situation for Fnatic. They see the fact that, okay, if Bloodseeker is up against an offlaner, and it's Darkseer, and there's one other hero there just constantly harassing, we talked about how important it was for the Bloodseeker to have lanes that are going to win. And by winning, you just want to have consistent harass, right? You want to keep the heroes low, so Havos can benefit from that thirst and be able to bully his offlaner. If Fnatic lane in this way, and they have 2 heroes in mid and bottom, they're guaranteeing 2 out of 3 lanes will win. That means the thirst benefit from Havos is going to be lower. You're also shutting down his farm in conjunction. And, I mean, Dazzle Tusk is not really going to be able to kill a Darkseer unless Ohio gets drastically out of position, which I really don't see happening in this matchup. So, for Fnatic, I think these lanes are pretty ideal.
Yeah, it certainly feels pretty smart from the side. As you said, Havos is having a lot of trouble here. Gesic just coming in with the slaps, forcing back the Bloodseeker. And space is being created very easily for KRXY to pretty much have free farm in this lane. There's not going to be anything the Bloodseeker can do to disrupt this Gyro's farm down here. He's going to need a bit of backup if they want to try and slow down Fnatic in that respect. Artstar actually hanging around the mid lane now with Seneko, leaving Funnick on his own against Ohio. Of course, being a melee hero, it's not going to be too much fun up against this Darkseer. We've seen a few games where the offlane has been able to get a fair bit of farm. It's probably going to be a little bit less so when you're trying to do it up against this Ohio Darkseer.
It's going to be annoying CSing out of the tower, but we talk about Tusk a lot, and he needs, more than anything, he needs levels. Like, you want to just hit 6. We are going to see a haste turn picked up here by Mushi, but I don't think he's going to try to go for any early kill. You can finally see Na'Vi realize they need to rotate. Like, Artstyle's made his way towards bottom. He's like, I can't let my Bloodseeker sit down here and get nothing when the Gyro's going to free farm. And it even gets to a point where I think that Havos would be so under-leveled and under-farmed that KYXY will be able to just solo zone him. And that means that Kesic can just start going somewhere else if he wants to try to, like, go for a gank on mid, for example, if they manage to find out that Wisp. I think Na'Vi might have spread themselves a little bit too thin with the supports that they picked, because they don't give you any options. They're both very defensive and no disables.
Oh, here we go as well. They know he's level 1, they know he's got the heal, no Shallow Grave available. Going into the Rocket Barrage, there's your first blood. Johnny there to help out as well. And Fnatic just finding the opening perfectly there on the bottom lane. And I mean, that is your Dazzle that was sent down here to help out Havos.
Well, they knew that they couldn't, like, let things stand. Maybe the better option would have been just to have Havos do what he's doing now. I mean, he's rotated to the jungle. This is probably one of the only things he can do in this situation. Buy, like, a Quelling Blade, start jungling, but he's not even really able to do that effectively. I think for the time being, Fnatic are going to be more than pleased with the way the lanes are rolling out, and you can see Johnny and Emma are both just like, all right, he's in the jungle. We know where he is. We got vision. I think they might have seen him actually walk up there in the first place, if he went through the lane at least. And Artstyle, at least he's level 2 now. So he has Shallow Grave, just in case something goes horribly awry.
And they've got some more backup coming in as well. Seneko is hanging around on the sidelines, does have that bottle, of course. And the mid lane for Denzi, 15 for 7, 14 for 1. Slightly ahead there in terms of the denies. But again, Johnny, just doing what he can, disrupting the jungling here of Havos with the backup of Artstyle. Just more and more space created for this Gyrocopter. They are indeed going in. Mushi looking for the TP out. Nothing they can do to stop that. And still just 1-0 on the board. And if I was Na'Vi, I'd be very worried about this Gyrocopter, Andy.
I'd be worried about everything, actually. I mean, Darkseer and Gyro are both the top of the board by a lot. And you can see Ohio is pressuring so hard here on Funnick, even with that bottle. He's got a salve. He's going to use his snowball to avoid taking a little bit more damage here. Is he actually going to die?
Okay. Oh, jeez. The salve actually gets cancelled as well.
He burns his salve, and now he's pretty much got to go back to base. Unless, okay, never mind. Seneko has a regen, so I guess he can heal him up.
Indeed. Just trying to get a bit of harassment out onto Ohio. Ohio is actually out of mana, no mana for Surge, but I don't think Ohio cares. He's just going to run head at them. He at level 6, pretty damn tanky. Not a fear in the world here for Ohio. And Havos just desperately trying to find CS under the tower, but we are 5 minutes in, and he's only got himself 6 CS. This is a very poor-looking Bloodseeker.
Not good.
Well, at the very least, he's getting some experience under the tower. When damage is dealt to enemy heroes too, it's deceptive how Bloodseeker works, because obviously you want to farm on the hero. But if you find an opportunity where Fnatic have a couple of heroes that are low on HP, then you can actually start to run in and go for your damage, and then maybe you can kill. But the biggest concern is not even really the Bloodseeker not farming, it's the supports on Na'Vi. They're too weak right now to do anything. Like, Seneko doesn't have an impact hero early like Shaker or Winter Wyvern that can actually go around and help you win the lanes. That's their biggest issue, is they picked a draft that needed to win early, and their supports can't help them do that. They just don't have lanes that are strong enough.
Absolutely, it certainly feels like that from the side. But it's still early days, 6 minutes in. You know, in the mid lane, Dendy still having a pretty good time, 25 for 15, certainly starting to break away here from Mushi's Lina in terms of farm with the backup of Snako as well. So I feel like a lot of this is going to be down to Dendy's rotations and what he can do for his team across the map.
There's so much pressure on him this game. If he doesn't have like perfect TP ganks and they start pressuring, like maybe you gank bottom, try to take out KYXY, or even killing a support at this point is going to be okay. Even if they have two heroes that are farming relatively well, the rest of their team is getting pretty much nothing. And even though Dendy is actually kind of, he's not owning mid, but he's doing very well. Like he's 30 and 19, 19 denies up against Mushi, who only has 1 and 20 CS right now. A lot of that was because Snako was sitting nearby, right? Like he was helping harass, and that's the trade that Navi were making by having Havos just get absolutely nothing out of his lane. I mean, look, he's mid. Like,
Actions kicked off, and Na'Vi are in their element.
now we knew that they wanted to go ham, right? Like they picked these heroes like Tusk, Bloodseeker, Queen of Pain. They're not going to let the game stay stale. They're just going to create as much chaos as they can. They realize this is pretty much not just good for the way that their team plays in general, because I think that Na'Vi thrive under those chaotic situations, but it's also what they picked. And this is even before Snako is level 6. He's going to be around level 5 soon. And then we're going to start seeing like relocate ganks on top of the action that we've already been seeing, and that's pretty much where Na'Vi want to be. They want to make Fnatic scared, like just to be anywhere on the map at all points.
The Ohio still finding a lot of space here on this top lane, pressuring the tier 1. But bottom lane, the rest of the side of Fnatic, KYXY able to destroy a tower. Now with the Phase Boots Aquila and the Ogre Club, this is going to be a very, very speedy BKB if KYXY's farm continues at this rate. 61 CS at 8.5 minutes in. Nearly almost perfect CS here on the Gyrocopter.
Well, we kind of expect that, right? He had a super easy lane. He was sitting there, and Helvost was longingly looking at creeps and saying, I really wish I could hit those. The biggest things for me so far are the two core positions on Na'Vi, like Funnick and Dendy. Both of them so far have pretty much brought to the table what they absolutely need to, which is good rotations, forcing a reaction out of Fnatic, killing the cores, like both of them, Lina and Gyrocopter together. That is the ideal situation when you're having a bad laning phase to make a transition where you know that you're going to be able to get those kills going for yourself. And the one thing about Navi's lineup is they can't let up. They have to continue to look for those openings.
And then he's certainly going to do that 10 seconds before he's got the Sonic Wave available again. Top lane. Funnick having to be careful as Ohio, Johnny and Mushi putting on the pressure. KYXY's going to actually join the cause here as well, looking for some more tower gold. And it's actually going to be Kessler being hunted down there by Havos. Dendy's there as well, Bane in a lot of trouble, looking for a neutral deny. Isn't going to happen. And this is another kill for Dendy. This could be the beginnings of quite a queen game here.
Oh, nice.
And he's going to look for Mushi. He's going to find it.
Oh, and a career kill as well.
For
Nice.
Dendy. This is his 5th kill. They also get the
Wow.
career. And he's still got the Sonic Wave. Dendy looking for the wraparound. 3 heroes. Could he find the angle? Gets the Sonic Wave out. Only catches 1 here onto Johnny. But now with the snowball forward, they're going to burst down. Johnny said, ultra kill for Dendy. 10 minutes in. He's absolutely outdoing himself here, Dendy. We were saying at the beginning, it's all about Dendy. Dendy's got to pull it out of the bag. 10 minutes in, he's doing nothing less than that. 7 kills on the board, dominated the mid lane. This is, he was not happy with how the games went yesterday, and he's bringing his A game today, Andrew.
I really think that these types of games, where they rely on somebody like Dendy in that core position to bring their A game, like you mentioned, this is, I think, the way that their team has to play. When you have Dendy, you have to put him on impact heroes. You need to let him control the pace of the game for you. And it's being showcased right now that even in a horrible laning situation, where one of your cores is just getting completely snubbed, that it doesn't matter as long as Dendi has the room that he needs to pretty much just roll the game. And that's exactly what we've been seeing. So they get to tier 1 in the safe lane. Now Fnatic, they've lost a lot in the last probably 2 to 3 minutes. And we knew that Na'Vi were going to play this aggressive style. It seems like Fnatic are just getting caught off guard by how mobile they actually are.
I mean, looking at the graph, as you said, those last 2 minutes is shown pretty much perfectly. Coming up to a 5,000 lead suddenly out the blue there for Na'Vi. And but notable what was on the career. It was okay. It was KYXY's Ogre Club.
I'll relocate bottom lane.
Oh, here we go indeed. Hitting level 6 on Snake. They want to use it straight away. And Dendi, with the help of the IO, finds himself that pick off onto Mushi. And I mean, this is classic Na'Vi. Seneko is going to go down. Feast grip thrown out there by Keswick. Not wanting to let the IO get away. Funny with the ice shards. Isn't going to be able to catch anyone else. So they do lose the IO, but well worth it there for picking up the kill onto Mushi.
Yeah, without a doubt, trading mid for support. You're always going to be happy with that. They do get the offlane tower in the meantime, so I think all in all, Fnatic probably end up even in that trade. Just being able to get that tower off the map is always going to be nice. This is going to be non-stop aggression, though. Again, I really feel like Na'Vi can't let up, because as soon as Fnatic get to their Wombo combo stage, and this is also prior to Johnny, he's level 4, right? He doesn't have his ulti yet. But one good vacuum, one good call down, one good Winter's Curse. That's going to be how Fnatic are going to turn these engagements.
Dendi, he's got his yours finished at 12 minutes in on top of the treads.
Yeah, he is stacked.
This is incredible. And he's going to look for more. He's got the ultimate straight onto Mushi with the back of a Seneko. Mushi's going to die. Keswick is not going to want to reveal himself here. It's a monster kill streak here for your Queen of Pain, 12 minutes in. And Dendi just continuing to impress.
I'm really, really happy with the way that Na'Vi, like, they didn't panic too much with their laning phase. Sure, art style, he made one rotation. He goes bottom, dies here. We're gonna see a snowball.
Oh, go off.
Try and go for Johnny here, but unlucky there with the ice charge. The cold embrace is there in time as well for Johnny. And he's going to be A-OK here.
It's very refreshing to see Na'Vi able to recover from a laning phase like that. Because it looked really bad at first, right?
Yeah, it couldn't have been any worse, I don't think. Apart from the mid lane. Dendi was doing it right in the mid.
Mid was okay.
That's what counted.
The other 2 lanes were kind of struggling, but now, as it often happens here when you're watching Na'Vi, it is very quickly becoming the Dendi show.
It really is the moment, and we can see now Fnatic.
They got mech already.
Oh, on higher.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very strong gank.
Yeah. I see what Fnatic can do if they're heading towards the mid lane. At the moment, you've got both Hobworst and Funnick here. Actually drawing the long route round.
Oh, they both showed. I think they want to try to go on this.
Wrapping around, they've got the whole Caboodle. They still don't have the Winter's Curse, but they're probably not going to need it. They've got the Fiend's Grip of Funnick. Yeah, he's going to get Fiend's Grip straight up. Cool down as well. Nowhere for the Tusk to hide in the snowballs. That's going to be a pick off there for Fnatic. They're not going to be able to find a second one, but nonetheless, getting themselves a kill, which they certainly need to. 10-4 at the moment, still a little bit behind Na'Vi, but Fnatic might look for a push off the back of this one, ready to apply the pressure in the mid lane.
And the other thing too is you can never forget that Fnatic's 5-man is ridiculous. Like, when KYXY has call down up, Johnny hits that level 6, he's very close, he's only 40 experience away. You have to respect their combo until your BKBs are out. If you don't, and Fnatic are 5-manning, you can tell right now that Na'Vi, they're still very hesitant to try to fight into this because they realize it. And Mushi...
round the back, indeed, going straight for Seneko. Is he going to be able to find the kill? And now he's being ruptured up. Hobworst trying to turn this one around. Now he runs away because Mushi's been caught embraced. So they're not going to be able to find that kill. Where is Dendi? Dendi, here he is coming in. He's got the second wave available in a couple of seconds.
Fancy covering India.
Johnny already now.
Right, yeah,
the jar in place. He's got the low mana, but he's got the dagger. Now Hobworst chasing down the
Nazraj.
The damage is
Went to Nazraj in town when I beat
godlike there with the double kill, and the rest of Fnatic just left to run away. Funny going to chase the one down with the snowball. Is going to find Keswick. The wall has been dropped by a Hyo, and Funny actually taking a fair bit of damage here from the illusion. Bring him back as well, but Seneko is there. He's going to be able to relocate him out in 8 seconds if needed.
Yeah, when I watched the band's last night, I bought 2 t-shirts.
Hobworst chasing down Keswick will clean up the bane. And 14
they
to
could
5,
run
Na'Vi yet again
7 stories
taking
high.
a very nice fight against Fnatic. And
Wedding Saturday.
10 kills, 2 assists. They just can't kill him. 1600 gold in the
Max
bank.
team leader.
I'm really...
Get married
I
and
watched that
can't
fight and I'm thinking to myself, okay, Mushi goes in. He ults and gets everyone a little
They
bit
are
lower, but at that
get
point
married
they
about
didn't have
tuition
cooldown.
and then go straight
Like, Johnny still wasn't level 6, needed like one more creep wave. And I think that fight would have went a lot better for them, because when you go in as Lina, you drop every single one of your abilities, and not a single hero is dead. you
Hope
pretty
he
much
gets
have to
ready.
run. And even though they're able to keep him alive with the Cold Embrace,
Oh,
the
super.
teleport reaction coming in from Funnick, realizing, hey, I know their
Oh,
ultimates
okay,
aren't
wait,
actually
try
off
to
cooldown
cast.
yet because they got Fiend's Grip a little bit earlier, and the
fuck
cooldown
no.
had been used to kill me anyway. I can just go in and kill Mushi straight up. And then once you're down a core,
me,
the rest of the
Christine,
Fnatic team, like, they need
Crocker.
their heroes to
There's 4 of us
pretty
from
much combo
Sisters.
together. If they're fighting isolated, it's going to be a significantly weaker draft. This is a 5-man team,
Mason's on
and they need
Country
to
Road.
remember that.
And there's so many sticks around in the groups at the moment.
Oh,
They've left
Max,
Ohio on
I
this
don't know,
top lane
it's
to
so
continue
good.
to farm, which he has been doing very well so far.
Oh, there's one down
He is
there.
actually, in
This,
fact,
no, when I looked
equal
at this place,
in terms
it's
of
down
farm to KYX way on the net
Country
worth.
this place
So at the
down
top of the
there.
board there
I
across Dendy, 7,200 at the
Probably.
moment in total.
I
Funnick's
don't know,
managed to
it's
find
done that
himself
way,
an
but
invis
I'd be
room
with the
here,
boys
but
anyway,
has, of course,
so-
been spotted out here. So Funnick needs to be careful. Sentry been popped out, and Funnick might just walk into this. Oh, the blink reaction just in
International
time.
tournament.
Getting himself out now with the Winter's Curse. They want to kill
$15
him. He's
million.
got the snowball available, and backups there as well. Maybe this isn't the fight that Fnatic want to take. Cooldown
This is
coming out,
the,
catching a few of them, but there's a
day
Sonic
3
wave. On to 3, on to 4. In fact,
qualifying
catching
round.
Mushi at the clip of it. But he's going to be able to find 2 heroes so far. Havors is able to run
No,
himself
watch
away.
it when
Now
the team's
Denny's going to
out
look for more.
sport.
Moving
Now
forward,
the-
Funnick, they'll be able to take down Johnny here on the
Well,
right.
they got
And
jumpsuit.
now blinking forward for more Mushi. He
play
won't
now,
be able
they're
to
winning
cancel it.
at
The
the
Yules is on cooldown. They do end up losing her Vorst, but
Fuck
again,
off.
a 1-for-3 trade there for Na'Vi.
Nah.
And Fnatic just seem to struggle to do anything against
I
it
gotta
with
see.
this
Oh,
lineup.
I gotta see.
They're
What's
just
he
not
doing?
able to get their
What this
combo
guy's
going. Like,
That's
the way that Na'Vi are taking the fights is so disruptive,
one t-shirt is
and they're not
8
ever
quid in
having like a full 5 versus 5 clash. So even in that last engagement, the way that
Sam
Johnny had
Story's
to
high
use his
sounds
ult
like
was suboptimal,
really good.
right? Like he
They know
wasn't
I'll
able to
stream
get the
it,
combo
like,
that he really
Me
wanted
Fun
going.
Glory
And
type thing.
Mushi has had such a hard game that at this point, he's still only level 9. I mean, Dendi is level 11, almost 12. Keep in mind, level 11 is
fucking
a
massive,
massive
isn't it?
level in terms of experience.
It's
It
fun.
requires like 3 times as much experience
Amazon.
to go from 11 to 12 than it does to go from like
I thought it'd be fucking
what,
small.
8 to 9 or 9
It
to
never
10
took
even?
shit.
Yeah,
It's a bit big.
there's big.
With that being said, it's just an ode to how much Dendi and the rest of Na'Vi are just. If they were playing like this from the get-go, I don't think they would be the bottom of the group.
No, it certainly feels like just a totally different performance here for the team.
Got earlier
today,
spotted.
as compared to what we saw them in all 4 games, didn't we?
Here you
So-
go. Make sure you
and,
play.
it was a very, very different.
Pick up a
Na'Vi.
quad.
But this time,
I'll give you
it
an offer
seems to be-
quad
they
rate.
seem to be in their
Alright.
comfort zone here. It's the heroes
I was already
that
back.
they're
Like
working
quad
very
rate.
well in the Dendi Quap, of course.
Actually, I'm not ready yet.
Pretty much.
I was
well,
like,
it
for
is a
fuck's
flawless
sake.
performance so
I'm
far.
lying.
11 kills.
Oh, relocate top
Oh,
lane.
indeed, they've spotted him out on his own. They want to try and do it.
Good thing is, she only lives like
Not the place he
There's
wants to
crazy
be, and he's got to be
moves,
very
there's, like,
careful about coming out
there's
and
crazy
revealing
moves.
himself in
There's
these
zeros.
lanes. Maybe just
This is
forgetting about the
walk over.
IO here. And yet another kill here for
Not
the
bad
Quap.
though.
Might be looking for more. He's going to have the ult here in 20
Parents bought
seconds.
deals.
And well, Funnick's going straight in onto Johnny.
She's the-
Johnny's
yeah,
going to go
she's
down.
the-
Oh, Dendi clears that one up. He wants more
Should travel
for
around
his
Australia.
scoreboard. And the scoreboard for this queen looking pretty impeccable at the
One of the
moment.
boys did
And
travel around
we were
Australia
talking
for a
about Mushi falling behind. Just the difference between these two mids. Dendi with 13-0-4. Mushi with 0-5 and 2.
I'm not really sure. Fnatic, they have great high ground defense. That's one thing we can also talk about is if Fnatic keep getting bullied
rest of
outside
it.
the map, the one thing that they can always rely on is the fact that, okay, we got our huge wombo combo, and no one on the side of Na'Vi
See, no,
actually
she's
had a
fine for me
BKB
down there.
yet. Like Havos, he went Midas, then he goes back for the SC1.
Oh,
he
you
wants to just
fucking
get
little
items
shit.
up, increase his
Got
farm
like
rate,
5
still
o'clock in the
allow him to
fucking morning.
participate in these team fights. But
Eesh.
again, like even Fnatic being in this
That's
position,
how
they
fucking
still
work.
have an opportunity
I
to take a
fucking
good
work,
fight
I'll sleep in.
if they can get everything going together. And this is a 5-man smoke. They're all in the same area.
Fucking high
Let's see
bracket
what
he
they
was.
can do.
Let's
Fuck
see
it,
what
I'll
they can
calm
do
down,
indeed, but
Buck.
the Sonic Wave is available here for Dendi.
But towards the end of
He's
the
gonna
week,
look
he's
for an
calmed down
angle,
quite a
he might
lot.
Just find it, and they're moving in, and now already Fnatic being scattered.
Oh, yeah,
over.
shitloads
That's
of walks,
a
man.
nice ball. That's the combo that you need from Fnatic. They bring down a board. They nearly find Dendi. Dendi's gonna be able to find himself sometime.
Oh,
with the
he's
heal.
fine for you,
Will be
just
able to blink
walking
himself
front.
out. Soneko there with a heal.
I put him in
There's
the
Soneko
RS, he's
catching a few
loving
of
it,
them.
he's-
KYX was gonna be taken down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Astral getting low. Would just be able to get himself out of the fight. Ice Shot
Actually,
flying
mine
through.
was
Dendi
a
blinking himself
Cocker
away.
Spaniel.
Soneko now on the retreat. Funny
Fuck,
going back in with a wall
my
response
new
there.
mixed up.
On to Kessie
should
Kimber.
look
Brings
at
down
that
the
dog's
bait.
cuddly as
Dendi
fuck.
being healed up by Soneko. Ready to go back in.
Dude,
Maybe
I-
thinking about this
wants
one.
bait to
Johnny
go for.
and Mushi still around. Ohio in the lane. But now, yeah, Dendi blinking forward onto Johnny there with the with the dagger. Now Ice
Yeah,
Shards as
done.
well. But here's
Saturday,
Ohio bringing back
so
Funny with the
with
vacuum.
the
Not enough
bot.
damage now. Dendi holding
I
Ohio in
didn't
place.
They
Now
went
looking
to
for
its
Johnny.
own.
Johnny's cold
It's
braced
like,
himself.
fuck
Will be
me
able to
off, eh?
save him. He's actually turning
Sorry,
around onto Dendi.
strength
Dendi
is
getting
it.
low, but the weave now.
She had
From
strong
Dazzle,
bow, then
giving
she
him
had
that
bottle
ult,
of wine.
It's going to be A-OK. Funny finds
It
Johnny,
was,
and
you could have
now
to-
Artstar
and she had
just on
a
the
cocktail
retreat.
was
Dendi
on
has
top of
TP'd
it.
himself out. It's just Artstar and Snake
I
left
cocked it,
around with Funnick, who's been used
strong-
up,
half
could be in
box
trouble,
is strong,
light strike
though.
array.
Should have
Looks
gone
like they'll find him, no! Chalograde just in
Half
time,
box
he
left.
hasn't got
Dark Fruits.
a TP
Then I had no
available,
more
so
strong bone
isn't
either.
going to be able to
Then
get
I
out of
had
this one, and well,
pictures
no
of
way!
kills.
No way!
Then I went on the bummers then.
Alright, there we go.
I felt rough
with
Sunday.
the cleanup.
Went to have,
Nearly getting
went for
away
breakfast
out
on
of
the
that
waterfront.
one, Funnick. But nonetheless,
Went on
what
the,
a
down
fight.
the waterfront. There's
Fnatic,
nice food on
they
there,
do
actually.
find something.
The
We
bay.
saw the wombo combo come out.
Yeah.
You gotta hand it to
You should be able
Na'Vi.
to.
They were able to fight back through it. And the fact that they could keep
the same.
Dendi alive and allow him to still do that in response. And he still hasn't died. 15 kills, 5 assists on the quad.
Well, I'm going to poker
No
poker
deaths
tomorrow.
at the moment. Mid laner, Vorst, doing her Vorsty things
Yeah,
here.
good.
It's
Yeah,
going to be
me
kept
neither
alive
goes
here by
poker poker.
Snako here with the
I've been here for
mechanism
ages.
there. Maybe you're thinking
It's
about
quite nice
turning this
food.
one around. Dendi is about. KYXY has been ruptured.
3, 2, 3.
And it seems
Five's
like
right.
jumping in here. Lina has got Laguna. She hasn't got the mana to use it though. They're going to leave that one.
Yeah, I think if they realized how little mana Mushi had, they would have jumped. He might not have seen it.
I think
Nice
that they
Yules.
see it now. They see
Guys
now
are
the mana
repulsed.
on Mushi, and they're going to try and go for it. But the Yules from Mushi is going to be on time to TP away. Very nicely done that from
Four
Mushi. He'll be able
repulsed.
to keep his life intact this
Quite
time.
small.
Dendi still 20
Don't wanna
seconds before he's got
John
that Sonic
Daylight.
Wave available again. Just
That's gonna take me ages,
This
'cause
man's got
the
an
system
agony and
crashes all the
Yules.
fucking time.
It's getting pretty damn disgusting.
He's a beast.
Bristol week.
What else can you say?
Went to
Even
London.
like,
London
the
was
start of the
nice.
game, when he
Yeah.
goes bottom, he gets those 3 kills. He's already put himself in a
Is
great
it the
position.
MI?
The one
You
thing
know the
about
one
Queen
they
in this
filmed in
game
James
is
Bond?
you need to make sure that you're always the
Saw
one
that,
forcing
though.
aggression, and with that Tusk and the Bloodseeker, like Havos has been, I guess, less active.
Saw
on the map
that,
than
and,
Dendi, but what else do you
yeah,
expect, right? Like it's Queen of
it's
Pain.
quite
You,
nice
just-
of
you
them,
want to be at all these fights.
Pain in the ass on tubes though.
Another smoke here from
Tubes
Fnatic.
are pain in the
Let's
ass.
see what
Go
they
on.
can do. Again, Dendi with the ultimate available.
It wasn't that busy,
Caught out
actually,
This time by
wasn't
the
it?
Yules. He might be able to do
Oily.
this out with his own Yules.
Tubes
Yeah, he
are
heals himself up
oily.
straight away.
She's
Will allow him
warm.
the time to get the blink out. So some of the combos already being
to get
dropped.
out.
Hasn't done anything, but now Fnatic, they found Artscolor, they found a Force as well. Force getting level up. Force gets relocated to the side there by Sineko to buy some time, and now he's going to go back in with the Sonic Wave there from Dendi. Dendi getting free script up, getting low. Funnick will finish off Kesikimba. They found Mushi here as well. Dendi just blinking himself out into the
Just
trees,
hogs in.
out away from this fight. They did lose art style. Now Funnick going for more, potentially blinking forward. Found Johnny. Her voice dropped down the blood right there's Dendi turning back up. Johnny with the cold embrace, but he's almost certainly going to die.
Yeah,
anyway.
but it
Dendi
was
and Snako looking in for the kill, will find it. Third hero there to drop on the side of Fnatic, and Na'Vi just losing one. More stats here for the Dendi scoreboard. And the game I really look at the graphs now.
Guys,
It's
check
got
out
a
that
massive
graphic
difference.
tablet now.
It's coming up to about 12,000. XP is a similar story. I don't know what Fnatic, they've got to look for just a huge wombo combo to turn this one around. We've seen them manage to get off the combo a couple of times, but it just hasn't been enough at this point.
Well, I think the biggest thing is when they went in, they Yules Dendi right away, and they just go for the stun later, right? But when you have Yules, if you just Yules yourself immediately after, it's like a 50-50 chance that the player either blinks away or just uses a stealth Yules after your initiation. So there, Mushi threw the stun thinking that Dendi might
see
just
why I
try to go
do.
for a blink instead of
see that
using
Batman thing
himself
I had?
a second time. But now you can
It's
just
a
assume
bottle,
that
huh?
Dendi's going to do that
And
every
a
single
screwdriver.
time. Like just use the Yules to avoid the setup from the Lina, in
It
which
can
case
be
you can
like
hold
us,
your
yeah.
stun and cancel
heavy as
cast
well.
it and make him think that you're going to do it, and that way the stun will actually land
Come on, Andy,
the second
come on,
time.
run.
Because once that combo is used, Fnatic's teamfight potential goes down the drain. Like your call down is out, Mushi's
Got
already
Phillips
used his
and,
stun, he wasn't able
yeah,
to
sorry.
land anything really big in that fight. And the Fiend script also got interrupted like immediately by Funnick. He sees it, he blinks in, he goes straight onto the Bane, and he lets Dendi get out. So it's been a lot of close calls so far for Dendi. He's actually had 2 moments where he's been nearly dead
fucking hate Cloud on
and
keys.
saved. And I think that
Seen the fucking
even
keys
in
on
this
there?
position, Fnatic,
Seen
they're
the keys
showing
on
that
there?
their
Hey, fucking
teamfight
fit in my
potential
fucking
is still
pocket.
so good that they can contest Na'Vi.
Clutter.
And they just continue to try and find this farm on KYXY. I mean, he's still doing pretty good, 9.4k gold. As he's picked up the recipe here for the Black King branch of the Yoga Club. Still just needs that Mithril Hammer. And I'll have that done on top of the SMY. Her Vorce farm, though, has started to skyrocket. He's closing in on his BKB himself after the Midas SMY. It's the amount of space that Dendi's been able to create here for this Bloodseeker. Meaning that her Vorce now is top of the last hit board. And this is a Bloodseeker that has 6 CS at 5 minutes in.
His recovery has been
Still
pretty
some,
miraculous.
still Saturday.
Just- it's a Bloodseeker, though, because the hero doesn't ever have to go
Back
back to
yesterday.
base. If you're using mana to rupture and blood
Last
right and
night
go for a
I
kill,
started.
then that's pretty much the point where you say, okay, now I got to go get mana or whatever. But as long as you're not being directly pressured all the time, you can farm for days. You get that blood rate going for yourself. You can accelerate your own farm rate just by having it up all the time.
Back off my fucking
And like you were
I'm in
mentioning
fucking
too,
bed.
Dendi has been pretty instrumental in allowing Navi to bring themselves back into this game after the first 8 to 10 minutes where the laning phase was not really ideal. I think Fnatic maybe just lost sight a little bit of what their lineup was actually built for. And then after a couple of really bad engagements where they were kind of split up, now they've realized, hey, look, we know our 5-man is really sick. So all we need to do
I should
is
just pass
not
driving
get
though.
split up anymore. And then we can look to try to pressure that way.
She's got KA.
We're talking about pressure. Fnatic trying to put it on here on this bottom tier 2. Na'Vi themselves, they've got Funnick and Snake up here on the
Quite nice
top. Tier 2 on the top lane already sitting at half health here for the side of Fnatic. Similar story here for Na'Vi. And Fnatic
Quite
with
nice.
the pings out, they want to stick around here. KOXY going to go in and is going to look to try and finish off this tier 2. And it doesn't look like Na'Vi are going to do anything in reaction to this. Some of the pings coming out, just warning out, see if any TP's coming in, but no TP's down for this one. They're going to let this go. And with that, KYXY, only a couple of hundred gold away from that Mithril Hammer. BKB. Funnick does find the top town. Funnick, worth mentioning, of course, he did pick up that Desolator, helping him with the push. And he's looking pretty damn stacked here on the Tusk.
Yeah, I think
I
a lot
bet
of it has
she's
to do with
embarrassed.
Funnick being in that lane where he was still able to get experience. I think teams are going to start
Could
to
be worse,
realize
could be
very
in the
quickly
street.
that this hero,
Could be in
although
the
he does
street,
do
could
very
be
well
worse.
farm, there's no doubt about that. It's more about the early levels and being able to get to like level 6, level 7, get that max
What
level
fights on
charge
Sunday?
going so you can actually go for a kill combo. Because we
What
were
fights on
talking a lot
Sunday?
about Dendi, but Funnick has also
Fox
had a
Health.
fantastic game. Like he's 5-2 and 9.
It's not
He's
the one
been
we went
very
last
high
time,
kill
we
contribution to his
stayed
team.
out.
He was also the one who ganked Mushi in mid, right when
Fox
bottom lane they got
Fox
those 3
Health,
kills
the-
that Dendi
the
actually teleported for. So we said in the very
Nick,
beginning,
Jason mentioned me
Na'Vi,
last
they
Sunday.
want to go half.
Oh, last Saturday.
And that's pretty much what everyone has been doing outside of 4
Yeah, I
Heroes.
don't mind
He
going.
didn't have a great lane.
I won't
Now,
drink that much this
he's
weekend
back
because I
on
can
top
cut
of the
down on
net worth, man. He's good to
drinking.
go.
Yeah, he's right up there with Dendi, which is pretty impressive, keeping on the same level as a Quap that's got 15 kills
Back,
and 8 assists.
back Saturday.
It
I'll
just
be
goes
back.
to show
I'm
the
not
amount of
staying.
fun that the
Go
Vorst
to
has
the
managed to
wedding and
find.
then go to
BKB
the
now
after.
done for him.
Big part.
Notable, of course, the BKB, of course, now done.
I'll stay there for like an hour or
KYXY
two.
as
and
well,
bugger
so
off.
we'll see.
Because he's got kids, see?
Allow the
But when
South
I
Fnatic
moved
to
the West
take
again,
a little bit
he's
of a
got
better
kids,
engagement next time
He's
with
not.
the old Womber. But Rich, I mean, you got Greaves finished on your eye.
Couple of us,
This is
only
pretty
couple of us.
terrifying
Superstars,
for Fnatic.
they from Brother Boys.
Because of the fact that BKBs are going to start coming out on Na'Vi on top of the fact that that Wisp has Guardian Greaves, we talked a lot yesterday about how every single team has a specific damage composition. So you get your pure damage, your physical damage, and your magical damage. Right now, Fnatic are relying almost 100% on magical damage. Between their Darkseer, the Gyro combo, and you have Bane, you have Lina. And I'm pretty sure up until this point,
Yeah,
Mushi
and
does not have his Aghanim, so he
Nina
doesn't have
and,
that pure damage to do the blade. Which means
Kiki
with
as
BKB
well,
being
Craig's
available
wife was-
on this Bloodseeker, the only ways they
She
can
does,
stop
Nina does
him
all
are
rotas.
just that ultimate from Blood, or ultimate from
Breaks.
Winter Wyvern and Bane Grip. And KYXY is going to get ruptured here, but looks like Na'Vi are more
Yeah,
consistent. with
Nina
power.
does all the
And
rotas.
this is going to be pretty key as well.
With
If Dendi
breaks.
can hit level 16 before this fight, which he's only a
Probably.
few
She
creeps
probably does all the
away from,
rotas.
that's going to be devastating.
No, she does all the rotas for the
Level
people on the
3
calls,
Sonic Wave
like
with
customer
Aghanim.
service.
I mean, what?
Not
you're
just
looking
that, but BKB at
She's
Dendi
really
as
till
well.
8 o'clock, she is.
It's done. It's done indeed.
12 till 8.
I mean, I do not know how you're killing the Quap at this point. It's, I mean, Ags on Lina, it's a bit of a pipe
Yeah,
dream at the
she's
moment for
12
me.
to
She's got the
8,
point booster, 1k gold on top of it. But there's
Balance
not
with
going to be
11%.
nearly enough pure burst damage or,
So it's
physical
fucking
damage
horrible.
here for
It's nice to have
Fnatic
lighting,
to
but
kill this
she's
Quap.
not lying because she's wide awake.
They've
So
got
it's
the
like
Winter's
Toga.
Curse, they've got the punches of Jar, but still, you just look at the
Well,
fact
she's
that
got
you've
a
got
dog,
Snake,
hasn't she? So
with Greaves,
she's
you've
a
got
dog.
Artstar. I literally don't think there's any way they're killing Dendi
Cox
unless
Minor.
Na'Vi go for a massive misplay.
The Wisp, in my opinion, is really smart too because
I
you
like
mentioned
the
the Winter's Curse and stuff like
But I
that.
don't mind it
You
like
can
now because
actually
I got.
relocate
I mean,
people
I
out of a
can do
Winter's
my own
Curse.
rota wherever I
That's the
want.
coolest part about it,
Like
right?
I
Like,
go for an hour
sometimes
lunch
you see,
and
like,
250 minute
people
breaks.
used to pick Venge for swap,
don't
you
care
get
as long as the
Shadow
work's
Demon
done.
for disruption, but Wisp just brings you to safety no matter
Charge
what.
them overtime as well
And
now.
you have that insane health
overtime.
offset of the Wisp potentially double healing
weekends,
you with the
on weekend.
tether, and then of course popping the Greaves on himself and whatever target he's going to.
I
So
don't
that
know. There's
hero,
a tournament going
it's
on.
kind of a Wyvern counter in a way. And if you can get that relocate in a team fight and then the curse is wasted, then all
I'll
of a
have to
sudden
leave this
Fnatic,
one.
they're down pretty much one of their biggest disables. And we saw how Fnatic, they don't have a very easy time functioning after that combo is thrown out. If they don't get kills with it, their team fight is pretty much already done. Like they just need to either run or maybe they've done enough to where they can try to clean it up. But last time when they fought in the woods, that was not the case.
Dendi Just bringing out to the side that Mushi is hiding now. Mushi is actually going to use up Dendi here, but Dendi's across the BKB. He wants to fight. There's just Sonic Wave catching out KOXY, bringing him low. He's been Blood Rage ruptured up as well. There's the Vacuum Wall though. They have lost Kesugembo on the Bane, and the Wombo is just not doing enough. They're going to put the Wind Skirts onto a Force. Force getting low, but not low enough. He's going to live through this one. They have managed to find the Jaren. Now they're going to clear up Johnny here as well. Again, Fnatic just throwing everything out, everything down, but finding absolutely nothing. They just can't dent Na'Vi's lineup at this point with the amount of lead that Na'Vi's found 30 minutes in.
It's just because the item progression of Na'Vi is too fast. They went from a pretty solid laning phase to Dendi getting a really nice 3-man gank bottom, Mushi dying, and then they transitioned into kind of like this little sloppy skirmish fights where Na'Vi, they want to skirmish. Look at their heroes, Bloodseeker, Queen of Pain, like Tusk. These heroes excel in small scale engagements. You never want to fight these heroes if you're Fnatic, if you don't have everyone together. And I think they just gave away too much with their team fights. They said, okay, we're going to go in like 1 or 2 at a time, try to fight Na'Vi, and then set up a combo, but by the time that happens, the heroes are already dead. And look at Na'Vi now. They're feeling very confident. They want to go for this. Fnatic are smoked, but they don't have Winter's Curse. They don't have Wall.
First down Arsenal, this is big. Coming out from Mushi, Havors just turning KYXY 1v1. We made Denny on the back lines, bring KYXY low, will be able to bring him down. Denny now blinking forward on pretty much zero health, pops the BKB, has got the Aegis here, but that's the BKB used before the Aegis. Johnny on the high ground, Dendy, he knows it. I think he might just go for this one, hasn't got the screen for a few seconds. Johnny with the golden embrace, and now Mushi trying to set this up with the Yules. Dendy, he's going to need some help, and there's the help. The gang's turned up. They're going to bow with the War's Clutch onto Mushi, and that is a die back here from Lina. They're stuck on the high ground here with the wall and the Winter's Curse. A fair bit going on to Dendy, but he will be able to blink away. Havor's kind of stuck up here. He's like, guys, can you get me out of here? He is stuck in the trees. The higher will go up, and with KOXY, they do kill Havor's. Dendy able to get himself away, though, with Seneca. Have a look at the fight recap there. So it is, what, 3 for 3 effectively, but that was with 2 buybacks and a dieback from Fnatic. And you got to remember, all in all, at the end of the day, Dendy still doesn't die. He loses the Aegis, but still has life intact. 16 kills, 12 assists. Been involved in 28 of the 32 kills this game.
When he dies, he's going to give him like 2k gold.
He's got
like,
hell of a lot of
his death is actually just going to be like 2,000 gold.
Oh, really came mid.
Here we go mid, yeah.
Indeed, they found KOXY. So he's got to look at the TP out. Will he be able to get it? Yes. Just gets himself out.
Yeah.
Nothing to stop it there for the Magic.
Yeah, very nice reaction. Obviously, pop on the BKB, just trying to get himself out of there. I'm looking at Fnatic right now, and you saw that team fight, right? It was a 3-man or 4-man vacuum into a light checker raid that I believe hit on 3. Imagine if Johnny had Curse for that. Like, they would have crushed that fight. It's just insane to think about that even with a 20-plus kill deficit, and the fact that right now Fnatic are behind in excess of 20,000 golden experience. So in time, just punching Bane to death. That damage is real, but even with that kind of a deficit, they can still manage to take fights. Just imagine if Fnatic had been a little bit more disciplined about how they take their 5 versus 5 and maybe just grouping up a little bit sooner. As soon as they got that mech on the Darkseer, they wanted to start trying to make things happen, but their fights were just, they were a little bit too sloppy, and Na'Vi took full advantage of that.
And the money's starting to reckon up for some of Na'Vi's members as well. Funning. 2.6k gold on top of the Shadowblade Dessa. Artstars managed to pick himself up a gem, has that amulet towards the Glimmercave. And Havors now with a Hyperstone, possibly going to be looking for an AC. I mean, it would be very nice to help them out with this push. Very effective, of course, in these big 5-on-5s as well. And Dendy with 4,200 gold on him. And what do you expect we'll see from Dendy? I wouldn't be surprised with the amount of fights we're doing that we see him just go for the Octarine.
It could be Octarine. A lot of Queen of Pains have been favoring that item after you already have Aghanims. Makes it so your ulti is up like pretty much every single creep wave. And I think it puts your blink at 4.5 seconds, which is extremely fast. You could go Hex as well. Oh, no, okay, it's Shiva's.
Okay.
Yeah, Shiva's is still really nice too. Because with the Shivas, you're not really worried about the gyrocopter right-click anymore, which can be a bit of a problem. And if you get cursed, which is a high possibility, because Dendy is a high-priority target now because he's freaking 16-0. If you do get cursed, there's less likelihood that you're going to die because you have that extra armor. So his physical damage mitigation is going to be quite a bit higher than it was. And that's also Solar Crest too.
Oh man, I mean, Fnatic. They're going to try. They have got all the ults available, but indeed, Funny just going straight in onto KOXY. They've got the Cold Embrace here, buying the Gyro some time. Linking forward here, Ohio really want to look for the fight. Dendy's popped the BKB, looking for a Sonic Wave straight onto KYXY. He's popped the BKB, but he's incredibly low, back himself, but they have found Funnick here. Funnick kind of caught on the wrong side of the fight, but Funnick with a Warriors Punch, bringing KYXY low. Laguna Blade does finish off Funnick. Cold Embrace there from Johnny, topping up KYXY, and looks like, yeah, Na'Vi, I'm going to be too happy with that. Losing a hero, and this time not being able to find anything in return.
A little bit too ham, you know, just a little bit. Sometimes you just want to go for a kill and you say, you know what, I'm going to go all in on this. Didn't end up working out there for Funnick, but I think Na'Vi are going to be fine with that. You can't give away too many of those kills to Fnatic, because the Gyrocopter late game is still very scary to think about. And Curse, it only gets better as the game goes on. As the heroes on the enemy team scale, Winter's Curse becomes that much more scary as an ability. And then you have Mushi, who, I mean, I got to think at some point the guy's going to finish his Aghanims, right? Like, he's within 900 gold of it, a little bit under that now.
He's going to have it soon, but it certainly is
But
not
Lena's,
the timing you set out for.
yeah, Lena's burst is still going to be something that you're going to have to respect, because only 2,000 health, it sounds like a decent chunk, but against Fnatic, if you get caught without your BKB, you can still die very easily.
You certainly can. Bloodseeker, of course, now just about 100 away from finishing that recipe and getting himself the Assault Cuirass here as well. Dendy, as yeah, he's going to be able to have the potential to finish off the old Shivas. Just needs to get that Mystic Staff on its way. KYXY, what's he got coming out to him? Just sending the curry out to the Secret Shop. 1900 gold on him at the moment. What's he going to opt for as his next up? Okay, so he's actually going to pick himself up a bit of invasion here.
Yeah, it's going to be Butterfly. Yeah, Butterfly is nice. With BKB popped, if he doesn't just die to the Queen Burst, having that extra evasion means that they, like, all inning on him becomes a bit more dangerous. Evasion is fantastic, especially when no one on Na'Vi is going to be buying MKB. If anyone, it's probably going to be Havos, and it might be his next item after he sees that KYXY has picked up that Talisman of Evasion in the first place. I believe Fnatic are trying to do something here. They're all grouped up on high ground. I'm not sure if they're waiting for Na'Vi to pressure, or... There's only one hero showing right now, so they could be anticipating some kind of gank and just sitting on the high ground to make sure that if Na'Vi are going into their woods, that they would be at the positional advantage. But now I think they're just going to go ahead and back off.
Yeah, we did just see some pings coming out from Na'Vi around here, so maybe questioning whether there was going to be a movement from Fnatic down through the jungle, past their Secret Shop. It's not going to be the case though, and Fnatic nonetheless won't be able to catch Na'Vi off the back of anything. Dendy, Seneko and Artstar just hanging around towards the bottom. Vorst and Funnick are now heading towards mid. They need to be a little bit careful here. They've spotted out KYXY. And I think, yeah, they're going to keep themselves safe here. It's going to be very hard for Fnatic to catch anyone out in Na'Vi.
The other thing, too, that's frustrating for Fnatic now is the Wisp factor that we haven't really said a whole lot about. I mean, sure, he's been ganking and stuff, but just the fact that you can play off-map like this, Fnatic have to play such inefficient Dota. They're all stacking together all the time, which means that they're not like split farming lanes. They're not doing what Na'Vi are doing, which is, oh, well, we can just split up and do what we want to do. And the other issue is, Fnatic normally in this situation, they would want to smoke to try to find somebody because they probably assume that Dendy is still free farming and Seneco's most likely just following him around. But they don't have any vision on Na'Vi's side of the map. So a smoke is always an inherent risk when you don't have that vision laid out for you to be able to say, okay, well, at the very least, we know they're not going to be here. Their only ward is on their side of the map. It's on that high ground on the way to the Roshan pit from the tier 2. And Na'Vi now feeling like this is their time.
I mean, now Mushi does have that Aghanim set to complete. So we'll see that big amount of burst pure come into play in the next fight. But is it just a little too little, a little too late? We'll see. Na'Vi able to pressure. There's 2.2k gold now on your quad on top of the Shivas. Dendy continuing to look incredibly scary for the side of Fnatic. But Fnatic, as you said, really good high ground defense. It's going to be interesting to see how Na'Vi go about breaking the base.
They probably just go for Roche. They have a... No, wait, that's Fnatic's courier, right? Yeah. Fnatic's courier was scouting Roshan. They just want to know when it's up because there's a high likelihood that Na'Vi just immediately bolt for the pit. Oh no,
KYXY. He goes out. He's going to pop the BKB. He's found a few of the side of Na'Vi. But now he's ruptured up. Dendi's still got the Sonic Wave pure damage to burst through this if he wants to, but Ohio's there with the mech to back him up. There is the backup of Fnatic, and Dendi trying to get himself in position for an ultimate there. There we go. KOXY, Johnny caught out. Fiendscript now from Kessig holding Dendi in place, and they have lost Funnick on the side of Na'Vi, so it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Dendi being kept safe and topped up here by Outside here with the Shallow Grave, and Dendi blinking forward. Takes down Bane, and that's going to be the gem recovered as well here for the side of Na'Vi. 3 heroes hitting the deck on the side of Fnatic. Ohio and Mushi just left in the base here. It's going to be a buyback from Johnny, realizing they've got to do something on the defensive here.
What can he do, though? There's no buyback on Gyro. I mean, the Bane can buy back, but there's no Fiend Script. There's no Curse. I think Na'Vi just racks them here.
Well, with this AC on her Vorce, they're doing an incredible right. There's your vacuum, but there is not a wall available. Blends of Blast doing quite a bit of Vorce getting low, but Seneca, the amount of sustain that Na'Vi have at this point, incredibly hard for Fnatic to fight into. And Na'Vi just go back onto the melee racks. They should be able to claim this one. Still 30 seconds before the Gyro's back. Dendi going forward. Will get used up here by Mushi. Looks for the stun, but again, Dendi there with a counter use, using himself, dodging out the stun. And they will clear out the top set of racks here and get themselves out as well. Oh! Avost!
Goodbye, Avos.
Laguna Blade to the backside. Mushi not happy with that. The fact that they took the racks and punishes the Bloodseeker. So they do get at least that off the back of it. But that's a set of racks down. More kills for Dendi at 4,600 gold. Let's have a look at his net worth now. 21,000 here. He is a good, well, the highest net worth on the side of Fnatic is your Darkseer. It is quite a difference here between the two sides. We're at a 30, I don't think I've seen many games where it's been a 30,000 lead, and the team that's behind are still kind of in it.
Yeah. But that's why I was so concerned for Na'Vi at the start of the game, because I'm looking at Fnatic's lineup and I'm thinking to myself, how do you actually fight that? Imagine if it was only like a 10k lead or a 15k lead, and maybe Mushi had like one more item, or KYXY had a butterfly, and even just some lifesteal. The difference in the team fights would be massive. I mean, they're going for Roshan. This is kind of a last-ditch effort. They realize that Havost hasn't fought back. They know that they have an opening here, and they need to try to do something about it. And their option is here to kill Roche, maybe force Na'Vi into an engagement that could not fail them.
He wants to go for it. There's your old Kessig's down. Ohio will be able to get off the mech now with the Warriors punch from Funnick. Funnick being held in place here by the Winter's Curse. Dendi heading on to Funnick now with the Laguna Blade onto Dendi. Dendi's going to be fine, able to blink himself away. Funnick just scouting out and chasing away KYXY. It was actually the relocate strike from Seneko bringing Dendi out of the fight. Almost only going to bring him back in. Funnick taking down Johnny here on the high ground, and there's Dendi. Brought back in here by Seneko after Seneko did save him from any further disaster. But 2 heroes down. Fnatic, they were looking for the play in terms of getting Roshan. It's not going to happen. And Na'Vi now go into the pit to finish off Roche themselves, claim themselves the Aegis. And this might just be the ticket to closing down the game here if Na'Vi want to go for it down the mid lane.
That's most likely the last nail in the coffin, as they say. There's kind of this weird feeling of Fnatic. I liked their draft a lot more this game in terms of what they were able to do in their 5-man, but Na'Vi just outplayed them so badly. Every single point in this game, it was always them on the aggression, just making sure that they could find kills like
straight in
this.
with the old 1-2. That's Kessig down on the Bane. KOXY popping the BKB, but he's got to sit there. Ruptures on him, throws down the corner and trying to fight this nice vacuum. Sonic Wave though from Dendi, blowing them up. It's God beyond God, like double kill for Dendi. This is a team, well, it's over. This game is well and truly over, and Dendi, you said it being the Dendi show. This is a classic Dendi show game. 20 kills, 15 assists, doesn't die at all. The rest of the team of Na'Vi, big shout outs to them. They all played it pretty impeccably as well. You look at Seneko, we'll see in a minute on the scoreboard. The amount of assists this guy had on the Aya, very impressive play.
He only died once.
But Na'Vi, after a pretty horrific day for them yesterday, certainly are turning up to this, and they're ready. They are ready to go. And it seems like Fnatic just left in tow here, and we're going to see if Fnatic, of course, can step it up for game 2. But game 1, well, what a match for Na'Vi.
I'm very impressed the fact that they're able to have, they had 2 pretty bad days back to back, right? Then
Yeah,
they come into,
it's not been a good start.
They come into this group stage day and they say, you know what, we're done with that. We don't care if Fnatic is a team who took a match off of Secret a little bit earlier on in the tournament. We're gonna bring our A game. We're gonna play the game that we want to play, and we're gonna make it work. And that's exactly what they showcased here in game 1 against Fnatic. Fnatic, I wouldn't be upset with the way I drafted the lanes. They were good. The draft was good. It was all about play, being on the same page. I don't know if it was communication issues or what, but it really did not seem like Fnatic wanted to play around that 5-man early enough, at least, for how they actually drafted their heroes. So maybe next game, they'll get a little bit more coordination going between them. Maybe tie up a series 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if Fnatic are able to swing it around. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because game 2 between Na'Vi and Fnatic will be right around the corner.
Radiant team bad. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team bad. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team bad. You got 10 seconds. What's the hold up, sunshine? 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Pugna. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Razor.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team banned. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Breaking into reserve time now. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team banned. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ranger.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Viper against Queen bottom. Wrap around mid. Haste rune.
Yeah, Misery's actually going to get first blood here. He finds... Wait. He's going to haste.
Yeah, if you buy it off the Amazon, you just get the standard one. Prime. Windows 10's up today as well. My laptop's with Windows 10 as well. Is it? Oh, we update on it. I haven't updated yet. I haven't got the icon. We'll take update. Depending, it's got that logo, see? Then I installed it.
Because they don't have any AoE spells at all. In fact, they don't really do spells that much.
They just don't do spells.
Yeah. So stealing stacks is kind of hard early game. Mid.
Yeah.
Undying.
This is the bigger move. With
Oh,
the
they saw him.
tombstone, then you can dive, but
They have a nice defensive ward, so they already saw the Undying move.
Ferrari's fine.
Seen all the new movies. The boys make a bought one now. He just streaming new Terminator one. Oh yeah. Parental thing on it. You know, you can delete them off everyone. All these games come out this year. Microsoft thing, Essentials. Alright. My free thing I've run out.
It's a Chrysalis and a Mask of Madness. And she will do as much damage as any other core out there.
Yeah, as long as no one goes in on her. That's the thing. At least there's no
Small
clockwork.
detail, Lager. A very small detail.
At least there's no clockwork and, no Tuskar on the side of C9. They have, Queen who doesn't have too much. She can't really jump in aggressively. She might get punished by the Viper and Razor. So it might work out for IG. And they do have Weave. Oh, aggression on Faith.
Jumping up on Faith. This should be a first blood right now. 5.5 minutes. I was actually sitting here, contemplating. I wonder if this would be the latest first blood in TI5, because no first blood, I believe, has taken longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, but we get it already before the 6 minutes, and Big Daddy No Tail gonna be the one to take that. Gonna be working towards his earn, no boots, patented Wisp style. His way of the Wisp.
That's the way he plays.
Yep.
It's like Weaver Bootless. That's just the style.
Yeah, Brood, Wisp, Weaver, these are the heroes. No boots.
Lua is still having a great time on bot, man. He's actually the highest net worth in the field, more than the SF.
That's curious. SF having 40.
He said, you're alright. He said, because you're it's what you call, it's a controlled drug. And I gotta be careful now that I don't take watch them in the night and I get stopped in the morning with the police. And I do the drugs testing because they'll show up on that. Folly Farm, whoever's going to Folly Farm, please come and tell me how many we're about to do, so times the pickups. Yeah, well, I'll be dropping that and I'll stop on my way to work Thursday. So they'll be down here by 6:30. I got Princess in a Faraday on the Tweed. Toss August. You got Boston's in the park too, Minions. Yeah.
IG really felt like that was going to become a 5v5, and then it became a 5v4, and then it became a 5v3, and then they just said, "Screw it, okay, let's keep it as 5v2."
Yeah, well, IG did use 3 of their TPs there, but they cancelled TPs as well.
No, they used 4 in total, didn't they? There was 4, including the one in the tree line.
No,
Top lane,
only
Chuan,
the-
Trouble, the tombstone is going to be dropping down, Bone Set.
Okay, see now again.
$34 for 13. A very different story to what we saw Dendi perform in the last game.
Well, again, it's a lopsided matchup. You're not supposed to win this. Even in a circumstance where it's just a straight-up 1v1, Bloodseeker would probably win like 9 out of 10 times. Given equal player skill or whatever, right? So the fact that he's not died is actually kind of surprising. Normally, a puck will just get chased down behind the tower. Thankfully for Dendi, though, he's got boots already. He's got his 17 charge wand, and he will be a-okay, at least for the time being. But top lane, Johnny, he does not want to give up, man. He just wants to try to go for kills.
Kess is coming in as well. He's going to have to back up, yeah, Johnny, to remove that static link. Mid lane, Suneko
This is a
coming with the
four-man
wraparound
game.
here, and Dreamcoat jogs as well. Mushi in a lot of trouble. Has got the blood right out, though. Doesn't matter, though. They'll lose the Bloodseeker. Maybe they can find something off the back of it. Looking for Artstar, but Artstar will get the Shallow Grave off. Ohio's turned up here, trying to fight through this. Has dropped down the Tombstone. Artstar sticking around, trying to get rid of the zombies down the Tombstone. Not going to happen. Artstar to fall. Funnick trying to get rid of the Tombstone. He will. Funnick just able to get himself out. No! Again, CM with these right clicks. Kess and Kimber. It's just too much for Na'Vi.
Very
Second kill there for the side, and oh, they're going to look for more. Ohio moving forward. Suneko, he's coming a little bit too far. That's a double kill for Ohio. Ohio's just destroying them. Look at the decay stack. He's got
1,300 health in 7 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
This man's a beast. 7 for 4. The Undying doing so much in these fights. 3 kills and 3 assists on your Ohio Undying. 6 of the 7 kills he's been involved in.
He had so many decay stacks that actually like didn't show them all at the very end. Like they wore off now, so he'll be getting back to his normal amount of HP, I guess you could say. But he's got arcanes and almost an entire mech at 7 minutes. He's second highest in terms of last hits right now. His net worth is reflected as being the highest by 500, even higher than Mushi.
Now Na'Vi looking for more, looking for the Crystal Main. They'll find Kessick as well here. Funnick, he's got himself this haste rune, looking to chase down more here potentially, but Johnny, he is up with the invis. There's no... the sentry, so Johnny's going to be able to get himself out. But 2 kills there for Na'Vi. They do lose the tower, but they are able to get the deny.
Yeah, the deny is big. You want to keep the Undying away from his mech as long as you can. If Ohio finishes up that mech, and then they just start doing like 5-man if they want, or even getting shut down maybe even harder than Dendi was. But now, since Fnatic have started to rotate around the map, force Na'Vi to react to them, he's managed to recover his farm quite a bit. So he goes from dying in lane once. He did get a return kill the first time, or just straight up a kill without dying. That was nice, but other than that, he was struggling. So any recovery time they can give him to this point, there aren't really a lot of disables on Na'Vi for him. It's really just the puck.
No, mid lane, Funny's TP'd in, he's going to get ruptured up. Fnatic are ready and waiting to start this fight. Going on to Funny, he's a little bit tanky here on the tusk, but under the Tombstone, he's going to have the snowball that will give him some time But I don't know if there's any saving Tusk here. Comes in, looks for the punch and Kessick, bringing him low. Won't be able to find the kill and does lose his life here, Funny. Vorst thinking about going in, but the tombstone's still there and he has not got any mana.
He is a beast.
Dandy was looking for the courier. And
Oh, it's a bait.
bit of a courier bait. Indeed, Ohio's come in here with Johnny, but Dendy with the blink, with the orb, should be able to get himself out to safety.
Okay.
He's fine. Things come out here. They realize he's in there. But
Johnny had Shuriken though. I think if he had just walked up and continued to chase, they probably would have been able to kill him.
I guess, well, the Naga was around. Seneca was there with the song. It was
Yeah, it's
available if they felt it was necessary. But of course, it's always very nice at this point of the game to force out the song because of the long cooldown.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes at level 1. It's pretty insane. So, more pressure being applied here by Fnatic. They realize that this is their big power spike moment. They got that Undying with the mech available. They got track now too on Johnny, which is going to be great. We just saw it showcase there on Dendy a little while ago. And they can see pretty much everything that's going on. In a 5 versus 5, I have a hard time thinking that Fnatic would lose. Like, they have Blood Right, which is great for control. They got Rupture. They got Mech Undying. I think that taking 5-man or even just like pressuring towers is very easy for them. But again, unlike the game number 1, they don't have to play in one specific way. Because they have Storm and the Bounty Hunter, they can just kind of create space by playing off-map. Like Johnny just walking around and tracking people with KOXY not being visible. Na'Vi are always going to feel that pressure because as it stands right now, their warding isn't, like, it's kind of aggressive, but it doesn't really see into Fnatic's jungle. So they have very limited information as to what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Na'Vi do in response to what Fnatic have brought to the game so far. I think, yeah, as you said, the fact that Ohio, second on the net worth, that's, yeah, the team fight. Not going to be nice. Not going to be nice if Na'Vi want to try and fight in full head-on. KOXY still trying to look to catch up his farm. It's third on the board
I think
now.
they saw that smoke. They should have definitely seen that. Yeah, the ward scouted it out, so they're going to ping it.
Come on, let's go.
we haven't really seen this. I don't think we've seen the song at all yet so far. Still not finding the perfect chance to get it off or higher. Coming up to the top lane, Vorst, how's his farm doing? Well, he is working towards what looks like to be the mech here for Vorst himself. He's going to be picking it up for the team.
Yeah. The funny part is he's actually going to have it slower than the Undying, so that's always a little bit funny to see when you have a game like that, because Razor's known to dominate his lane, right? Like, that's what the hero is picked for majority of the time. But his mech's going to be a little bit delayed. I don't think it'll hurt Na'Vi too much in the long run. It's just Fnatic, they have a slight lead at the moment. And you were talking about Seneko not being able to use a song, and I think that's mainly because using it to initiate is super dangerous against Fnatic, because they will chase you forever. So if you go and you song to initiate and then you make a mistake in that fight, Fnatic could very easily... Getting Bloodstone is going to be great because the puck doesn't really deal a lot of damage. That's kind of Navi's biggest issue right now, is their lack of DPS. So in the previous match, they had a lot of burst damage with the Queen of Pain. They had the ability to just kill a hero and get out, because they also had things like Tusk at their disposal. I'm sure they have it this game too, but Puck is not known for being as bursty of a hero as Queen. So they're going to have a hard time killing KYXY if he gets that Bloodstone going. He's going to have so much effective HP. You can see here, like, even after being punched and whatever, KYXY, he kind of has no fear. And he knows that Dendy's not there, so he can just play as aggressive as he wants.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you said, Dendy's really the only one that he needs to be worried about in terms of getting caught out. So, having a grand old time. Johnny as well, level 7. Heading into the jungle, looking to get some intel. There is a hell of a lot of sentries around the map for Na'Vi. They are already waiting Johnny. He knows he's safe under this bit of the map with the sentry already placed, but he is going to get scouted out potentially if he comes around here towards Vorst. Now he's going to go to the north. The pings did come out nonetheless, and Funny will... Oh no, the dust doesn't quite latch onto Johnny. Every time, just on the tip. Johnny not being caught out by these dusts.
Now he has.
There we go. The dust from Artstar. This time it does get him. Okay, Johnny's in trouble now.
Johnny's
and he'll
dead.
get taken down. Does take him a couple of dusts, but Na'Vi, they catch out the
Na'Vi.
That's 3 heroes, though. Oh, Dendy, bottom lane. Mushi and KYXY looking for the rupture.
Oh.
Good blink.
Dendy, yeah, blinks out. He's all out as well. He's fine. A-okay. And Dendy again, another game so far. He hasn't died at all in this one. Dendy proving to be as elusive as you'd expect on the puck. But it's just going to be a question of how much he can do for the team. Blink Dagger has now been completed by Funnick, though, on this task. So 18 minutes in, regarding on how the game's gone so far, not too bad of a timing here for him.
Maybe they can start to make something happen with that Blink Dagger. That's going to be kind of I think a go-to item for Na'Vi, because before, when it's just the puck that has the Blink Dagger, it still takes some time for people to actually follow up your initiation, whereas now, because of the fact that they do have that Blink available on Funnick, they can just go in and try to burst the hero down really quickly. It's going to be tough though, man. There's Glimmer Cape, Mech Arcanes on Ohio.
Oh man.
Like, good God, he is farmed. How do you actually... Okay, so the only burst damage that Na'Vi have is Magical Burst, right? And if they get Glimmer Cape on the hero who's being initiated on, like if they put it on KYXY in the middle of a fight, he's going to take almost no damage. I'm a little bit concerned that Na'Vi... The Puck is a hero who falls off, right? Like Razor, he's very good, but you need heroes to stand still. I think he's going to have a hard time finding a static.
They're going to go for this. Mid lane, Funnick's come out. Johnny scouts
out. Nice.
Straight in. We'll have the snowball here to buy him sometime. He will
Blink
have
nice.
the ability to blink himself. He's going to zip forward for more, though. The tracks there revealing no kill.
Nicely
he's not going to
played.
find a kill. Artstar there in time with the shot. Funnick to live. Bottom lane indeed going in, going hard onto Dendy. Dendy should be able to just make it out.
Dendy.
The zombies. He's able to TP. The soul rip from Ohio. Mega kill streak for the man. The rich just got richer as Ohio picks up that kill onto Dendy.
There is a very, very stressful point in the game right now for Na'Vi, and it's going to be the next, like, anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes where they don't have enough item progression on their heroes to really feel confident in taking these fights. I think that their lineup is so based around not necessarily a wombo combo, but the fact that they have to
The
be
Glimmer Cape initiation straight onto Havorst. Is he going to get caught in the blood right? Yes, he is. They're going to chase this one down. Freezing field there from Kessick for a little bit to scare off any TP reaction, but it's still going to come in. Funny.
Nice.
Looking for Johnny. They'll be able to turn this one around. They found the Bounty Hunter. That is going to be it for the time being, but Funny moving forward. Thinking about a higher, but it's a little bit too tricky of a target to tackle without the rest of his team, as Dendy is still back in base at the moment. But they do get the Johnny Bounty Hunter, and they don't lose anything, and they don't lose the tier 2.
So I figured out Navi's game plan in the last 20 seconds.
What do you reckon?
Aggressive.
That's a very nice dream call as well. Mushi and Kessigimba. Kessigimba to fall. Mushi's still alive, buying himself some time. Ahaya has turned up. And now the song here. They're looking to take down the Tombstone. And this is Na'Vi now working perfectly as a team. Can they get the kills on the back of this? Mushi is going to get blown up straight away. The Hill Bomb. Ahaya, he's getting low on mana. He hasn't got a mech. He's already used it. Deadly catching him out in with the snowball as well from Funny. Ahaya to fall as well. KOX off in the sideline. Can he do anything in response? I don't think he can. He needs to get himself out. Will zip himself back towards his base with the amount of mana that he's got. 3 heroes to fall on Fnatic. Off the back of that, Seneko, 3.4k gold. They get this tower as well. He's pretty much got his goddamn relic.
If he gets the last hit, okay, never mind. He lets somebody else get it, which is fine. But like you mentioned, he's gonna get a Radiance in like 25 minutes as support Naga Siren.
This, I mean, it didn't look, you know, across the map, things weren't looking great for Na'Vi, the farm. For Fnatic, it was kind of a question of how are they going to be able to keep on top of this? And Seneko turns up and says,
And Seneko we
welcome
trust.
to the Seneko Naga. In the games where we kind of force a voice back, we say, mate, you're buying the mech,
Yeah.
I'm carrying this one.
Well, that's why I thought it was so funny at the start of the game. I asked the question, is he actually going to farm? Because he had Stout Shield, which is pretty uncommon for a starting build for that hero, at least in the support capacity. But now, it's like, yeah, I'm farming. I'm only like, what, 1,200 gold away from finishing up that Radiance, and once he does,
It's insane.
Fnatic, they have pretty good pick potential, but their deep push is kind of mediocre. They kind of have Storm and I guess CM Nuke, and that's about it. Oh, Johnny.
Oh, Johnny's
Again
there.
for Funny, catching out the Bounty Hunter, straight in we go. Seneko as well being able to pick up that kill. Closing in on that recipe for the Radiance, and I've got to be
That was
honest.
fucking play from Na'Vi there.
You look at a kind of a game in which the Naga's going to get that Radiance to start pushing the lanes out and get 6 slotted eventually over time, and you ask yourself, what do Fnatic's lineup do against a stacked Naga?
That is the question, right? Is can they actually do anything to stop a Naga with Radiance? Like, sure, the Storm, you might be able to go for picks with Bounty Hunter and Storm and maybe even the Bloodseeker, but KOXY is going straight for Bloodstone, and he has it at 23 minutes, which isn't really the fastest timing. So now he needs to get to Orchid before he's going to be able to really do anything to Seneko, and I think the timing might just be a little bit too late. This is actually very interesting because most teams who run Naga Siren support, like you think EG is probably the front runner, right? They run it quite a bit. They never do this.
I think,
It's
I
always
think there's
just
a couple of times that he might have gone, but the majority of the time,
Yeah,
it just doesn't.
most of the time it's like Solar Crest, Guardian Greaves, like stuff like that. I think Aoi even makes like 4
It is
staff,
rare
but
on the support.
maybe they just realized that.
I mean, do you think this was the plan going into this game, or this is them adapting to how the game's going and saying, right, we need you to get Radiance?
Come on.
It's an adaptation for
Farmer.
sure. They
Get
look
Radiance
at it
on
and they
fucking
say,
board.
there's no way a support Naga is going to win us the game. We actually need to transition to carry Naga because Razor just doesn't do anything versus the cores of Fnatic. Like, Bloodseeker can run away. With track speed, you can run away.
Bottom lane, Dandy straight in. Can they burst him down before he can get out? Ah, yes, they can. Hi, they're coming in to help out with the Soul Rip. They will bring down Dendy. Fnatic able to keep themselves fine. I mean, you know, they are going to have this Naga with the... Right, there we go. Radiance now complete. 24-minute Radiance on your support Naga. Seneko picking that one up. And I think Fnatic, you know, they realize they've got to up the pressure, up the ante. You know,
They're
5
gonna
heroes down here, they need to go for it.
They're going to see this and be like, oh god, this is actually really bad. It's a really nice adaptation though coming in from Na'Vi. It's very common to look at that pick and just say like, okay, well it's going to be standard support. And you know, maybe he gets a couple of decent support items, but he'll never really transition into that core role. And now Fnatic, after having seen that Radiance, they're going to go, oh, we actually need to win the game now. Like, we can't let this go on for like another 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it takes for Seneko to get to his core items, because it's going to start to become a huge issue for them.
I mean, already, you just look at the net worth, and it is Seneko at the top of that net worth for the side of Na'Vi. The highest farmer at the moment. Just behind him is
Havos was giving him creeps in the jungle. He was actually hitting them low so Seneko could get to that radiance. They realize how important it is for them to be able to get that split push going.
Well, this is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see what Fnatic do in response. We saw them trying to look for something on this bottom lane, but they kind of got spooked out. Now they're going to go back in potentially with this smoke. Where's the plan? Maybe heading towards the jungle. They know that Seneco's going to potentially look towards that, of course, with the Radiance to farm. And at the moment, it's just Mushi up here as well, scouting out. What's he got coming out in the curry? Is that the BKB? Okay, no, he's the workings of one. He's got the Ogre Club on its way. Okay, here we go. Zipping onto Artstyle. They want a quick and easy pick off, and then Artstyle will find it. Dendy's down now with the Dream Coil onto two. There's going to be TPs coming out as well, and there's Funny. Straight away with the Wolves punch. They're looking to try and bring down, but here we go with the Glimmer Cape. He's going to be okay. The song's coming out now from Seneko. Is this a disengaged song? It certainly looks like it. They want to get out of it. Dandy just clearing off these zombies. Okay, Rupture onto Havos and zipping forward. They want to try and find him. He will be able to use the last of his mana here to get off the mech. It's not going to save them though. The Razor will go down. And Fnatic proving that still with the aggression and the team fight that they've got, they can very easily take one against Na'Vi.
Yeah, their fighting was never really in question though. It was a matter of, are you going to find the fights with Naga Siren having that Radiance? Like, the way that Na'Vi can play this, they can just turtle with, what, 3 other heroes, like Puck and the Naga Siren can split push the entire time. It's still very difficult for them to lock down Dendi until that Orchid is actually online. And I'm pretty sure, okay, Dendi's going straight Hex, never mind. He's not making Yules. So in a lot of these games, when you're playing against like Bloodseeker and Storm, you kind of go Yules just to prevent the Orchid from just straight up being a death sentence to you. And I think based around how Na'Vi have to play this, maybe Yules would have been a slightly better choice just to make sure that you're not like a solo target. Because if Naga is the only person showing on the map, it becomes a lot harder to really play the Naga game. Because if you're the only person showing, then obviously Fnatic are going to prioritize you, because they don't have any other targets. But if Dendi can show as well, then it's like 2 people that they think about trying to kill. And the more they focus Dendi, the easier it will be for Seneko to continue to get his farm. So right now, Na'Vi, the fallback plan is Naga Siren, please, just help us. And they give him a gem too.
And well, yeah, ensuring that Johnny's not going to be able to catch him out as well.
Good on Poker Farm has meals.
Smart play here from Na'Vi. Boots of travel now completed by
I've been there for
Seneko.
ages. Last time I went there was me and Ricky.
Well, this time, so 27.5 minutes in, so he's now going to be able to get himself around the map. And now, with the energy booster still in tow, just disassembling his arms for that one. Now the push coming in from the bottom lane here. Fnatic. We've seen them try before to fight in this position.
If I'm working, no.
Every time Na'Vi have been there with the defense. And we'll see if Fnatic are able to come.
Got better 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
He's still just a little bit short of his. Okay, he's got 1 Oblivion Staff. He's got
he's got it.
He's fine towards it.
He has
He settled down.
Yes, it's just coming back to him on the courier.
I think he knew the routine now.
It's still sitting on the floor, in fact. There we go.
Right, he's off Russell.
There we go. So that's your Orchid done on KYXY as well. He's got 11 Bloodstone charges. So we'll see what the Storm is able to achieve against Na'Vi.
This is a good timing. The first gank that he gets is pretty much free, because Na'Vi will likely not see the Orchid finish until KYXY goes for a kill. Their warding, it's not super aggressive right now. They have 1 ward on their high ground in the jungle, but that's about it. So KYXY should have a pretty easy time finding a couple of pickoffs. The one concern though is
winning by 1 kill.
He's going to be going for that Manta style most likely, or at the very least he'll get a Yasha. Then he might go Octarine first since he already made Arcanes. Like, he disassembled, makes spots, keeps the energy booster. If he goes Manta before Fnatic actually are able to really pressure the map,
yeah, I'd melt it.
They're going to have some big issues.
Melted.
Like, Naga Siren is no joke when you start getting to like the 40-45 minute mark and being able to kill those illusions as they continually get more and more tanky. And also consider the fact that heroes like Undine is still like 4th.
Moving forward here, they've found Funnick here. This could be a nice and quick pick off, but it's certainly going to be nothing less than that. Funnick, not a hope of the world there. KYXY revealing the Orchid and bringing down the Tusk. And KOXY, he's certainly going to be a very, very scary force as the game goes on. And
So as more
also a
crosses
force
on
that will be able
Sunny.
to take down Snako if he's caught out of position, at least until he's able to get
Jason is
at least another item on board of this.
Yeah, I'm up for more cross.
I'm wondering if he's going to go for Soul Booster or if he's going to go back for the Yasha. It's hard to say. I think having Yasha has its merits. Like, the illusions running faster means that you can actually push the lanes in deeper. Like, a lot of Naga Siren players will just run the illusion past the creep wave and pull it out. But Ohio, Glimmer caping in here. They will be able to secure the tier 2 mid, no contention coming out from Navi. I think that's actually the smart play. Because if for whatever reason your Naga Siren gets picked off and has to buy back, it's very painful. Because he doesn't have any health
Like I
items
pay
yet,
for
right? He's still very
Jimmy's
squishy. He's only got
leads
1200
because they
HP.
got the money anyway on them.
Oh, they
They
spotted
pin
up
melody.
KOXY.
Yeah, they want to find this kill. This is going to be a very tasty kill to find indeed. 12 Bloodstone charges at the moment. KOXY's been having quite a game so
Hey.
far. You're in trouble. Right the end snare will go down. Saneko getting that kill as well. So this, I mean, this is big for the old Naga.
They got
Getting
really
the kills
boozy,
on this map.
boozy,
And 2.6k gold now sitting on him.
Couple of
so
weeks.
We will hopefully see what he does decide
Like,
to opt for as his next move.
wedding now on the weekend.
I
They
think he's
got
going Soul
Okay,
Booster.
Soul
Yeah,
Booster.
okay.
Okay.
Carve City
Yeah,
now
it's
next
still
week.
really good. It makes it so if the storm
And
jumps
I
you,
got a house
there's
party
still a
as
good
well,
chance you
crazy
can
house
live,
party
even
with,
without the use of the
someone
Manta.
else.
And having the Octarine, I personally feel like that is
Oh,
the
you know
go-to
me,
item
I
for
can't
Naga
just
Siren.
get
Like, the cooldown
a few
reduction is
cans,
amazing.
gotta drink
You get
more,
the
huh?
extra tankiness out of it as well. It's just so good. I don't really think you can pass it up in most cases. And the thing is, it's still only 31 minutes in.
Yeah, this is
Like, this is comparable to a normal position
a
1
core,
Naga farm.
A core Naga would have been happy with this. Yeah.
Naga.
I think Navi, they're feeling actually pretty confident about this game. Fnatic though, they're not going to
Yeah.
on the chin. They are going to try to sneak.
I gotta.
Sages. KOXY going to be able to grab it.
It's not changing.
And
Why is this not
just this
changing?
last.
Yeah. It's not working. Work. Come on, my signs are working.
The Tusk also having it. Is Saneko's back there to kind of stop the team fight if things are going bad? Just be like, oh yeah, I'll pop song. Everyone else can just retreat if we have a bad engagement. Even with the use of the Aegis, I'm kind of hesitant to say that Fnatic
Now
can
he
actually
does win
break
this.
base. Like they'll probably get the tier 2 bottom. But outside of that, they haven't really been in it.
Fingers
It's
crossed
not
on
about how
Navi.
fast you can farm, it's what can you do to deal with this late game Naga Siren on Navi.
That really is the question. And when he's just under about
Very
600 gold
tanky.
away from completing the Octarine, I don't know, man. It's certainly starting to look a little bit
getting
rockier
really,
for
really
Fnatic. It's
tanky.
been up and down in terms of difference. It's only about 2.5k favouring the side of Fnatic, which 33 minutes in really is nothing. XP a little bit more so in the favour of Fnatic, but still Na'Vi, as you said, I'm sure they're going to feel very comfortable with the progression that Saneko's been able to find.
He'll have his Octarine very soon. He's only like 2,400 away, I think. No, he has 2,400 gold, excuse me.
Yeah, so he just got
he's like 300 away.
It's Frindred.
Very close to the
Radiance.
And with that, it is going to be absolute nightmare for Fnatic
Ooh,
to try to
safe
finish out
advice.
this game. And like you mentioned too a little bit
Cheap
earlier,
stick.
Denny now with a full Hex. During these team fights, Fnatic need to make these next like 5-10 minutes count. Like,
Yeah,
This
they
is
need to
gonna
go
be
for it.
an
They
awesome
really
game.
need to go for it. Otherwise, it's just going to get harder and harder. It is one of those games against the Naga where it's just becoming a ticking time bomb. And to that point where it's just going to be almost impossible
Hey, in
to
10
push the
more.
base against unless you
in
catch
10 more bit.
Saneko out of
Welcome
place
to the team,
and
bud.
get him off the map for a good minute.
well, the one nice thing that Fnatic have for now is that Saneko is confined to his base. He hasn't bought Octarine because he knows he needs buyback. So if they can take a fight with Naga being in base, that is ideal. Because if you know she's there, that means she can't be riding lanes. She can't be pushing them out. 2 of the 3 lanes right now are actually pushed in favor of Fnatic. This is one of the best situations you can hope for if you're playing up against Naga.
See, if I was Naga, I'll
Vor's
split
houses
push
farm,
on.
if you've got the BKB on top of that,
Teleport
still
them
not
to the left.
anything too special
Take out our
on
tower,
the
kick
Razor.
into
It
the
is the
base.
Storm
Fuck them up.
and the
Teleport back.
Bloodseeker at the top of the moment. Bloodseeker, Mr. Mushi, closing in on his MKB now, just about.
Use his travel. Use his travel boots on the left.
Funnick's still looking pretty scary with the Desolator and the Medallion. You know, if he locks down onto someone on the side of Fnatic, they will be able to kill them pretty darn quickly. So just a bit of a standoff here between the two sides as Fnatic hanging around looking for any kind of opening, any kind of overextension from Na'Vi, but Na'Vi sticking very close, very safe to their base. Seneko is actually going to come out a little bit here.
Well, yeah, he just scouted.
See where he decides to end up. There's quite a long way to go all the way around to this, but maybe he realizes that because Fnatic are here, he is safe to do this, as he is going to make a long trek, leaving the base here. Fnatic, they're going to continue to stay here and look to push. Now, here we go. Zipping in, KYXY getting caught out here by the punch now side from Denny.
Oh, nice.
The Storm's got the Aegis. He's going to be back here for round 2. Seneco's TP
Can
back
they silence
as well.
him?
Can they kill him? He's got the
Oh, they
silence.
got him.
Oh,
Oh.
they toggle the silence.
What
No matter
the-
any way if they can kill him. And oh no,
They got out of there.
KYXY gets out. This is a disaster for
What
the side of Na'Vi as
the-
they're unable to find the kill.
Navi.
They did get the Aegis and they do defend the base, but
Idiot.
unfortunately for Na'Vi,
Why do you use the song
very
for?
close to killing the Storm, which would have been massive for them. But just a little bit of a miscommunication there between the skills.
Yeah, Seneko kind of biffed that one. Okay, so they did that combo earlier, right? They silenced after the song ended, and they killed KYXY when he was high ground, which showed that
Very bad.
maybe Seneko just thought that that's how they should always do it, because it's almost a guarantee, but then he just immediately silences him. The song comes out, gives him about a second and a half of invulnerability, ends up saving his life. So
Look where he's
a
gone
little bit
now.
unfortunate that they're not able to get the Storm off the map, but in that time, Seneko, he manages to secure his Octarine. He's also got almost enough money for buyback. Shouldn't be too much longer. And at the end of the day, they still get the Aegis. So it's not like they're still going to be okay with it. Obviously, would have been better if they killed the Storm. But still, now Fnatic, they're probably sitting there going, man, that was supposed to be our time. They even knew that Seneko wasn't there right away. So they jump in straight away, try to go for an engagement, force it really hard because, hey, the Naga's not here. And they still aren't able to make anything really big happen.
Vorst, he's found Johnny, and Johnny's found Vorst. Things coming out, but Vorst going in. Chasing this one down, walking the dog, and it is
Done it, is it?
coming in, stir this one around. Vorst on the BKB, trying to continue to fight, but now just going to simply look for the TP out. Doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to be a part of this, and will get himself back to base.
Well, the Naga begins. All he needs to do now, I think, is he gets Yasha, maybe goes to Manta style and the butterfly or something like that,
Back now.
and he will be pretty much the split.
And overall, they're doing fairly well here. They keep focusing on this bottom lane. This is where they want to try and break the base first by the looks of it. The 5-man yet here all again. Vorsten Artstyle just left defending here. The illusions, though, from Seneko. I mean, this creep wave is going to bring this tier 2 down very low. Yeah, TP's coming out. They're going to need to do something to stop this one because this tower very close to dropping.
This is a bad sign. When a team has to TP back to address Naga, that's how you know the team with a Naga is winning, right? Because every single time Fnatic have to get off of Navi's side of the map, that's less pressure. A hero TP's away, especially a hero like Storm, who is one of the better initiators on their team. It just gives you so much breathing room because now you can see Na'Vi, they're moving outside of their base, they're starting to get some farm on other lanes. Fnatic are just in the situation where if the Naga Siren is pressuring towers too hard and no one is there, because you obviously want 5 people to push, right? If you're trying to break high ground, you need everyone. So whenever Seneko is getting those lanes pushed in, suddenly it becomes just like the first person that TP's back, instantly Na'Vi are going to be like, okay, we can either go for a kill ourselves or we just go back to farming.
Top lane, talking about farming, KYXY is looking for some. Needs to be careful though, because Dendi is
Dendi has
around with the
Hex.
Hex, yeah. Actually going to look the wrong way here. Now he's to reveal himself. Actually trying to go in on Seneko, but there's the backup. Funny coming in first. KYXY gets the BKB out before the Hex goes down, and now he really wants to get this target. He might just find it. He does. Brings down Seneko. Now he's going to look to get himself out. He's out of mana though. But the backup's here. Fnatic's turned up. This is the kind of fight that they want to look for. Dendi's blinked himself away from this. And there will be a blink out from Funnick as well, but they're going to chase it down here. Funnick, frostbitten up, they'll take him down as well, and Fnatic finding Na'Vi out of place very nicely. And these are the kind of pickoffs and fights that Fnatic have been looking for pretty much the last 20 minutes of the game.
It was so close to Dendi getting that Hex off. If he got the Hex on KYXY before the BKB, I think they probably would have just killed the Storm, and that team fight would have went horrendously for Fnatic. But unfortunately, Dendi wasn't quite able to get in range fast enough. I think they recovered the gem. Yeah, Dendi picked it up. So they didn't end up giving away the gem to Fnatic, which is definitely a good thing. They're going to try to force the Naga Siren to buy back, but I'm not sure if he has to. Even getting like racks here, I think it's not worth buying back on the Naga. You want that hero to be alive twice, because if you buy back now, and then you they back up or whatever, it just means that if you die one more time, you just lose the game. So obviously having that safety of a buyback is always going to be much nicer, even if you end up giving away a tier 3 for it. So Na'Vi made the right call in that situation. The rest of Fnatic are going to be content with their pick and just back off.
16s and 15 the graph, still showing of course this lead for Fnatic, and even more so there after that fight. So Seneko, still got a fair bit of work to do to keep hold of this game here for the team. 1600 gold now on top of that Yasha. Avost on top of the BKB now, has managed to pick himself up that plate mail. He has got 3,900 in the bank as well, so well on his way to picking up his next item. Phoenix got 2k in gold and Artstyle. He's picked up the Ghost Scepter. Other than that, a little bit of a poor game here for Artstyle. Lowest on the net worth, but understandably so. It's been a tough one. On to the Bloodseeker here. Mushi getting caught around the mid lane and they'll be able to bring him down. KYXY coming in, trying to turn this one around. Doing a lot of damage. He's a little bit low on mana. Dendi kept alive here with the Shallow Grave, and now there's your song. BKB is going to wear out. Can Na'Vi find something off the back of this here? They have got Mushi to worry about on the sidelines, but they've already taken down Johnny here on the Bounty Hunter. But no, Na'Vi, they're just all dying. The damage from Keswick's freezing field too much. And the fact you've got Mushi just running around at the speed of light. Artstyle drops as well. And Nav, that was not the Song of the Siren setup that they needed. And 4 of them dead. What a disastrous fight for them against Fnatic, who played that absolutely impeccably. And off the back of that, should be able to force out a fair few buybacks from Na'Vi.
That CML absolutely decimated them. Keswick, definitely shout out to him for that. Double buyback from Na'Vi. You said it yourself that they were going to have to probably buy back for that. But the thing is, now they're using buybacks and Roshan's up. So before that fight even happened, I think Na'Vi wanted to try to pressure to try to have this situation happen, but for them, obviously. Like Fnatic winning that fight means they get to go into Roshan for free. And now it's like, this game is completely in Fnatic's favor once again. Because of the fact that Naga bought back. We talked about when they were pushing top how bad it is to have to buy back in that situation, because it means one more death could just end the game. And Seneko still doesn't have anything close to finishing his Manta style. If he has Manta, he can live through the Storm initiation, but without it, he's relying on the rest of his team to try to help him out.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible fight there for Fnatic, and Na'Vi at this point, they do need to be careful. Seneko's got to be very careful. He really is protect Seneko at this point. He's got to be up, because when he's down, the lanes suddenly get all pushed in. Fnatic get the momentum again going, and it gets a lot harder for them to do anything. Ohio now sitting on 3.1. Crystal Maiden. He's looking very darn healthy indeed. KYXY, 13 Bloodstone charges, 2.9k gold as well for him. Now, what does the Storm go as his next item? Does he himself look for something like the Scythe?
Yeah, I think Hex is probably the best choice. If you assume that Seneko is eventually going to get to that Manta style, maybe even before you get a chance to fight again, having a Hex just means that you have that guaranteed initiation and just saying, all right, well, we can jump him for sure. We have Rupture at our disposal as well. At the very least, we can force them, force Na'Vi into pretty much retreating. But for now, you can tell the contrast and the control that Fnatic have over this game in the last course of like 5-10 minutes. Is Na'Vi losing that fight, Seneko being forced to buy out, losing Roche. It seemed like the game, they had a very good stranglehold on it with that Naga, and just off the back of 1 or 2 good engagements, Fnatic takes Polar right back.
I mean, look at it. Like, it's just rocketed up about 10k, and Fnatic, they're ready to go. They're smoked up, looking towards the top lane. Dendi, get yourself back. Fnatic, they're going to look to jump. They certainly are still hiding here. Herborst, is he going to be the one to tank this? Moving forward, still not close enough for Fnatic to want to jump in. But at this point, what do Na'Vi do to stop this? They've got the Song, but they haven't really got a huge amount of wombo combo. Yes, they've got the Weave, they've got the Dream Coil, but other than that, it's just a lot of kind of single target. We're going to have to see what they can do. They have found KYXY. KYXY just able to zip himself back out, and this Storm is pretty darn hard to bring down at this point of the game. And
He's
tower.
insanely tanky, for
Bottom
sure.
tower does go down there, though. So again, these creep waves being pushed out. The momentum's certainly there for Na'Vi, but at this point, pressured into their own base.
I think Fnatic are perfectly fine just sitting here.
Yeah.
Because again, the Naga Siren's going to be sending illusions to other lanes, sure. It happens, you know. That's just how the hero actually functions. But by the way, welcome in to everyone tuning in. We're now on the mainstream here. I guess we must be the last game running, right? At
It
least
must
in the
be.
first series.
And this game could be running for quite a bit more if Na'Vi are able to get it their way. If you're just joining, this is a game in which Seneko is on his Naga and has managed to find a hell of a lot of farm. He said, Havorst, I'm going to carry today. He's got a Radiance Manta style complete now as well on top of the Octarine 45 minutes in. We've seen Fnatic have a couple of really nice team fights in which they've been able to get themselves into the base now, but KYXY
the
getting
glimmer.
X'd up, and the glimmer indeed from Fnatic, able to get himself back out. So they're slowly chipping away at the base. It's just the ranged racks, but still, look at the other lanes. I mean, they're going to have to send someone down to deal with this creep wave here. And Seneko on the back of this, he's really holding Na'Vi in on this game with the amount of pressure he's applying to the lanes.
Closer to the earth.
They hold the storm in place. They can't deal with Mushi. So when you take that 5 versus 5 and you song aggressively, you leave yourself no retreat option. And then Fnatic just run them over. So I think that decision in of itself has kind of put them into this spot right now where Seneko is just being completely relied on to keep them in the game.
I mean, if you do look at the lockdown that Na'Vi have, essentially they've got the 3 seconds at the Waning Rift, the 3.5 seconds at the Hex, and then it is down pretty much to the Snowball Stun as well. But even in those, kind of 6-7 seconds, if you perfectly kind of stagger them, stagger the lockdown, I don't know if they're killing this Storm because he's pretty darn fat. You know, 2,000
You also have to...
And there's a freaking goddamn Undying keeping him alive with everything that he's got in his items.
There's a ton of heals, there's Glimmer Capes, there's Solar Crest, Force Staffs. 7 seconds sounds like a really long time, but in reality, trying to line those things up together without the enemy team doing anything to stop you is very unlikely. So in the grand scheme of things, they don't really have a lot to deal with KYXY at this point, and he is sitting on top of 5,600 gold, likely going to be seeing him pick up that Hex. He might even buy it and just say, screw having buyback, because right now, Fnatic are still spawning relatively quick.
Man, with 13, it's going to be somewhere around, what, 22nd, 20-30 maximum respawn. It's not going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. But I mean, as well in these fights, we've been seeing the Blood Rage being used on KYXY, so he's doing a hell of a lot of damage zipping around. They're really not scared of him
Zipping around.
dropping because they know that they can keep the Storm alive. Na'Vi here, just ready, and they're waiting for Fnatic. It's very hard for Na'Vi now to leave the base. In fact, I don't think we've seen anyone other than Seneko dare to leave. And same time, Keswick, he's got the BKB now on his Crystal Maiden as well. Level 16 here with a 3rd point at Freezing Field. Na'Vi have got to be so scared of these 5-on-5 engagements.
At least they have a couple of ways of stopping the LTs still. Like when they had that CM ult mid, that was kind of the thing that sealed the deal. Like Keswick standing in the trees, getting that huge freezing field off, killing I think 2 or 3 members of Na'Vi just in terms of sheer damage output. That was a huge play. They can Walrus Punch I think to stop. But they're not going too crazy right now. They're kind of just content to control the map, farm it up. They're going to see that push like all the way to your base. And you can see what he's doing. Like he's actually just running his illusions past creep waves. He's not trying to sit there and tank him out. He's just putting him in front of the tier 2 and like parking it there and just trying to get the lanes out as far as he can.
Naga doing Naga things here on all the lanes. He did pick up the Diffuser Blade as well. It's going to be very nice in the fighting and in the pushing also. Bottom lane going in on to this tier 3 KYXY zipping forward. And Vorst, yeah, just chilling about here. Vorst in terms of farm on top of the AC now. Does have 2,400. But yeah, these illusions, they're sitting there tanking up the tower as well. Why not? That's going to be a creep wave going down the amount of farm that this Naga's got, allowing him to achieve this. And you're going to have to send someone back on the side of Fnatic because you got a couple of siege creeps, so they're going to be knocking on your door. And indeed, KOX there. KOX were there with the TP back. And oh man, this game, we could be in for the long haul, Andy, with this one.
It is possible. I mean, it's 50 minutes. For a Naga Siren game, that is not long by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen like 2-hour games, something like that with Naga Sirens before in the past, but Roshan going to be the next point of contention. Again, forcing KYXY out is the big deal. It means Na'Vi can get themselves going on the map. They know Roshan's going to be up soon. Funix scouts the pit. He sees it. It's not up just yet, but they know. That's why they're going for the smoke play. I really hope they at least save Song to run away this time, because if they didn't learn their lesson from what they did mid before, it could be Fnatic just taking another really strong fight.
Yeah, smokes up at the moment, Na'Vi. Seeing what they can find, and as you said, this would be a lovely time to try and catch out Fnatic, because other than now, Na'Vi haven't really left the base here, so it would really catch Fnatic off guard.
Catch him off guard.
KOX is going to have to get himself the hell out of there, doesn't want to fight it. Actually going to join the rest of the gang, looking for Seneko. Seneko, he's got the TP, will be able to disengage this time with the Song of the Siren.
They're giving away Rosh. Like that TP basically just says, we cannot fight Rosh anymore. I'm really surprised that after getting that CM kill, they didn't just try to go for that. And the funny part about it too was KOXY had Orchid that entire time. He just let Artstyle use Grave. Like he had Orchid off cooldown and just didn't go for the kill. That is a really bizarre kind of exchange, I guess, from both teams. But Seneko teleporting himself top. He's going to just shove the wave in again, trying to prevent the push in mid. And maybe because of the lane equilibrium right now, Na'Vi aren't actually giving away Rosh because now Fnatic have to de-push again. Like they're feeling not as confident, like maybe they don't kill it fast enough and Na'Vi would be able to react in time. So definitely a very stressful situation for both teams. And this is still anyone's game, right? Like if Fnatic win one good team fight or they're able to get Roshan, that might be enough to help them break high ground. I think if Na'Vi somehow manage to get Roshan, Fnatic are going to be in a really, really bad place.
It's getting harder and harder against this Naga Siren. The Courier going out to the secret shop. What's going to be the item of choice here for Seneko? Does he go for the butterfly or the... it's going to be the butterfly straight up purchased as well. So that means there's no buyback available for Seneko here, going all in with the butterfly purchase.
He's really tanky though. So he has 24 armor, evasion, and 2100 health. His illusions are going to be absolute monsters at this point. Even trying to kill those in general, it's going to be tough. Fnatic with the smoke, just trying to scout out the Roshan pit. They see it's up.
Here we go, zip zapping straight in onto Funny Kid with the Hex, but now with the return Hex, they're trying to do it for the low ground. Dendi there controlling KYXY. Artstyle is the one that might be in a lot of trouble there. We go the Orchid this time, but the Song coming out. It's not quick enough to save Artstyle. Artstyle will fall. The rest of Na'Vi getting themselves back up to the high ground. They're going to be alright, 38 seconds until Artstyle returns. It could have gone a lot worse for Na'Vi that one. They do just lose the Dazzle, but the big kind of punishment here for them is the fact that Fnatic are going to be able to take Rosh off the back of it, and there's nothing that Na'Vi can do to fight this. Oh, they've got a Hex now on the Undying as well.
Ohio is just like, he's like, whatever, just casual Undying, 6-1 and 11. At 53 minutes, this is actually an insane amount of items for an Undying to have. And the Hex is so good. Like double Hex, you initiate with a Storm, you Hex, then you get the pull, you can go for the Orchid as well if Manta Style is down on Seneko, and then you can just go into another Hex. They actually have more than enough to be able to deal with this Naga Siren inside a fight. So for now, having the Aegis Fnatic, they want to be aggressive. They want to control. They want to force Seneko to come back to base.
Mushi at the moment in the mid lane on his Bloodseeker. And just look at Mushi as well. He is incredibly stacked. He's got a butterfly, he's got the MKB, he's got everything that he needs. He's also holding the cheese at the moment. So when he does turn up to the fights, he's just going to be something else that Na'Vi are really going to have to worry about. We haven't really seen him in full force in these last couple of engagements. But when he does turn up, the difficulty for Na'Vi is certainly going to be stepped up. Seneko, Indeed, just continuing to pressure this top lane. Hasn't been able to do too much damage to the tier 3, but is going to be able to skip out the creeps in the middle as well. Mushi trying to do what he can really to deal with it. He's kind of been left on his own to defend the base. The rest of Fnatic hanging around here on this bottom lane, which is kind of where we've seen them sitting for around the last 20 minutes. They always come back to this spot. They really want to try and break this area of the map. But each and every time, they're still yet to take down the tier 3. Na'Vi have been pretty strong with the defense.
It's just really hard to fully commit when you're in the situation, right? Because what if Fnatic make a mistake? What if they fail this high ground push with an Aegis? That means that you're going to have to wait minimum for the next Roshan to spawn. And by that point, it might already be too late. You can see Seneko, he still hasn't even felt pressured enough to teleport to base. He's saying, yeah, it's fine. I'll just sit up here, pop my Manta on cooldown, throw some mirror images at the tower. Like, this tier 3 top lane is taking more damage than the bottom tier 3 that Na'Vi are being pushed in by right now. So it's a little bit concerning.
Oh, they're going to go in straight away with the Hex onto Havors. They want to try and find it, but he's going to be fine. They're actually backing up because the Hex now to KOXY will be able to get the BKB out, looking for the kill onto Funny, pulling him, but they are hard. The Snowball there just in time, along with the Shallow Grave, and now it's going to be Fnatic getting themselves the hell out. Snowball chasing down KOXY with the stun catch. No, he's able to just juke it out, but now with the ensnare, Seneco's turned up to the fight here. KOXY will get Glimmer kicked up. He's going to be fine for the time being because Na'Vi backing themselves back up to the base. And KOXY, he's looking for blood. He just goes straight in there. He is not scared at all. He knows that they cannot kill this Storm. There's a freezing field here, because why the hell not? It looks pretty there from Kesekimba. Mushi continues to go, and now KOXY with the Hex onto Dendi. Shiva's guard as well. They reel it with Mushi's damage. Arsenal just in time here with the Shallow Grave. Dendi needs to get himself out. Can't go down. They've already lost Funnick here on the side of Na'Vi. Now with the Hex onto KOXY. Buyback from Funnick here. And now Seneko going in. Can he clean this one? Is he the carry that Na'Vi need at this point in time? Kesek's able to treat himself out. Johnny getting
Oh, I got his heals, man.
Go on.
Hey!
3 heroes down at the moment. They've managed to pop the Aegis here.
Go on, Na'Vi,
Can they
go
kill
on.
him for the second time? That's going to be the real testament to see if they can
Catch
move
him.
and KOXY's out of there. They're going to go for the easier target. Looking for Mushi. Mushi eats the cheese. He's a bit of a fan of the old Gorgon Solo. Trying to continue to fight this blood right's being thrown down. Avors bringing Kesekimba low. Kessing still alive at this moment in time. KOXY just doing too much. Mushi low. Needs the life steal. Is he going to find it? Mushi's going to drop. KOXY getting psyched up. Can they kill the Storm? Yes, they can. It's a team wipe. Fnatic hit the deck and Na'Vi are able for what seems to be the first time in forever take an incredibly convincing fight against
And now this is
Fnatic.
Na'Vi.
What a performance.
They're going to force buybacks here too. Seneko TP's mid straight away, forces Mushi to buy back into the game. The Storm's going to be up in 20. KOXY had a lot of Bloodstone charges for that, but that was cheese. That was Aegis. They forced one buyback? Only one, and that's with Seneko using his song and immediately canceling it, saying to himself, okay, this song wasn't actually ideal. So the fact that Na'Vi, they get that huge weave stack going, they chase out with mass minus armor. This Naga Siren is insanely tanky at this point, has a diffusal blade. She can just upgrade it if she wants by moon shards and pretty much Boots of Travel level 2. I think he actually has enough money for everything if he wants to do that. That fight all kicked off by KOXY going back in, tries to kill Dendi, the Grave saves him, and then Funnick dies, sure, but again, he had buyback, and they commit so hard. They want to end the game because they know that Seneko is not going to allow them to keep those lanes pushed. He's just going to continually pressure, and unfortunately for Fnatic, it wasn't great. Like, that was a 15,000 experience swing of a team fight.
Oh,
I mean, that's gold, but yeah.
damn.
The experience was...
We'll have a look at the XP now, Andy. Oh, there we go. There we go. Starting to swing round indeed. I mean, they've got to be careful. You can't be losing fights like this, as you said, against a lineup with an incredibly stacked Seneko Naga. 36,000 net worth coming up on the board for him. 6k ahead of the KYXY Storm Spirit. And I mean, what does he buy? What's he got coming out for him at the moment? Is it just the upgraded... Okay, it's the upgraded diffusal. Okay, it's going to pop up to the second level of that.
Oh,
With the amount of money he's got enough to, of course, upgrade those bots. And then after that,
Just double
is
damage.
this how you remain 6 slotted? Is there anything you can go for on top of this? Anything
You can get
swap
Refresher.
out?
You can get
But
Refresher,
does he
like...
need I mean, with the Octarine, it's a 45 seconds cooldown.
A lot of it is more about like refreshing Boots of Travel and stuff.
Okay.
Like even with a lower cooldown from Octarine, you can do stuff like bot in, spawn illusions, refresh, bot back to base. Because sometimes in the late game, if a team sees you bot to a wave and you don't have refresher, they will just go for an all-in push, right? That's why Seneko is very conservative with his Boots of Travel use so far. And if he has to leave base, he always walks if he sees Fnatic on his side of the map. If he was to teleport, then Fnatic can just say, oh, we just push. But if you get refresher, you have a lot more opportunity to play around with it and make a little bit more space and deal more damage to the tier 3s by being able to
Being eyed up here by Na'Vi, and here we go straight in onto Mushi.
Oh,
with the
nice.
as well. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can! That's your
no.
Bloodsy get down for 2 minutes. Let's have a look at the buyback, because it doesn't look like it's available. KOXY trying to fight back here, pulling an Artstar here. Artstar getting low, but with the Ghost Scepter going to be okay. And now as Na'Vi continues to fight, KOXY is incredibly low on mana, needs to be careful. There's a freezing field coming out from Getting him, but doing enough for the Roar's punch there from Funnick will cancel it. They lose KOXY as well. He will buy back straight away, but Kessigimba on the sidelines. The Mushi Bounty Hunter, Bloodsy go down as well. They don't have buyback. Seneko there with a clutch song. TP's out. The Na'Vi side will escape. They did lose Funnick and Artstar off the back of that. But the fact that they were able to get Mushi off the map for 90 seconds is huge. And okay, there's your 7th slotted item. It's going to be the Necro 3 picked up by Seneko. He wants to get the push on.
He
and
bought his own courier too.
a Hex picked up by Havorst as well. I mean, this game is going from spectacle to spectacle.
I mean, this is the Midas touch, I guess you could say, right? Like, Seneko right now is the king of money. He's got almost 800 CS, 770 right now, 60 minutes in.
Oh, man.
And this was a guy who didn't start off as a position 1. Like, it came to be as the game kind of progressed. And
Jesus.
like I was saying earlier, man, in Seneko we trust. The guy can play pretty much any kind of role that he needs to.
He
especially-
has more CS now than the entirety of his team put together. The work that this guy's putting in.
Yep. I mean, this is what happens when you play Naga, right? Like, you soak up the entire map.
Yeah, it's expected.
It's very, very common for this kind of-
Especially 61 minutes in.
Yeah. So now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, he's sending his Necro book on the courier out to him in the top lane, or keeping it at least in the area. The other thing too that was super painful for Fnatic, Mushi is still dead. Like, he bought back, and then he died again. He was dead for 2 minutes, and then as well. He's actually mismicroed a bit because, okay, there we go. Now the Necro book is actually attacking. But they know Roshan's going to be up soon. And this time, Fnatic, if they're going to contest, they need to smoke for it.
Now look, they're just dealing with this push from the Naga. You know, where's your Creed wave at now? It's gone. And the Necros, yep, KOXY he's having a bit of a difficulty. And at this point, you know, if you look to the game about 20 minutes ago, it was Na'Vi being pressured into their base. Now, it's pretty much Fnatic being very, very careful about when they leave theirs, because they've been on the receiving end of the aggression that Na'Vi have, and no, they're at a point now where they can quite easily lose a fight against Na'Vi if Na'Vi get the jump. And Na'Vi, they're going to look to use this space to go for Roshan, but Fnatic smoked up. They want to contest this one. This is going to be big. It's a half health for the moment. Kessig leading the way here. In we go straight away with the now with the freezing field. Funnick trying to get the with the work, but he's actually going to opt to use the snowball here. They have lost Artstar here on the Dazzle. But Ball's doing what he can here with the Eye of the Storm. Seneko running around as well, focusing on Mushi. Mushi gets down, and he will be able to bring down her force before Seneko can save him with the Song of the Siren. Seneko will simply TP out. They'll send Dendi back to base as well. And this is going to open it up for Fnatic themselves to Kalen Roche and get the Aegis and the Cheese onto their team. A big win there for Fnatic.
That was such a good timing. Like, Seneko not being there at the start of the fight, Mushi just going in straight away, killing one of the highest net worth heroes. Like, they took out Havost, and as soon as he dies, it's automatically just, they can't fight anymore. Artstyle, I think.
It's really bad. How can I fight that?
The Aegis from Na'Vi.
That was dropped as well. They didn't spot that out. So we'll
It's
see
like-
if the team recovers
How
that.
did not spot
It's
that
still
out,
kind of
Na'Vi,
important to have
man.
Gem, but for now, it's more just about like who wins the next couple of engagements. And Vision right now definitely favoring Fnatic. They've gotten a couple of wards down.
Wards,
And that smoke,
small wards.
you kind of have to anticipate that play from Fnatic, because when you see the lanes pushing in,
Noxui?
and Fnatic's not
Noxui?
showing on the map, it
Like
becomes
Nox-
fairly obvious, okay, well, they're sitting in the base, or they know we're doing Roche. So it felt like Na'Vi maybe weren't fully prepared for that, or at the very least, Seneko wasn't close enough to the pit to really have the impact that he was looking for. By the time he got the song off, it was already a little bit too late. And with the use of that Aegis and Cheese, maybe Fnatic, maybe they get one more shot here.
They're going to go for it this time. Aegis and Cheese. And so, as
They're
you were
gonna
saying,
finish it.
let's see what Na'Vi can do to stop this. They have got
They're
everyone
gonna
up.
finish it.
And they're smoking up as well, looking for maybe to bait a KOXY forward onto a jump. Weave's going to get
They got
thrown down by
buybacks.
Artstar. Lotus Sword popped onto KOXY as well to help him against these Scythe initiations. And And here we go. Okay, Funny in with the wall space. They just have to follow it up now. KOXY is a little piggy push. He's trying to chase it down. Look at the damage he is doing here. Vorso did get the static link off. And now the ensnare holding Mushi back in place. Ohio and KOXY grouped up. Then he has got the green card available. And when Rift comes out with the BKB there straight away. They're trying to get Ketsugemba. Ketsugemba getting low. They will bring down the Crystal Maiden. Snowball coming out just in time here from Funny. Mushi getting, look at the damage Vorso is doing. It's doing too much. Mushi's going to fall. KOXY trying to fight through this one. Tsuneko getting out the mirror's image and now chasing down Mushi. Mushi's fairly speedy. Trying to run himself away. Here we go. Now he's running down the block. Can he kill Mushi?
Go on.
The damage again. Vorso
Go
doing
on.
so much with the
Oh,
NC.
nice.
Mushi can't run himself out of this
Go
one.
on.
Now they look towards
Take him on,
Ohio.
take him on,
Ohio
take him
get
on.
the hex out onto Tsuneko, but KOXY, he's sniped up from Dendi.
Oh,
KOXY,
nice.
Force punched hit by Funnick. Ohio trying to duke it out into the side
Oh,
of the Glimmer Cape. Avoid's incredibly low, but he's got the shallow grave here from Arsenal. Mushi, can he fight it? Can he get the life steal? No, he won't get the life steal. We'll get the kill though. It's getting
Oh,
so into
fuck.
Mushi. He's gonna leave. It's a double kill for Mushi. He'll
Fucking
clear out the
Mushi,
greenways as well. A TP was being attempted by Na'Vi. There's a buyback from Avors.
Wow.
A buyback as well from Tsuneko.
Jesus
But they're
fucking
a side of
Christ.
Fnatic, they back off after that one. And what a fight. So Na'Vi essentially all dying in that one. Only 3 dropping on Fnatic with the buyback from Mushi. But that buyback from Mushi pretty much did secure them that team fight. As he came back in, was able to get a double kill against Na'Vi. And we can see a fairly hefty gold swing, adding up to, well, pretty much over 8,000 difference created between the gold and XP, a little slightly less, but the money certainly favoring the side of Fnatic because of all those buybacks that Na'Vi did have to expend there.
Fnatic, or Mushi made it so worth it. Like, he made his buyback pay for itself in full. Like, there's no way that you have to buy back on anyone on the side of Na'Vi if Mushi is dead after that Aegis and they don't continue pushing it in. So the fact that his buyback paid for itself, it was so close to being him just having a dieback. And if that happened, Na'Vi would have just probably walked down the lane and won the game. Because both of their cores had to buy out at that point. And if you're alive and you know Mushi's dead for 2 minutes, it's like, okay, well, we pretty much just, at the very least, take your mid-racks. Because that's plenty of time at this stage, given how inflated everyone's damage is. But now, Fnatic, they have to play so careful. They're taking these team fights with Cheese and Aegis, and they're still not winning. I mean, yeah, buyback is always a thing when you're defending your base, but when you have this level of farm, Mushi is almost 6 or fully slotted. Like, he can buy moon shards, I guess, and that's about it. But otherwise, like KYXY, he's pretty much in the same boat. He can just buy moon shards. I think he has buyback available. He is the only core, though, on Fnatic who has it. So I feel like it's super risky to take a fight right now.
31 to 28, 67 minutes in now on the clock. Yet again, in these TI5 group stages, another game that's over an hour. I don't know what the record, what the kind of record is of how
I
many.
think it's like 85 minutes
It's-
at TI5.
Oh, the record. I mean, just the number of games that have been this long. There
Oh, you mean a
feels
one
to be a
tournament.
lot of them, yeah, that's been in this tournament so far. It's a very different thing to what we were seeing in previous patches, I can tell you that. It's quite something, and okay, going forward and going out.
That was so
Little bit of a jump there, looking for the punch.
KYXY is trying to give me a heart attack, dude. Like, if he got hit there and Hex, he was dead.
Well, Na'Vi at this point playing very, very carefully, understandably so as well. WhatsApp being upgraded here by Tsuneko. Still seeing on 5,300 going forwards, Fnatic. Oh, okay, with the Hex from Denny. Can they find Mushi now? KOXY balling in straight away. Pop the BKB as well. Looking for Denny. Denny's been hexed up. Now Denny's got the Lotus Orb on himself, trying to turn it around. Mushi with his BKB and the Lotus Orb. But it's the Song of the Siren for Tsuneko, maybe setting this one up. Mushi getting low, and indeed he will go down. That's going to be Mushi down for 2 minutes with that dieback effectively. Now that's for KYXY. Can they get it? KYXY, he's getting low, but Ketsugemba doing what he can with the freezing field. Pretty big. Ketsugemba to fall there. KYXY's out of mana, and the Walrus punch there. Vonic being able to finish him off. Buyback from Storm Spirit. Realizes his team needs him to turn this one around. Ohio keeping himself alive. He's got a fair few to K-stack. And there we go. KYXY zipping straight back into the fight. He'll find one. Who's going to go for? He's going to go for Havorst here. Pulling him in. They've lost Dendy. They've lost Tsuneko. Neither of these heroes with buyback available. This KYXY buyback might just win the game here for Fnatic. He's looking for Havorst here. Going forward. Will he be able to get it? Arstal doing what he can to keep him up. Arstal down. Pigs don't help people live. They help people eat. And that's going to be it. Potentially 3 heroes down on Na'Vi. Funnick stuck in the tree line. They're looking for him. Arstal tries to do what he can to keep his team alive. He says, guys, I'm trying my best here. It's not going to be enough. Funnick will get a shuriken to the backside. Buyback from Arstal, but it's a Dazzle trying to defend a base against 3 very, very angry members of Fnatic who are going to look to take the bottom set of racks and potentially more
What
because
was Na'Vi
buybacks
thinking?
are not on the menu for Na'Vi.
Dear God, man. Between Keswick and KYXY,
That
they
buyback.
totally carried that fight. That CM ulti did so much work. No buybacks on Na'Vi. Fnatic, they're going straight for the throne. That fight looked so good for Na'Vi in the start. That song, completely isolating Mushi with his BKB and killing him straight away 2 minutes off the map. Nothing he could do. He basically sat on the sidelines and watched his team pretty much carry him to victory. I mean, that fight was completely nuts. KYXY and Keswick. OP.
That Storm buyback, that was game win. I mean, Na'Vi, they haven't tapped out yet. I mean, it must be frustrating to get to 17 minutes in. Na'Vi,
The bounty buys a book. Johnny buys book in their base and pops at the push.
Johnny.
GG.
Good
Hey,
game
wow,
play
GG.
comes out from
It was
Na'Vi.
always good at literature.
How did Fnatic actually win this game? Like,
Wow.
it
What
looked
a
so
performance.
bad for them
What a
after a while.
Wow.
Seneko, hats off to him. He did very well in terms of transitioning into that carry role. But at the end of the day, the plays from Fnatic, they brought their A++ game. At the end of the day, the decisions they made at the end
The two
were
buybacks.
incredible. Yeah.
The buyback from Mushi, which forced Seneko to buy back along with Havost, that was the thing that set
Yes,
everything in motion.
that was
Because
it.
then, when KYXY had his buyback, they killed the two cores again, right outside of Navi's base, and that was enough for them to take the win.
Incredible stuff. And what a series as a whole. Obviously, that was the second game. They're leaving the series 1-1 between the two sides. Na'Vi able to take the first game. And what was a pretty incredible game that if you guys obviously watch on the mainstream didn't catch it, I do advise you watching if you're a fan of the Queen of Pain. Because
Yes.
that was a textbook how to play Queen of Pain from Dendy. But game 2, what a matchup. 17 minutes in, Fnatic take the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that as much as myself and Andy did. And we're going to head now back over to the analysts to hear what they've got to say about that epic game.
Alright. Na'Vi be on in a moment. We'll have a look at this one.
In the creeps right now.
This kill, like, this
The
is
Centaurs.
another reason why we're going to try and fix up the board. Notel, oh, he walked
To the
up.
Roshan.
He walked up to Roshan, and he actually used the fucking water to try and juke him. But that's a double damage room for nuts.
He's fast.
He's got mana in 5 seconds. He's running for the columns. Another denial. They're trying to get it closer, and he's actually killed by a neutral. There's 3 kills for MVP, which are all the neutral. What are we getting on stream 2, Waga?
I don't know. C9 always bring the weirdest games. I'm completely in Draskell's corner on this. As long as C9 play Dota, I'm never gonna get bored by it. It's just strange.
They're going again bottom lane. Bone 7 still with Blink. Waits a very long time to do it. And now Notel's walked in so far. He's taking the burn from the shield. And Bone 7 actually has his salve cancelled up. Notel in snare. He goes after March. The 10 has already been triggered, so the Riptide over on 2. But there's no real follow-up damage unless Bone does. He has the scream and a blink again. But he's going to go that deep on QO. With 10 stick charges also available for the Ember, it would be suicide.
Exactly. He's trying to bait it out. QO playing aggressively here. He's like, hey, Queen, blink on me. I won't kill you at all.
Meanwhile, on top, Eternal Envy
It's a disaster lane,
it's getting a lot of CS there.
There's no way to lane an Abaddon against that lane, especially as there was support from Disruptor as well. But now Disruptor, smoke hanging towards the mid, only has the Thunderstrike, but he could skill up the Glimpse as well.
Either Glimpse or Wall, whatever's a better position for him. But Fighter's not level 6, so they don't have the Raw to get him in, like, to get the Disruptor, then in range to get the Wall up.
And Earth Shakira is there as well, so no way to really get that kill.
But because he's left, now Bone 7's got Rain at the bot.
Yeah, that's
Catching up in the CS. He's only now 3 behind. Oh, there's Blink away.
Yeah, suddenly a Searing Chains hitting on the creeps instead there. 2 creeps nearby.
Bottom lane rune contest. Big Daddy just walks past. The Nuts is a little bit too late to get there, so they're not going to get any kind of Fisher block off.
Yeah, nothing going on. Fada gets a region on top. Very nice for him. Envy looking at 29 last hits. I don't think he has missed the last hit yet. He's doing perfect CS so far.
My daddy's been pressured at all to miss any of them.
Yeah.
And when you go Searing Arrows,
Yeah, you hit really hard, so he's getting the farm that he's supposed to, and now also starting to farm up the jungle a little bit, getting big camp.
yeah. Give that bonus life damage. It's all about the Death Pact.
Oh yeah, it's very nice.
So easy to farm with that too. It's like, I'm not going to say I might as well shouldn't get all the bonuses from it, but it's still very effective. Envy, Febby getting up in his face while on bottom lane, QO diving underneath the ball. He blinked over and denied himself for the Ancients again.
He actually did.
Yeah.
Triple kill for Ancients, or double kill for Ancients. Centaur has 1 kill.
Can we actually get another team counter on here?
And Roshan has 1 kill.
Yeah. The neutrals have actually been more effective than both of these teams combined.
They have as many kills at least, so yeah. 2 for 2 is the actual score.
Oh, there's your Searing Chains and Bone 7 dropping low, and again, forced back. Does he want to do it again while N0tail is after March? Doesn't have enough to get the kill, but Bone 7 jumps and he does now. But Big Daddy, he tried to mirror image away. Couldn't do it in time, so it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. But Scream's back off cooldown, and so is Blink for Bone 7. He starts with a Scream. One more hit from Bone 7 is going to drop them low, and now Bone 7, he can't blink to the neutral.
He
was running for Roshan. He was really running for Roshan. He could have just blinked himself
Did
to
you
safety.
see that clutch Base Boots pickup as well? Because he bought it while he was chasing the Queen of Pain, else there was no way to get that kill. So beautiful execution by QO. And Wisp Tip is bound, refills the bottle.
Jump off by QO, Searing Chains, now is N0tail, and a lot of trouble, goes for the snare, keeps QO away, the Wisp balls are gone, but more Spirit Jumps, going in deep, one charges N0tail to the trees, but not fast enough. March also stopped taking damage from the tower, there we go.
Fada also just doing the TP out here against 3 MVP heroes on the top room.
Oh, Eternal Envy, he's left, and now KP Phoenix, the Australian, is dead.
Nice.
The Australian is dead, and you hype that? Hell, Toby?
It's not the positive situation, but it's fact, man.
All right then. Well, he's dead at least. So Envy making a good rotation with his first medallion gank there. And top actually, Febby being chased here as well.
Yeah, locked inside a wall. Bone 7 looking for some easier kills.
ulti.
And Febby, well, he's
Deny?
gonna... It's Deny game. Last game was TP game, first game was Stomp game, and now with a Scream, Denial, not possible. Misery actually just beats him down.
Yeah, glimpsed him back and then he was ready with the punch from
Fada.
up there.
Ooh, the axe is just off the line of nuts.
Just barely missing there. He does have the ulti still, so if they can land a gank towards the mid lane, maybe they can kill Shadow Fiend again.
Like, his eyes are just lit up. He's going for the full
burning
toss.
Toby.
Emphasis, but nuts! Juking it around the trees. And he's like, wait, no, I know he was here. 1 Searing Arrow, 2 Searing Arrows. Ha, ha, ha.
And he's dead. Ember TP's in mid, tries to punish Fada here, but he has no mana.
Well, now he will. The Wisp is coming in with bottle charges of 1 charge.
It's a little bit late though, March, your HP.
Yeah, now N0tail's going to arrive. The snare. March
nice.
triggering. Okay, he might have been looking for the clinks. He triggered the dust.
Yeah.
But now he's actually just burnt a charge of dust.
Oh,
And QO, his flame guard just turned on, but you got Disruptor here. He's locked inside of nothing. They didn't get the glimpse in time, so he's back behind the tower.
Yeah, he gets out safely. Envy being super aggressive here towards the mid lane with his early farm, just putting pressure onto MVP Phoenix here. And no lane is safe right now for MVP. They might look like they have 9 kills, but in fact they actually just have 5 kills. So this is not an even game.
Volvo, please fix.
Yeah.
Please fix kill counter. Have a denial count at least.
No, just show it next to it, like Roshan and neutral creeps, their score. I want to see their score as well.
Roshan doesn't need a score.
He needs a score, no?
It's so rare that Roshan even gets 1 kill in a game.
Positive KDA on Roshan.
Yes. Oh, yes. Only at this game for now. All right, Envy's going to come into the map. They do have a haste rune as well as, once he's got that, the bottle charges to get the roar up for the Beastmaster. So there's a chance for Fire to go for these kills. But instead, Envy loops around. 1, 2, he's going to need 4, and he only got 3. In fact, Ember Spirit trying to punch it. They get the dust off Envy. This is a big one if he can take it. They need more help.
he got
And
more.
Envy,
Oh,
he
nice.
doesn't pick up much. But he gives so much over to the SF just for the kill.
He did give a lot over there to the Radiant. In total, 734 gold.
That's the buckler for KP.
Yeah. But still, though, he created so much space. He kept 4 people there just in order to bring him down. So, and he got a kill for it. So it's fine.
Wisp,
No
no
ulti,
relocate,
yeah.
and actually gets both of them. So disrupt the ulti, they actually deny the tower first, then the wall ulti, but he didn't actually lock him in. So the tether up, they'll try and fight this one out. While Bevy come help out too, but already the IO is down for the count. Misery normally perfectly on point with these combos, a little bit off, but No-Tail straight back into the fight. Got one chance off cooldown in a moment, so you'll have Riptide available. While the Clinks, oh, hello, Ember Spirit will leave. Clinks, where are they going to? Oh, actually glimpsed QO back up, but he had another Spirit to jump back out to. It'll be Febby who's on the run. The ball is, and again, Farda, how many
so
times
slow.
a day he gets these Necro units so early on? No mana, no joy, and Abaddon is dead to the world.
Yeah, and that's still 3 kills for them when they failed the Disruptor combo. They would have killed the Ember instantly there if they could lock him in place. But that was still great for C9, of course.
Envy's on the hunt again.
Yeah,
He
they
goes
saw him.
Invis, he finds Marge, but they don't have any detection.
He might just turn and run in and kill the Wisp, but he's got to go towards mid instead.
Well, they had detection there. There's a sentry ward looking over the lane. Bone 7 getting fissured into a raise, but okay. All right, there's Ember Spirit jumping down.
Oh, it's got
You're
that kill.
fairly certain there's going to be no more spirits available, but careful with the Centaur stomp. It's going to be fine. Envy just goes back to his farming and QO spirits away.
Yeah, only 2 guys close there, so Centaur being merciful this day. He only stops if there's 3. He's outnumbered. That's when he's doing it.
Well, we're going back to classic Korean Dota. Bone 7 should be really careful here. His Blink's on cooldown and KP's going to hate through with the wall. It's going to lock him in and even glimpsing him out of the wall back to the tier 1 tower. Exactly where KP Phoenix wants to be. Dropping pretty quickly here in the mid. There's no intention to defend it. Currently, okay, no, they are coming in. Envy coming in from the rear. So he's going to get the high ground against us. The Beastmaster Hawk is seeing all of MVP. They're not even looking for it. So the tier 2 tower might drop. Nuts will TP out.
That's actually big. They lost the tower already.
Yeah, they
Maybe
did.
they can punish them, but still.
There's that glimpse. It's dragging back QO. And then, well, still Spirit, but Envy, he's underneath the sentry wall. They can see him. So the Searing Chains will control Envy, but he's still fairly tanky, running himself even further away. Master Sonic Wave from Bone 7 gets the kill, but his Blink Dagger was on cool. His Blink was on cooldown.
Yeah, meanwhile though, Queen of Pain going down, Queen of Pain going down is fine for them, and they got the tier 2, and they only lost the Shaker and the Wisp.
But that was a solo kill to the Beastmaster on top.
Yeah.
You might be only losing a Shaker, but now Farda has a level 2 Necro book and rapidly approaching level 3.
Yeah, he always seems to get it around the 16-minute mark or even before that.
Because his
on
team's giving him the
Beastmaster.
space. Like,
Yeah.
ever since Eternal Envy left that top lane, going on a hunt, like, I think every 30 seconds you're seeing Farda inside of a lane farming everything up, and yeah, this is just Clinks things.
Yeah.
There's no fortification available, there's no backdoor regeneration on tier 1 towers, which makes this so easy to do.
Just clinks things, taking towers right and left. Doesn't even need to be that low HP when it's a tier 1, since, of course, no backdoor regen, as you said. Top the pressure by MVP.
This is all they can do. This is, and the reason why I said like it felt like Korean Dota is because with the initial stage of Korean Dota, when Dota was first introduced to Korea, no one really knew how to properly play the game. But they created this thing called the KDL, and it turned into 5 minutes. Everyone would leave their lanes, and it'll be a 5-man mid.
Yeah.
From both sides, it was just 5-man mid. Because rotations, they weren't really sure about it, and it was the safest thing you could do. Like, anyone knows that in any kind of game, when things go wrong, you just 5-man and
Huddle
go.
Freedom huddle.
And that's what it kind of feels like right now for MVP, because Clinks is picking them off left, right, and center. They're getting split push pretty damn heavily. So all they can do is group up, use the power of the mech, try and use their timing as well to just get the upper hand in the team fights.
Yeah, they are removing objectives, but as you said, they're being out-farmed by C9, who are playing more all over the map at the same time, and only grouping up for the big fights.
Right, they're taking a tier 1 tower in the mid for what was lost on top. They're taking a tier 2 tower on bottom lane for what they're also losing on top. And they haven't even lost what's on top yet. The sentry wards, keep your eyes open for it. Envy. Well, okay, that's 3 hits to kill Nas. The Fission never even hits the ground. And QO's got no flame guard. There's no protection. Song of the Siren. It holds KP Phoenix in position. And they see him perfectly because of the Hawk. And Envy, well, he's still attacking into Febby and KP in the middle of the disruptor. with the ulti. March actually relocates him out.
And
He
dies.
dies at the same time, so he's
But
not
it
going to have
caught
to
him
come
up.
back. But QO and Febby, they're the ones left behind. Spirit down into the river, and where do you go? They're going to chase after the Abaddon. Now, still have to get through his ultimate, but I doubt that's going to be a problem. Okay,
KP.
Envy, start making... No, really? Let's
now the roar.
Let's roar. Let's roar this time
They
around.
still have the roar.
This is-
C9 drafting some stunts in this game.
Go on, Lager. I spent like the last 30 minutes getting over that game.
Are you traumatized, Toby?
I am giggleized.
Giggleized.
Like you have that uncontrollable giggling when you think of something.
Is that when you're a gigaloo?
That's what happens with me, man.
All right.
Like at the most inappropriate opportunity, I will think of something absolutely hilarious, and I'll be like, okay, don't laugh, and then all of a sudden the giggle loop starts.
Damn. You're that cold guy who laughs at funerals? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm the cold guy that's smirking at funerals because I'm actually trying not to laugh. But I have self-control. QO, Envy, trying to have a crack at him at the moment. How much damage has he got? Enough, not when March is going to arrive, but he's still going to try and give it a shot, and he has to kill off the Wisp. Eternal Envy, low QO, he actually survives, but it's only the Aegis of the Immortal, and that means they don't have another reveal. KP lets the ulti go. There's no Ghost Walk. He actually can't walk away from this one, so Clinks is down for the count. Meanwhile, Febby's having all of his mana burned out. Bone Seven's going for the solo kill on the Abaddon, but is he too far up? Fada summoning a new ball. QO, he's got Searing Chains, but he can't reach him. He tries to do it with the Spirit, successful at doing so, and now, well, there's still Necro units here. There's no mana on March, and it looks like, okay, yeah, the Necro units will time out, and they kill Beastmaster.
Yeah, so they get Beastmaster and they get Clinks. Two huge objectives there for MVP. Winning these team fights, or team fights, just skirmishes really, but great pickups nonetheless.
This is the Cloud9 over-aggression, which is able to turn a game on a penny.
Yeah.
And I don't have the penny still, Lager.
Well, NoTail almost has completed up whatever item he's working towards. If he wants to go towards the Glimmer Cape as they don't have one, that's an option. He could also go into the Medallion build because, no, they still have it. You can build Medallion and Solar Crest though. They stack together, so he could purchase that if they really want to rely on more armor. But I doubt that he will. Probably just gonna go towards standard mech.
That'll be fine. Eternal Envy starting up his Desolator, so he's good. Wait a little bit longer for Roshan.
Trading bottles.
They actually switched. All right, so Envy is holding onto Bone 7's bottle, and Bone 7's holding onto Eternal Envy's bottle. I'm assuming because one had full charges,
Exactly.
and Envy wanted the haste route as well.
Envy came from the base, so he just decided to give over the bottle.
It makes sense. Like, it makes sense. It's just like they're just holding for each other. We've got the dealers of C9. Fader getting Searing Chained as well as Fish it up. Trying to keep him away from the tower, but QO, he's not really a healthy man. And Fader's still got his level 3 Necrounts. He's going to not summon yet. Where's the Disruptor?
Oh, the catapult!
They're coming.
He got the last hit during the song.
Okay, they're going to control KP, lock him inside the kinetic field, and we're actually glimpsing him out, so there's no Requiem of Souls. Still Queen of Pace down for the count. March is going to join him. The Urn Charge, all the attack from NoTail was going to do the job, and the SF does die eventually. Eternal Envy's Searing Arrows can't kill off QO, not before he's able to spirit himself away, and Febby on the run. Fader right behind him. There's just Necro units going for that one. He roars on nuts, and then heads over to Febby, and that's going to be the denial, the committal of suicide, done there by MVP. That is now, what, our 7th for the day? Oh, for just this game?
Yeah, 7 denies, or yeah, something like that.
I think
don't even
7's
know.
right. I actually think 7's right.
I don't even know.
7's the magic number without Swagger.
Maybe.
The 7-second Roshan.
True.
The 7 denies.
True.
I
Let's go with
honestly
7.
think that this is where the Da Vinci Code started.
Probably, Toby. So, Ember Spirit does have his entire Battle Fury now, which is a good thing for MVP. They are actually finding up some items, as the Shadow Fiend is closing up on BKB as well, but they're really falling behind. They're trailing in farm and experience, as he now just outplaying them over the map. Now, the Envy's gonna maybe find and go on QO, but he knows the Wisp is gonna be close. Will he try and
How
find
much,
him?
like, isn't it even worth him getting an Orchid? Because they need some,
Oh,
okay,
they have it.
okay, yeah, but answer.
Yeah, the Orchid Queen.
Yeah, Phone 7 then just has to work with Eternal Envy when they find the Ember.
Yeah, that's a good hard counter right there.
That's his full Deso.
Whenever you're up against like Ember or Storm or Earth Spirit, any of these heroes, like having a Silence or a Hex is just great. Allows to kill them.
The damage output from Clinks is going to get ridiculous. Not to mention,
Does he have the crit
just like
now?
you go up against someone like SF who's thinking, I'm so safe because I'm walking around with like mech as well. Like the armor you get from that's nice, but it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
Not anymore.
That's true. It hits so terrifyingly hard. Vada is just waiting top.
He's waiting for a solo kill. He actually blinked in as Febby right in front of him, but because we're during nighttime vision, Febby didn't see him. But Vada saw him because he had the Hawk up.
Yeah,
So
he
they-
knows he's bringing a Hawk over to give some vision here.
Yeah,
From the right.
here comes Envy. Now,
They're gonna go.
yeah, well, they want it. Like, all they gotta do is, okay, where's the Raw? Envy takes the initial stun, so Earthshaker, Echo Slam might be the only thing which could concern you. And yeah,
But
they
if
just
you go on Earthshaker though,
march. He's actually starting to relocate now. And he'll take Nuts away to safety. Unfortunately, they cannot hold this position.
yeah, maybe he can tether away actually because there's no stun between these two. So if they just bring someone far away, they can tether.
Oh, he comes back. There it is. Not even that far away. We have a 21-minute Aghanim Scepter over on Misery.
That is just disturbing because now even the BKB won't save you.
Yep.
That is really.
SF may actually have a 10-second BKB he can never trigger. Because Song of the Siren starts it, and then you just throw down the Ultian wall, and SF gets trapped inside of it. You take out KP Phoenix, the only damage left is the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
But he can't survive long enough when C9 put the Orchid on him.
They're looking for a timing now.
Oh, well, Song of the Siren, Nortel, he's holding onto it. Now he's going to use it. And who have they got? QO is the man on the front lines now. They can catch up both
Oh,
March
they're
and
catching the
KP, but they're going to do the three-man ulti. And there it is with a Sonic Wave. They have the ultis to keep Febby alive. And the Requiem Souls actually gets a revenge kill over here on Vada. But Envy chasing after QO. He's now walking it up. He'll die in the trees. One slide of fifth as he dodges the last bit of the damage of the shield. Breaks him free, but Abaddon is a full
5
life.
for 1.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, they lock 3 in place, silence them, and they can't do anything. And then Clinks just goes onto the Shadow Fiend, killing him instantly. Man, there's no way for them to win a team fight against MVP or against C9.
Now they're even going to try and hold Rax. You actually look at the buybacks, and Ember Spirit's the only one with it. 35 seconds left before he respawns. The Earthshaker is up with Echo Slam available, but he has no Blink Dagger. He's even just desperately trying to get to a Soul Ring.
Yeah, he has no gold at all.
Right.
And Envy coming in here with the new creep they just consumed.
There's no fortification for MVP.
Banned both games.
Oh yeah, it was. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Beware the Tiny Wisp, something LGD did in that game one, and I mean, frankly, yes, Secret win convincingly through execution, but it was dead even for 15 minutes there in the middle, and could have easily gone differently. Not sure if Na'Vi will be able to pull out that same execution. They're capable of it, but they have been a whole lot more inconsistent than Secret, which is why they find themselves struggling to stay in the top 4 here.
Yep.
So do they want to consider even a Wisp ban maybe? Are they going to just look to counter pick it? They go Rubik ban, so they leave both potential Yao heroes in the pool.
Not a fan of that ban.
And they go something different here. They're going to change it up into the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, Rubik just not a hero that LGD really play at all. I feel like that's a sign that Na'Vi maybe didn't do all their homework against LGD. Maybe they're just thinking like, this is a hero that can cause us problems and we don't want to deal with it, but...
It's really not an LGD hero. But certainly MMY can play Rubik, but it's just not something they're favoring right now.
So it looks during the second pick stage, LGD will be looking to grab either Earthshaker or Clockwork for Yao, I imagine.
Pretty much guaranteed.
Doesn't have to be this pick right here. They're going to go IO Tiny,
So I
actually,
think they go
never mind.
Tiny Wisp again. They see 3 squishy heroes. There's even less control, and the Bounty Hunter, as great as he can be at harassment in the jungle and potentially to a solo hero, he's not going to be able to do much walking up on a Tiny Wisp in the mid lane.
Yep.
I'm not sure about this BH pick. Knowing them, I mean, if they fifth pick a Earthshaker or Clockwork, that's also not a great lane for Bounty to get aggressive in. So maybe Na'Vi just banking less on the lanes and more on that mid game where you can just start to find trap kills, keep tabs on the Wisp. That is one good thing the Bounty will give you is the vision factor, so harder to hide in the trees, but assuming you find him in the first place.
Yeah, because Secret took advantage of having the strong laning of Queen of Pain Shadow Fiend by getting supports that could contribute to the off lane and the mid lane, which Bounty does to some extent. He wants to poke and go for kills, but you're not actually getting kills against the Io Tiny dual lane and the Dazzle Gyro dual lane. You're more kind of going to be trading harass and hits and securing farm, which I think kind of your traditional Witch Doctor support.
Versus the Tiny Wisp, or at least it looks to be a Tiny Wisp, and how Na'Vi does is Na'Vi picks something that's more of a quote-unquote direct win. Here in the game, regardless. Maybe they get a different additional support, so maybe we still see that Sneeko Wyvern. In fact, I think LGD may expect that more. Their Gyro is good against the Bounty in lane, but on his own should be okay. No, they opt to ban a Funnick hero, but I'm still thinking there's a decent chance this is a Funnick Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, especially going to run potential dual lanes coming out here from Na'Vi, or at least have supports that are flexible in their laning, so you can have the Bounty played by Funnick kind of prioritize a bit more farm and experience on him than a normal Bounty Hunter, but then he can leave the lane once he gets those early levels, gets like a level 3, 4, 5, and has a few points in Truk and can cause some problems maybe for the Io at mid lane. Contest runes as well is a big part about dealing with a Knight.
I think they were even worried about the dual lane possibilities here. The Darkseer Bounty Hunter, a scourge of many a pub game.
Oh yeah.
For those who have played against it. Always come with sentries and dust, boys and girls. But, well, let's see. Na'Vi down to the last pick now. Time to
The
lay the
other
cards
thing,
on the
by
table.
the way, Na'Vi also run offlane Queen of Pain. This is not really a Havos hero, so
That's
something
true.
to always consider is that this last pick could well be Havos hero if they want to run the Deadly Shadow Fiend mid, Queen of Pain in the offlane for Funnick, because I would say more often than not, it's actually Funnick on Queen of Pain, so...
Yeah, I would be interested to see the exact stats. Stacks. In fact, he tends to play those types of heroes a little bit more than Funnick.
Yeah.
You've seen the Slardar quite a bit this event already. That is the one nice thing I think Na'Vi have in a lot of drafts is their cores are more interchangeable than, like, for example, LGD. You know maybe he's always going to be on that harder carry mid. Maybe he goes safe lane, but he's always getting a certain level of farm priority. Sylar's just played Gyrocopter, I feel like 80% of his games here at TI. Well, what LG to want for Yao? That's the big question mark. Go-to would be the Earthshaker. Anything else that is less conventional that comes to mind for you?
Not really. I feel like this, I mean, just for Yao and his playstyle, Earthshaker suits him so well.
against the Axe, potentially.
Yeah,
that's
against the
thing
Axe,
is,
potentially,
that's what's nice about the Axe here. He could solo the safe lane. Then they have a stronger off lane with the Queen of Pain plus roaming bounty hunter plus disruptor. Yeah, maybe LGD want more of a ranged off laner, but they feel like they need a little bit more team fight as well. So where is it going to come from? It's kind of a predicament. Normally,
Tidehunter is a possibility.
does decently against Axe.
There's been like 1 or 2 Tidehunter picks throughout the group stage. But
Bring up the heroes list here. What do we got?
another hero that comes to mind is Wind Ranger, but that doesn't seem like a Yao hero to me. But
No, I mean Puck as well could be a choice for other teams, but again, not really a Yao hero per se. I don't think you want something too farm intensive. You're not really looking at the Timbersaws of the world right now.
yeah.
Spirit Breaker, again, not really a Yao hero. Doesn't do great against Axe though, is the thing.
Earthshake could be the safe pick, but we'll
Ooh,
see. They're
Spirit
going to go
Breaker.
Spirit Breaker.
All right. It is the space cap. I don't know. That's still not an easy lane for him against Axe.
Yeah.
Unless it comes down to a lot of RNG, right? If you're getting all the bashes and he doesn't get spins, but
Much better than the Earthshaker matchup. Earthshaker you can go for like a gimmicky totem build, but he doesn't. That's not the Yao way, and that's not going to suit their mid game. Like around 10 minutes in, Yao wants to go help out the mid lane. If you've gone for like a 1 Fissure 3 totem build, like that's not going to help out your mid lane as much as you otherwise would. So
it's definitely the expectation was the Shaker. The one nice thing with Spirit Breaker is it puts a lot more pressure on Dendi mid. He does not have a great defensive support. Bounty Hunter is not going to help you if Tiny Wisp run at you and Spirit Breaker's already charging. Can't interrupt the charge, generally speaking. I mean, maybe with a Shuriken toss, but that is just low percentage, and normally you don't even have it skilled in the first couple levels. Compared to a Shaker, just much more of a ganking threat in those first few. Could pose a bit of a threat here.
yep. So it will be Havost on the Axe, as we kind of talked about, and interesting to see whether they put the Axe safe lane and have the Disruptor up top with the Queen of Pain, put the Disruptor with Axe. These lanes quite flexible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in from the live streams wherever you are in the world. Get ready for an exciting match. It's LGD Gaming sitting atop of the group, tied with Secret after a thrilling 1-1 series earlier today. They want the 2-0s here. They've got Na'Vi on the docket right now, and well, as for Secret, they'll be battling up against MVP and Complexity. LGD still to face Fnatic later in the tournament. That will be tomorrow. But for now, Na'Vi, they're the team fighting for their playoff lives here, gods. They want to start in the upper bracket. In order to do it, they really need 2 2-0s, and well, LGD sits there as the
Like this at all.
We'll have an early skirmish here, perhaps. And Nico is the one scouting it. Does not really want to run down into the river. Oh, is he going to go
There's
for
a
this?
sentry healed.
This is risky. Nico. Oh, he does grab that.
Whoa.
Oh, that's
they don't
so
even
bold.
sentry it.
The double bounty steal could have easily been a first blood, but he ends up living to tell the tale. A risky maneuver, and it works out. And LGD actually switching up the
Against Queen of Pain is not that big of a mismatch like the Earthshaker matchup we saw last game for Yao, or early against Secret for Yao. So he can hold his own to some extent. He's very tanky with a stout shield and plenty of HP regen.
Well, Dendi already going to work here in the mid lane, and because they did not get the bounty rune for LGD, the bottle is a bit delayed. Only now coming out, it forces maybe into a quick salve. Dendi only sitting on 3 CS, but a good start for a Shadow Fiend in this matchup. There will be a bit of a Sentry Ward war here in the mid lane, and there's currently one on Xiao 8. None on MMY, though. It gives Saniko the edge, and it is worth pointing out, he's been doing some warding off in the Dire jungle here. He put one ward towards the most commonly stacked camp, and he might even look for some body blocks if that IO continues to move and focus on economy. Now swinging around towards the bottom lane, but in they go. They make the move on Dendi, and well, don't kill him yet, but they threaten him. As soon as the bottle arrives, you can start to make these types of plays and always have your regen at the ready.
Yeah, Dendi going to be bottle crowing, and he has to be very careful about how he moves around this map. So Saniko comes back, and he's going to be kind of constantly having to babysit Dendi here to secure his farm.
Well, this could be trouble. No sentries, though. They really need to get that sentry over to the mid lane. Still sitting on the Dazzle bottom. In fact, he's walking towards the rune. He may just complete the journey. Getting harassed a bit by the Disruptor, but in they go in the mid lane. Maybe working on Dendi, can't quite finish him off. Bottom rune will spawn, it's a bounty. Top rune, a regen. That's the real bounty. And Dendi will claim it. But they're contesting.
And they make their way down, but they're too late.
Charge, toss forward. Dendi in trouble here. He's going to miss the first raise. That could end up costing him his life. Ava and the bash. Yao will get the kill. MMY may pay to Saniko. Just out of range. Barely able to slice him up with those blades. So it's a 1-for-1, but the death of the Shadow Fiend, a horrible price to pay here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, funny.
Would be suffering way more against this Queen of Pain, so we can see the slight adjustment in draft working out well so far. We'll see if the lack of team fight presence makes a difference later.
Yeah, and looking at bottom lane, Gyrocopter farming well, although Axe is also getting some okay CS here. Hasn't been completely punished, although has decided he wants to rotate into the jungle.
They've more or less abandoned this bottom lane. Just a Disruptor sitting there now. Havos trying to complete his Tranquil Boots. He's got a little ways to farm for it. So overall, Na'Vi, they are getting the creep advantage here early on. And looking at the Dire jungle, I don't think we've got any stacks just yet. Yeah, no stacks, and it's warded. If you don't get your farm early, it could really cost you as they toss Dendi back into the tower, maybe wanting to farm heroes, but doesn't have mana for an Avalanche right now. And just going with auto attacks onto Saniko, they drop a Sentry Ward. Saniko fencing around Dendi, looking for a raise. He's only going to hit maybe. Doesn't find Momoya.
Tango the Sentry.
They're thinking about it. Nobody wants it. They're just going to auto attack it down.
Maybe it was next to, or it was more for the Tiny. He was missing HP. Tango's the Sentry, and it's the...
Well, in the Radiant jungle, bit of a go here. Havost and Xiao8 duking it out. There's the heal, but rotating in. A very early movement for maybe. Havost is fast, though. Poison Touch comes through. There's the toss forward. He might even be throwing Xiao8 into his own demise. Are they diving this? They're thinking about it. 4 heroes rotating, but nothing accomplished. And Saniko even going to arrive and look to punish Xiao8 on the way out. Quite a few auto attacks. He gets the double Windwalk, and he gets the kill solo. The charge comes now, but well worth the exchange. Just so much space created here by the little bounty hunter.
Yeah, gets him up to level 3.5 as well. This is a very successful roaming bounty hunter so far. Experience going his way. He's getting a lot of support towards Dendi, who's 24 last hits to the 7 of Tiny. This is a similar story to what we saw against Secret. This IO Tiny mid just struggling against Shadow Fiend.
And there's the added problem of the lack of jungle stacks right now. Last game, LGD had a quad stacker on this point. This game, they've got absolutely nothing. And even if they go for it, it's very likely that Saniko's going to be there. They're going to need to invest 3-4 heroes to secure any sort of farm for maybe. It puts a lot of pressure here on Sylar, but in comes Dendi with Saniko. A tri-lane mid all of a sudden erupts, and well to the benefit of Na'Vi. Now the chase in the river. There's the charge from Yao. Does to follow this up. This was how EG tried to do it, the bounty. And now the toss. The Ava as well. Not enough to kill up Dendi, but Spirit Breaker standing his ground. 17%. There you go. Gets the kill and looks for more. The tether forward, the toss back. Kind of an awkward exchange, and Yao says, I'm good in anyway. Sylar's arrived, and what do you know? It's 5-man Dota from LGD. Another bash. It's another kill. The intergalactic space cow on the prowl.
LGD are like
making the plays.
They're out Naviing Na'Vi right now. They're just like diving at your tower and running right at you as 5.5 minutes in the game.
I mean, boy, would you have loved to have Funnick there or what? He's level 6, he had a TP. He only has 2 points in Scream, but still could have done a lot of work as they continue to pressure this mid lane. Dendi may even look for a final killing raise here on maybe, but it's only level 3, not quite enough damage. But yeah, like you said, out Navi Navi, and that's where you want to see Funnick get active. He's on the move now, hasted and rushing in mid.
Oh yeah, Tiny's gonna be very careful. He's low in HP, still nearby, and Yao reveals himself, but he's not an easy target with all his HP and survivability that he's packing.
That's probably the worst hero to go on. Either maybe or MMY a better choice, but they got to find somebody away from the tower. Funnick just begging them to come out. He could maybe even get a double with support. So Nico again going in. I love the way they're using this bounty hunter though.
Top of the net worth chart, so by no means are they in a bad position, but they haven't really shown that willingness to just play the bounty hunter battle in the mid lane.
A lot of the mid game feels like it is going to come down to Sylar. FaZe boots up, early Arena Basilius complete, he's hit level 7, and he's got a TP scroll. This is where Navi do need to be careful. You go for a tower dive, and you may well end up giving that double, triple kill that we've seen so many times away already at the tournament, and just completely blowing the game open. As they make their move on mid, the Raze is attempted, can't quite get the kill on maybe. And LGD will back off for now.
So for LGD, it looks like they're just going to try and get Yao's level 6 in the top lane, but for him, I think he's quite happy. He's been able to achieve a lot for his team in the mid lane with his rotations. Well, meanwhile, Funnick's just been kind of sitting top. His rotation failed, didn't actually get any kills for his team. So while Funnick's farming well, he hasn't really had the impact you'd like to have with Sonic Wave.
The dive bottom from Sylar, huge engagement, and now a triple TP reaction. They need the Sharuga toss. Will he get it in time? Yes, he does. Big kill going to be going the other way here. Sylar doesn't even have mana for Raguaj, now called and finished off. That is not worth it. Gives up his own life just for a disruptor, underestimating Navi's own willingness, but I suppose in good news, does force 3 TPs. LGD now moving in. They have not been scouted out here just yet. As they walk up the ramp, and they find Sneeko. Immediately, the avalanche, the toss, dead. They strike back quickly.
Funnick showing up, has Sonic Wave available.
He could go for these supports. They're rather low HP, but a well-timed Grave could hurt them a lot. There's a charge coming as well across the middle lane. It's pinged out immediately by Funnick's Queen of Pain, and they know, but okay, Yao's gonna chill.
He loses the charge because it was on a creep, so the creep died.
Gotcha.
No more charge. Deep Dire Ward in this bottom lane, though, is really helping them out, give them a lot of important information if they want to take fights around the Radiant jungle or this Radiant bottom lane. They have complete intel as far as hero positions go in that area.
And they are starting. He's feeding a kill.
Yeah, and it just helps you know exactly where he is. And normally those are very safe charges because Bounty Hunter is...
Looking good through the laning stage. And it looks like it'll be that next round of big items coming out that'll really break the game open. The Blink Dagger coming out for the Axe. No stacks still for Tiny Wisp as well as the Gyro. it is a bit of a worry to me that there's just nothing going for LGD as far as economy.
Yeah, he goes to sack it, sees it fails, and it will obviously know from that that's either warded or the bounty hunter was there blocking it, so does make his life a little bit difficult.
Charge. They're going on Sylar. Static Storm's there. Don't want to let him get off the cooldown. The Queen of Pain ultimate, not enough. Oh, he didn't even get it off in the end, though. The charge. Yeah,
the
makes it
neutrals.
a 2-for-1. Meanwhile, the Disruptor will get denied by the neutrals, but Dendi gets picked off while this is happening. And that is probably the biggest kill of them all there.
Yeah, that hurts Na'Vi. He's there kind of...
They're lucky that it was a neutral deny, or it would have been a 2-for-1 officially, but they still Disruptor back to the base for now.
Yeah, Yao has had a huge impact on this game. 3-0-2 so far. He's only got 9 CS, but...
Courier in danger. Saniko, he times it just right. There's the snipe. Immediate TP out and nothing to cancel it. Carrying a measly Iron Branch, but hey, they'll take the gold. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we're talking about the Dire Vision earlier, but Radiant have great vision around the mid lane, the Dire jungle blocking the neutral stack.
Does manage to get off the call, but it's not going to matter. Meanwhile, on the backside, maybe gets trapped out. They do lose their Tiny off the bat. Great Static Storm by Artstyle, but Sylar hunts. Diving deep, the IO going to relocate out. Artstyle trying to survive this. Dendi's Requiem helps him out a little bit, but not enough. They can't finish the job, and they even manage to keep the Gyrocopter away with a glimpse from Artstyle. Both Na'Vi heroes surviving on fractions of HP. Huge plays from Na'Vi, and now Funnick, the blink, and he body blocks Sylar. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Down he goes as well. LGD get punished.
Outplayed
and
so
outplayed.
hard. That, like, Dendi's Yules arrived just as he needed to save himself from the Gyrocopter. LGD just kind of overextending a little bit, and Na'Vi is saying, no, this is what we do. We're going to punish you for doing what we do. They know that just too.
Comes through, connects an Artstyle. He didn't see it coming. The Yules now comes out. Static Storm dropped directly on top of Artstyle along with the Kinetic Field. It's a whiff. And that may force Na'Vi to sack this tower as LGD rush in. Saniko falls prey to the rock, maybe finding the combo play.
Yep.
And, well, no creep wave. Maybe they can't push in despite the kill.
And just the Bounty Hunter kill as well. They couldn't go for anything in return. The Tiny tethered up and with overcharge is not going to take much damage from like a Queen of Pain combo there. Although Sonic Wave also on cooldown being the big important thing. So I think that's where LGD are going to look to continue to apply pressure in this mid lane without Sonic Wave. Na'Vi just missing that little bit of firepower which they need to be able to bring down some of these tankier heroes. The Tiny sitting on over 1300 HP, Sylar over 1k HP. You need every little bit of damage you can get.
Dendi just sits back now as BKB is in the offlane, and once he gets it, not really much physical damage. With the Blink build, the Gyrocopter mostly magic damage for now. Dendi will be a bulwark in the front lines, but he does have to farm it first. And we still haven't seen the Na'Vi track gold really kick in. That is the worry for LGD. Even if the game is quite close now, one bad fight and suddenly it gets really bad. And there's a track onto a huge core hero. Sylar glimpse, dunked,
Wow.
and chop, he's dead. That's a big kill, but maybe goes in anyway. So screw it, Dendi, the self-fuels plays again. Queen of Pain comes through, doesn't really do a whole hell of a lot as Dendi drops low. One more auto attack, they need a little more damage. They're not gonna get it. Dendi walks away. Yao now stuck in the middle of a Boast and his Cleaver. A Requiem to keep them back, shall we? With a quick TP away. Barely escaping with their lives. LGD. Again, just outplayed. Na'Vi getting the jump, Na'Vi getting the picks, Na'Vi escaping on slivers of HP, time and again, and outfarming LGD to boot.
These Yule Scepters are just paying dividends. Dendi there with the self-fuels being able to kind of delay LGD's ability to damage him and bring him down. The Yule Scepter on the Queen of Pain as well, just being able to take one hero out of the temporarily so you can focus someone else. These have been great item pickups. Now when Funnick and Dendi reach their BKB timings, you mentioned it earlier, the physical damage just isn't there. The Tiny's going to take a long time to get to his Aghanim Scepter and whatever follow-up item he wants to go for. On the Gyrocopter, he's going to be going for a BKB, so he'll have like a Drums BKB build. He doesn't have much physical damage for some time. These BKBs give Na'Vi's cores a lot of survivability. Almost, they're kind of invincible during them. They can be locked down by a Spirit Breaker, but you're not going to be able to kill them.
Yeah, when LGD runs this strategy, it marks, I guess in some ways it is kind of their style, right? Even if they pick harder carries, they want to get active around that 10 to 20 minute mark, try to establish some momentum and advantage, then they go back and focus on their farming. But you compare it to, like, say, the way Secret plays a lot of these types of drafts, where they focus on farming for minute one, and it's a very stark difference. The result in this case is they don't have the best plan B for now. If Na'Vi get ahead, LGD have not geared up to just turbo farm in the mid game. They have the heroes for it, but they haven't really itemized to focus on it. Now Dendi sitting back, farming up the top lane, closing in on the BKB. The Yule's first Shadow Fiend was just so much more prevalent in the previous patch, as you can see from the percentages here, but it still is very viable. It's still very viable. Yeah. Much more, I guess, a little more situational nowadays. Here we go. Big smoke. Sanico, the one to reveal. They plant a sentry. They dust as well. But all quickly, the Yule Scepters coming out again. Na'Vi using these to just disengage and frustrate LGD, who commit anyway. There's the call down from Sylar. Comes in for the backstep. They glimpse him out, but it's too late. Too dead off the bat. LGD, they just keep on banging their head against the brick wall. But this time, they're starting to make chunks of it fall away.
Well, yeah, Na'Vi have to be careful. The Yule Scepters can kind of delay things here, but it's not going to win them the fight straight up. There's still a lot of damage output from a Gyrocopter at this stage of the game. Importantly, he just hit level 11, so that was a level 2 cooldown coming out, and LGD just had the number superiority. They had all their team rotating in, and this is a classic move for them, especially when they're a little bit behind. They'll make sure they take a fight with 5, smoke up maybe 3 or 4, have the relocate come in that case, and then come out on top, because it secures them a Roshan as well. Really, really helpful sequence of events for LGD.
It really reminds me of the TI4 finals, where it was just ROTK and Xiao8 butting heads game after game. Nobody's going to back down in that matchup, and this is just classic Xiao8. If it doesn't work, just try it again with more numbers. This guy is not afraid of a fight as a captain. crumpled corpse of a body. They have the BKB on Dendi now, and this has to be the centerpiece of their fights moving forward. It really feels like Na'Vi need to play around this, need to use it to their advantage. They make a move on Sylar top. He's not the BKB carrier, but here comes the relocate, as you mentioned, could be there momentarily if they want, and there it is.
Oh,
Saves
got
him,
the glimpse!
No, he does glimpse it back. Sylar left alone. Artstyle will end up surviving this, and now they're going to be able to get the Wisp on the way back. Is there anything to tether to? Doesn't really look like it. Get ready for a call. It's going to be 2. Artstyle coming up big in the clutch. Na'Vi, much needed momentum. And most importantly, they're going to delay that gyrocopter BKB. Don't think he was able to purchase it before he went down in... Oh, no, he did. He got the BKB recipe. Well, that's good news for LGD. Still, Na'Vi, 2 kills to go in their way.
That's a big play with that glimpse. I don't know how much of that is like slightly lucky timing, because they didn't have vision of the Wisp. Maybe he saw like the tether, and the millisecond you see that tether coming in, you just glimpse expecting the relocate out, but very clutch from Disruptor. That. While the Sylar gyrocopter tries to take more farm, but Sylar's not really keeping up too well. He's already had 5 deaths this game, and we're just 23 minutes in.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're... You know, it would be easier if one was just, okay, you're the designated farmer, you focus on stacking ancients, you focus on farming up your jungle camps. Speaking of which, we should take a look at the Dire Woods here as there's a charge in wall. We'll have to hold that thought. Going right through Sneeko, he's gonna bash him on the way. Does he stop for the dust? No, he just keeps on going. Funnick throwing out the Yule Scepter there, and now a Static Storm. Can they glimpse him back in? You betcha! Dendi waiting with the raises, and Yao's Yulo dive starting to get punished here as he continues to just go in deep on his own.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. It's for LGD, they're thinking, okay, it's just Yao, it's not Maybe, who's had a big kill streak to his name. He's 4-1-7 and getting close to the Aghanim Scepter, and that's where the Tiny's kind of pulled ahead, at least a little bit ahead of the Gyrocopter as far as where the farm play. Overextended. There was the bottom tier 1 tower where he gets a kill on Disruptor, then ends up under the tier 1 and pays for it with his life. So it just doesn't feel like Sylar is that comfortable when he's forced to play this aggressive style, go for kills as much as maybe is.
Oh, there's your BKB from Dendi. Maybe starting to take a lot of damage here. There is a Yule Scepter, but with the Aegis, not the hair that you want to commit on too much. And the Tiny gets Yule so that he can't actually cancel the Requiem. He's kept out of the fight. Now Funnick on the run, but he's being charged. What do you know? 5 heroes again, chasing after Na'Vi, hunting them everywhere they go, and Yao will complete it, clinches the kill, and gets a lot of gold there. 664. It's very rare that we don't see just a big clump of LGD heroes balling across the map as a squad. I mean, they have so much mobility. They can just do it and then go right back to farming.
That's the great thing as well about the Spirit Breaker pick, is it just gives them that hero that can be just omnipresent on the map. You need him there, well, or you kind of play around wherever he's charging, which was exactly the case there with the Tiny already in the bottom lane, the relocate coming in as well. And then another charge, mid lane.
Again, this time on Artstyle, is he going to see it in time for the glimpse? No, he had his eyes forward. Dendi is there with the Yules, ready to go, but now Maybe rotates in. He's able to get up the toss up on Dendi. I think the BKB is still cooling down from the earlier fight. Bottom, he won't be able to use it. 3 dead for Na'Vi. LGD storm down the middle lane. They've got eyes on a tier 2 and maybe more, and all of a sudden, what do you know? Maybe's got an Ags, and LGD put themselves firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful this part, because this is where a lost team fight leads to quick towers for LGD with an Axe Tiny coming up. So Na'Vi up until now had the overall net worth advantage, but this is going to even things up with the tier 2 tower. So Na'Vi just going to have to make sure that they can kind of fine-tune some of the fights that they are playing around. They've still got a lot of potential with this farm Queen of Pain. About to hit BKB, Dendi already sitting on BKB and Blink Dagger. Their team fight, Na'Vi, is very scary. You lead with an Axe Call, you have a Static Storm follow-up, 2 BKB cores.
We just haven't seen those Havost initiations this game. He's sitting 1, 2, and 6. But honestly, I feel like a lot of those assists are kind of running in last minute, throwing out a Battle Hunger. There hasn't been a big Blink call, drop the Static Storm, throw a Queen of Pain ult over the top. Like you said, huge potential for this draft, just hasn't been realized as of yet.
Yeah, it always seems like when LGD are finding kills and leading the way, they've got like a clear, methodical like approach to it. With Na'Vi, it's very reactionary. They're just trying to adapt to what LGD are doing, which, for the most part, it worked for them as far as giving them an early game advantage, but now it's starting to get punished by LGD, who are just finding these quick pickoffs, getting out, and not giving Na'Vi time to find the counter kills.
Na'Vi do start to congregate towards the mid lane. 4 heroes grouped up right now. They still hold that tier 1 top, which is a safer place to be, or at least so it feels right now. But you can see that LGD is starting to get in their heads a little bit. Even when they're not killing, they're actually farming the map pretty efficiently right now. They've got Na'Vi boxed in psychologically. They don't really want to go off on their own. They're not even going for ganks, and if they don't find a way to break out of this contain, the gold graph will just naturally start to tip against them.
Yeah, exactly. You can box Na'Vi in, and then you try and just take advantage of the farm of the map and just play the economy game. Work on Yao's BKB for the Spirit Breaker. Work on the Gyrocopter's next kind of farming, or at least damage out, and the butterfly that Sylar likes to go for an MKB, whatever it may be. And then Tiny, you've already got the Ags, you can start thinking Assault Caress. So
I think my biggest worry here, Gods, is what is the counter to a Spirit Breaker BKB charge? That is very soon in the future, and there's actually nothing. They have nothing that pierces BKB to cancel the charge. Your call is never going to work because you're always going to get bashed trying to go for it.
I think you just have to posture defensively. For Queen of Pain and Shadow Fiend, you can self-Yules to dodge it and then blink away afterwards. For Axe, you just have to force staff / blink away, and then...
And if you're Yao, you're just you have eyes straight on the Disruptor every fight because he has no way to save himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 3 heroes are kind of hard to charge into because they'll just pull you too deep, and he'll have to cancel charges more often than not. But yeah, Disruptor's the target. Bounty Hunter, whenever you catch eyes on him, is also normally positioned very aggressively as well.
And the Disruptor's a gigantic part of Na'Vi's team fight. It is the nature of the Bounty Hunter support that you ask for more out of his counterpart. So if he's shut down early, makes the fights tough. Here comes the pressure for Maybe. He'll take down the tier 1. LGD getting more active on the map as the game progresses. There's your double damage rune for Maybe. Up to 2,500 gold. BKB up on Spirit Breaker. Farming towards a tricore at this rate. The supports are rather poor on LGD, but they don't need a whole lot of farm to have a huge impact just because of how strong defensively these two could be.
And I like that LGD are blocking off the Radiant Ancients, just trying to limit the places where Na'Vi can farm.
And they're also farming their own Ancients. They've started to really focus on that. And Saniko again. He's left the comfort of the tier 2, and he's going to pay for it with his life.
This is smart warding from LGD. Something very important to do against Invis Roamers is have the sentry with the Observer Ward. Havas escapes ganked narrowly with the 4-staff there, but you look at what LGD have done in the jungle. Sentry next to the Observer Ward, so you can see when the heroes like Bounty Hunter, Clinks, whatever it may be, are rotating around the map. So it's really important to have sentries active with your Observer Wards when you're playing against these Invis Roamers.
Again, the pump fake charge from Yao. He's just always looking to go in here. He's thinking about a jump on mid, or at least threatening one, but he opts to back off. They'll get their next Aegis. Either Sylar maybe to pick this up, and with that, LGD, another 5 minutes here of aggression. Or farming, whatever they desire. There's the charge. They're going in again. This ward has not been countered in Havos. Little does he know, he's in a terrible position. Yao may even come in for this. Oh, he wants another string, gets fogged. That might have even been a good thing that he got fogged, because he was a solid screen and a half away from the team. But they will. Static Storm deployed, but it's too late. Already the BKB came from Sylar. He was prepared for that. Then the bash coming through. They're going to isolate and bring down Funix Queen of Pain. They toss forward the Copter of Doom as he lays into art style. Will tear him a new one, courtesy of the Rocket Barrage, en route to 2 more kills. And an easy 5-man push down the top lane.
Yeah, T2 Tower will be free for LGD, and Na'Vi maybe gonna have to be forced into mounting a high ground defense here at the top lane. Tiny going to be beating away on their door, and this is bad news for Na'Vi. Still 30 seconds on Queen of Pain, 12 seconds on Disruptor, and there's no Static Storm, even when the Disruptor respawns.
They keep on going. Why back now? You've got your core items. You have lots of insurance here with the extra lives, the defensive potential of these supports. LGD, they want 2 more 2-0s, and they would love to be first in this Group A coming down the stretch. They're looking for the Game 1 win here. The Tier 3 falls, and maybe continues the pressure. Clubbing, chunking away. The tower already gone. Na'Vi up against it here. Just a creeping tossed in. A warning shot for maybe. Don't come near me. Let me have your tower, then maybe I'll back. But Na'Vi have other ideas. Where's the blink call from Avos? Nothing yet, just a Yules. They give it up for free. Now they want to chase, but now's not really the best time to go. They're just going to watch the face. They didn't get a glimpse. BKB dodged, I believe.
Yeah, BKB.
And, well, Sylar back to farming. That's his butterfly. That's Yao's Vlad's. And maybe, probably the Assault Cuirass, or no, BKB coming out very soon. 3 more very important items for LGD coming out. And more Na'Vi feel caged. Backed into a corner.
I think they need to like use their smokes group up. They're trying to still farm this Disruptor Aghanim Scepter, which is a big game-changing item with the number of BKBs on the dire side. You've got 3 BKB heroes. This would help out a ton, but it's still a long ways away. And I think going for a smoke gank pick-off on a core hero is maybe the way to go to kind of make that next jump. Try and get a pick-off and then try and get a tower out of it as well. But very just hard time to do that when LGD have an Aegis. You don't want to head in the direction of this Tiny when he's got 2 lives.
Sanja's going to be picked up now. Dendi just going for the cheap items that don't require a lot of build-up. The Sanjin Yasha will be his choice. They're still rather lacking on physical damage here, Gods. The Queen of Pain doesn't offer anything. Your Bounty Hunter purely there for track. And with the build Dendi's gone for, it's a mobile build. It's a decent split-pushing build, but when the DD rune ends, which he's currently sitting on, they have a tough time fighting their way through these tanky LGD frontliners. Spearbreaker 14 armor with the Vlads, and that's before you look at the Dazzle Weave and the Medallion. Maybe sitting on 16, again, before the Weave and the Medallion. And the Gyrocopter of Sylar has 28 armor with evasion, and now they're jumping in. They go for the Avatar. Straight away, Havost is put on his back foot, and he's not going to be able to initiate with Comfort and full HP. Maybe taking some damage here from Dendy. They're working him down. He still has the Aegis available. They can't quite finish him off. That hurts. They would have loved to fight a fair 5v5, but LGD, they're looking for the 6v5. Round 2 coming soon.
And he's back to full HP already, so this is...
The Urn charges, the Tether heals, the Dazzle heals. It's endless heals here for LGD.
He'll have 1 more creep wave worth of Aegis, so probably going to look for the tier 3 tower with this creep wave, or at least to go in and force Na'Vi onto him to start a team fight.
They have eyes here, and they're going in again. Maybe he's the one to initiate. He's the Aegis carrier, unafraid of even losing it now. He knows the team will be there in reserve. MMY, no relocate just yet. They continue to charge in. Missile hunting Havost. As Na'Vi
That's going to be the
hold for
Aegis
now. They get the glimpse. Does he want to BKB it?
Yeah, he does.
He will.
The Aegis was very close to expiring, about, 10 seconds away, so...
All right, Na'Vi hold. Good defense for them. Still LGD, it's not like they're running out of item slots anytime soon, and they've again got excellent scaling cores, so...
Na'Vi on chase, though. They're walking past a lot of wards here, so I don't see this leading to anything.
They want to get active, but the last time we saw them get active, it was top, and it ended with 3 Na'Vi corpses and a headlong retreat back to the base. No Aegis. At least get some wards out. That seems to be the plan here for Na'Vi. They plant down 1 near the bottom rune, and they're going to try to squeeze what farm they can out of the land.
Yeah, Havos will have enough money for a BKB, so Havos can be a lot less scared when he wants to initiate into these upcoming fights against the magic damage, at least. And Spiritbreaker not really thinking about Nether Striking an Axe once he's gone in for a Blink Call, so... Main target will be the Dendi SF. If you can cancel a Requiem using the Spiritbreaker Nether Strike, that's going to be the ideal scenario for LGD.
Assault Cuirass coming soon for maybe. This could be big, though. Havos picks up his own BKB. Doesn't have to worry about getting interrupted by something like an Avalanche, and can tank a lot more of the LGD damage, which is starting to tilt toward the physical. Saniko does get caught in the Roche Pit. I imagine was going on a warding mission there, but doesn't end up going down. Able to back himself out with a TP. I'll slow down now. Yao's going to fire up some camps. Na'Vi probably just waiting for that next Roche respawn, and I guess the big question, Gods, is can Na'Vi contest it? Can they go into the pit, fight LGD head on, or are they going to have to just let them take the Aegis and then defend the high ground?
I think they definitely can contest LD, and I think it's a good idea to try and make that play. They have a better shot fighting around the Roshan pit, I feel, than just defending against a slow, methodical LGD siege with an Aegis Tiny, with who's going to have an Assault Crest for the next push as well. So, to me, I think they really want to try and finish out Sal's except that Dendi's even giving him the jungle farm over himself to try and do so.
But
he's 80 gold away, but look who...
nice emotion, that is, but where you got from?
This is the time for taking, not even about taking chances, but making a play happen. I think sitting back here is going to be a mistake.
Pretty
for
good,
Na'Vi.
but I'm
They
pretty
need to
good.
get
Just
active,
chilling,
use their
watching
smokes and
international.
find some kills.
The brackets
Well,
qualifier.
hard to smoke gank when LGD are just hugging their tier 2 mid.
No, obviously, fuck
Nice.
those.
LGD is an incredibly hard team just in general to smoke against, because you always know they're going to be grouped up. Like, that's the thing. It's like you're not finding a solo pick-off, like a Secret S team where, you know, like Arteezy is always often solo split pushing and playing kind of deep. With LGD, you're just like, they're grouped as 5. If we smoke, we're going to have to 5v5. Do we want to 5v5? And Na'Vi's probably saying not really.
And even if they're spread out, it's never like, it's either because they have an idea that it's safe. Like if they see a couple of Na'Vi heroes and they split push with the Tiny Wisp.
Towards the bottom lane, although Na'Vi will deny them some of that vision now, but LGD were just grouped up as 5 killing Ancients. Now they'll split up a little, but even like when they split up, they're still very
Na'Vi
much
is
in a
doing
kind of
terrible.
similar quadrant of the map.
All about
Really
the next
terrible.
Roshan now.
Here's the
Na'Vi looking like they may want to make their play. They get a ward up.
They are just
Sneeko
throwing it.
surging forward right now. Dire Vision doesn't actually see him just yet, but he's going to walk up the hill. There's a dust here. The gem is a little bit farther to the north. Xiaowei not in position. Sneeko gets eyes out for Na'Vi, but do they know that everybody else is waiting up the hill? Na'Vi thinking they might want to go, but they just want somebody a little more isolated as a target.
Very hard to go on a Tiny when you know there's an
They're
Iron
not like
somewhere behind him.
And maybe even a Dazzle
Yeah.
potentially. And all the while, there's a tiny illusion top lane just clubbing down this range Drax.
Maybe was just baiting there. Like, even if you get him with a blink hold before he BKB, so you can actually dump your SF damage on him,
Ellie.
you blink Rec Room, it's not going to end well.
LGD's turn to smoke.
Oh,
They're
they-
wrapping around
they pop it.
Sneeko.
He's got a gem, he does not want to lose
Oh
this.
no, he's got the TP out, but he hasn't moved just yet. Where's their...
Dazzle's not here.
They have a dust, but they didn't know he was exactly there. The Dazzleback saw.
Dazzle's the one with the, Spirit Breaker is dust and Dazzle's the gem, so.
Still, they lost their range Drax. Just the illusions of maybe picked up the rune earlier, doing their work, and they're still hunting Sneeko. Oh god, they found him. Avalanche
Yeah.
coming through.
The
Where's the
Spirit
gem?
reveal his position.
Where's the gem? The gem not quite here yet.
he's
Xiaowei
dead.
trying to get in position. But
Oh,
they're
he got out of
going
there.
for Sneeko. He barely escapes. Oh, that is so important there.
Xiaowei was positioned very far back and defensively because he doesn't want to get jumped because he needs to make sure he gets Graves off in this fight if needed. So it feels like they need to get the gem. Yeah, they get
Very
the gem
lucky.
just now to Yao. If Yao had the gem there, Sneeko would have been easy picking.
Ross.
Oh god,
Polygon.
would he ever?
They're going to go for the Roche contest. They're going
Gonna
to be
drop
too late.
quickly
though.
here. Here comes Na'Vi on the rotation. Avos jumps in, but already
He's on the
is
ground.
picked up by Sylar, who's gonna grab it. Yao tanking in the pit, clubbing for all he's worth, but
Dendy
not
got
doing a
cheese.
whole hell of a lot. Sylar comes back for round 2. Now he BKBs, and Maybe's there. Welcome to the bash zone. He jumps in, delivers the toss. It's 3 dead.
Here's
Almost
GG.
every core cleaned up, and Sneeko in a headlong retreat. He's got no TP. This time he will lose the gem. It's 4 down. Aegis was popped at a bare minimum, and they did manage to snag the cheese for Dendy. But what does it matter?
Tiny
LGD
fucking
in
bomb.
through the bottom
Why
lane.
pick
Range
Axe
Drax
as a
dropping
tank?
and
Shit.
dead.
He's only good
That's
early
already
game.
1.5, and they'll be looking for more. They, relocate maybe back. That's going to delay the push a little bit.
Actually, shit is
But Sylar's
happening.
in now. It's his turn to work on buildings. Slightly slower going. but it looks like he'll get it nonetheless. The Zavost is zoned back by a missile. No buyback outside of the Queen of Pain, and hell, even if they have 5 gods, it just feels like they are totally outmatched when it comes to the damage department. LGD wrapping on
Got
mid,
305
looking for the
damage,
Megas.
come
They want
on.
the GG here. It'll be another point for them if they can grab it up to 12 with a chance at grabbing 3 more and going up to 14 if they can win game 2. There's the buyback, the last hold for Na'Vi. They don't want to give this one up just yet. In comes another strike focusing on Dendy. BKB from Yowie charges forward. He gets another kill. Host just gets wrecked. BKB's far too late. Wouldn't have mattered. And Na'Vi absolutely trucked, demolished,
Na'Vi fucking
utterly
shocking.
destroyed by LGD.
Grouped up, but they're still, you can't really easily split push them, especially when they go for this IO Tiny. They had so much
Next.
Nowhere's there alive. Bone 7 comes in. He'll orb himself away to can't kill up KP.
Bloodseeker.
That Tombstone finally dropping down, but yes, Bloodseeker moving so quickly in. He's sicky about over a QO, but March, he's still very low in life. But the shackle from QO, it latches onto Eternal Envy. In through the rear, the silence and relocate is coming in right on top of Febby to kill him off with the balls. Bone 7 wants to keep fighting too. The balls are chasing him, and that's a double kill for Notel. March, the charge is going to work. There's nothing to stop him, or
look at
is
Fada.
there? But, oh no!
There's no way. He doesn't have ulti.
Well, could he run into him and Dragon Tail?
No.
It doesn't work that way?
No, you'll get pushed. It has a pretty big AoE around Spirit Breaker that will push you with the bash if you get close to him when he's charging. So, I mean, Fada predicted it correctly, but there's no way he can stun that. Still funny though. Still a heads-up play.
Might have hoped the Spirit Breaker might pull out of the charge.
Yeah, maybe you would stop the charge. You can always hope for that. Or the creep's dying, so he doesn't.
Man, what a mess of a game though. It's still going the way of E9. Like, they still have a 7,000 net worth advantage and over 3k in the experience.
They are steadily pulling ahead now, yeah. They have been starting to get more out of the fights once again. MVP were doing really well in the beginning, and charging now bottom.
No stopping. Misery. Well, yeah, Nether Strike. Now, well, there she go, Notel. Is that a bait to try and drag Notel out?
think
But you
so.
you blinked in. 1 second till the blink's off cooldown for Queen of Pain. March is on the run. Fada can't reach him in time. That damn sigil slowing him down, and yep, there goes March. He's charging up, and in fact going over towards Bone 7, who's battling with Q, and again! What is that shackle?
That is a
Eternal
crazy
Envy
stuff.
comes in, and they're both gonna TP out. Remember, it's the
TP.
most powerful item in the game of Dota 2.
It definitely is, dude.
QO has just found himself some, do we say 17% shackle chances?
I don't know, dude. That was amazing. Chua is playing a really good windrunner so far. It looks kind of strange because it's high ground, low ground, and those shackles always look kind of off, but it was a legit angle, dude. So wonder what he's gonna go for now. If he's gonna go straight into Daedalus after this, or if he wants to go for Maelstrom. Probably Daedalus. Whenever you go Axe first, that tends to be the build.
It does, but when you're up against heroes like Puck as well as Wisp,
And DK.
like having something like a Maelstrom's actually really cool for you. Because the bouncing lightning is always a nuisance. Even if it turns just a blink dagger on the cooldown once, like that's worth it.
It's also really good against the armor on DK, because he has so high armor, going physical damage is not so good.
Fada, the run in. Charge being thrown back, but Fada's not visible here. Could you also go for something like a Desolator if you feel like jumping in and taking Roshan is also a high priority?
You definitely can. It is a strong build, but most Windrunner players don't favor that one over the Maelstrom or Daedalus. You can go Daedalus into the Desolator or the other way around though. That works for sure.
Okay. Well, he'll have the choice. He's already got 1,600 gold.
I like this when you have Aghax, just farming the big creep on the Ancient with ulti. Because you have no cooldown anyway, so let's just use it, you know?
Yeah. 100 mana is not really that much when you got 1,000, plus you're still running a bottle.
It used to be so expensive. It used to cost a lot more mana. Even on low levels, that was terrible. You would never skill it then.
I didn't realize we have a thief in the mix.
Oh, we do.
Nut stole Fighter's stout shield. Top lane, Fabby, relocate in, and to the trees he'll die.
No way to survive there. Very dangerous relocate as the puck has his blink on his own. So when they reload in.
Eternal Envy, March, to keep out the strike. At the same time, they jump in towards the middle lane. A double stance and Dream Call. Perfect from Bone 7. The Courier's trying to play. Actually, there's something Observer Wards, but the Courier's going to die to try and deliver them. He couldn't actually deliver because they're inside the snowball. And Nuts down for the count.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, chasing after the Queen of Pain. Look at Envy's charging after.
588.
2 attacks in.
One, can't get the second. But win rate is still so low.
Yeah, she's really low.
Like that Invis rune, it actually helps. She's up. She's got enough life that she's not visible to the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, they got a 1-for-1 trade bottom, but that fight mid was really nice for C9. Now gonna try and go for Roshan as well.
Damage is a problem.
Yeah, they don't hurt that much yet. They need Bloodseeker to come in.
Yep.
He can Blood Rage up Roshan, which is very nice because then everyone deals more damage to him. Of course, he still hurts a little bit more, but who cares when you're a dragon?
Yep. MVP should probably be looking for this. Like, you've still got a tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. You could have just TP'd, sharded, or something like that, but
too late.
Yeah. Roshan's already gone. They cannot get in position. And Aegis the Immortal into the hands of little Roadrunner Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and he's gonna run into a jungle and just use his Midas, get some HP up again, and he's looking to become pretty strong now. The Blade Mail into BKB, I assume, or maybe Sanjiasha even. No, he has to full BKB. Okay. Full BKB completed with Blade Mail and Midas, 22 minutes. Not bad. Seconds on Windrunner.
And that's one Red Dragon. He is just working his way through a Bone 7! Again! He is just so good on this puck. And they gave him all the space. Eternal Envy would be the one to take all the glory for it. But Bone 7 has set up so many moments for Cloud9, just push an over advantage.
Puck ulti into Bloodright, what a nice combo they got there.
They can still stay. If they wanted to, they can still stay. They've still got the Aegis Immortal on Eternal Envy. And he hasn't even used his BKB. There's still a 10-second BKB charge that has not been expended.
Yeah, I think they're gonna back out. They're pretty composed in this today. They have been really composed when it comes to backing and time, and just coming back when they have items, realizing how much gold they have, or maybe fake backing like this with Shadowblade.
I think someone yelled at KP and said, no.
There's dragons out there, dude. Just back.
Solar Crest now up for the Wisp. I was actually wondering if he was looking for a Glimmer Cape after picking up the cloak.
I mean,
but he's got the money for a Solar Crest, so hey, why not?
Yeah, that can defend people against Windrunner's ulti as well. Just putting that on whoever gets initiated upon is a good way to protect anyone.
So we get Undying now building. Oh, is Misery going to tick it off the list?
The Atos?
Yep.
No, Vanguard.
Okay, well.
Fake hype. It's happening!
It wasn't fake! I wasn't lying to you, audience! I honestly thought it could have been Run of Atos! I wasn't lying! But death, QO, Look at him hit so hard. It's the silver. They relocated for that.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose they get a kill over on Bone 7, and now they can go high ground with no Wind Ranger up, no buyback available for her either. Life is difficult.
Yeah, even a Reaver now on the Fada DK as well, so he's so tanky, just moving high ground. How can MVP stop this? I don't see a single way.
They actually go in again, Bone 7, and Rupture on Queen of Pain. I dare you to blink. She took the dare.
She should have taken the one step and then blinked. It can work.
There goes your... You mean because you get away from the damage instance?
Yeah, exactly. You need to take one step first, though, else there's no chance of... Yeah, he just jumped into death right there.
Yep.
But you can still die, actually, even if you take a step. It's depending on timers and mechanics and stuff. Yeah.
Well, Cloud9 going for GG push. The tier 4 towers is the next primary target. They've taken 2 sets of fractures. The charge is coming out. MVP, actually, well, March is like on the opposite side of the map.
I mean, they see him as well, charging from down here. They're like, oh, well, you're welcome.
Well, Hero jumps out, Shackle. Oh, he got 2, but he's also stunned up into the blood right at the snowball. They're going in further, and they're after N0tail in the Yule Scepter. It catches him before he finishes the Nether Strike, and March can't even get him. The Glimmer Cape is helping to protect. March is going to go down. QO is trying to kill Bone 7. He's got no life left. It's over. Waga, it's over. It's all over. It's GG.
It's GG. They call it. Man, C9, perfect day. Congratulations on the 6 points. An MVP tough game, but they have one more coming up after this, as they will go up against IG.
And yeah, this is onto the tier 4s. 4 heroes down at the moment. I think it's game handed.
Yeah, I think that's all she wrote for game 1.
You've got to hand it to Complexity. For the entirety of the game, they played very, very well against Secret, and at the end, it was just that one fight.
You've been walking down this street. Step it up.
Na'Vi.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Getting kills, he racked up some items thanks to the Midas pickup. He had a fantastic performance in game 1, and LGD, just typical, solid, all-around, good strategy coming out from Jiawei. Clear objectives in mind as they moved around the map, and we'll see what they have planned for game 2. I think they'll be pretty happy with this opening, getting Dazzle and Tusk. Dazzle's been a key support for them throughout TI5 so far, and Tusk is just their preferred hero for Yao in general.
No Tusk Undying duo, at least. Na'Vi probably happy about that. At this time, they do make the adjustment. They're going to ban out the Wisp. It didn't feel like the Tiny Wisp duo was necessarily the thing that Na'Vi couldn't deal with, but it is something LGD keep on going back to, and they are winning a lot of games with it, so Gonna play it safe. They even go so far as to ban out Spirit Breaker, who proved to be a bit of a thorn in the Queen of Pain side last time around.
It's still a weird ban. Like, kind of reminds me, like, game 1, they were banning Rubik, which didn't seem like a good ban. This game, it's like, they've already picked up Yao's hero in the...
And it's not a
tough.
support that LGD run.
Yeah, so...
Maybe a throwaway ban, Na'Vi just wanting to leave the pool open, but generally second phase, that's not the way you're approaching it.
Yeah, and if it's a throwaway ban, you at least do it on something they might pick that, like, you have no intent of picking, like an anti-mage. Like, you ban an anti-mage, so Sylar doesn't get an anti-mage. So, I feel like it's a weird ban for Na'Vi.
Let's see how prepared they are coming into the second phase. It's a Bloodseeker removed here. LGD looking for their third pickup. Still no real damage from this team, much more just utility from the Tuscan Dazzle. What do they want
So,
here, guys?
I mean, I like the Shadow Fiend ban from Na'Vi, Radiant SF, and just great maybe hero. Queen of Pain is a possibility instead. Oh, sorry, what am I talking about? Queen of Pain was taken by Na'Vi, so no Queen of Pain. As far as the mid lane goes, the... Lina going to be the option.
It could be a support still. Xiaowei plays with this quite a bit. It's not even clear it's a mid, but it definitely is a possibility.
Yeah. Storm's a hero that LGD like to run, either in the mid lane for maybe, or even occasionally for Sylar in the safe lane.
Yeah, the other maybe heroes that come to mind, Ember, not really very good in lane against Queen of Pain. You don't know the co-op's going there, though, so...
Yeah. This feels like an anti-mage game for LGD, to be honest. They've got great space creation from a Tusk. The Dazzle support is one of the best ones to have, and just get something like a Dazzle Witch Doctor as your support duo, if you want to run the Lina mid, or even Dazzle Lina is a good support duo if you want to pick some other mid for maybe, so... I feel like it's a strong anti-mage game. It feels like there's a very small pool of safe lane carries that teams are running. Very different to past TIs. Like, you go back to the TI where Mushi ran like 20 different heroes in 20-something games or whatever, and like it felt like you could run anything in the safe lane farming role. This tournament, it seems teams are very limited.
I mean, what carries are we really seeing? We're seeing Tiny, anti-mage,
Gyro,
obviously a little bit of Ember, a little Clinks.
But
little Slardar, but like even going
like
into that,
Slardar is like just
very situational.
Na'Vi picking Slardar, so it's
as far as heroes we're seeing a lot. It's really just that pool of 3 to 5.
Yeah, I feel like there's 3 to 5 picks that are really the top picks for the safe lane farming role. So
we do go into a disruptor now, and very strong zoning potential here in the off lane. The disruptor plus Gyro. Artstyle had some big moments last game. Did get caught out a few times. This hero can be a playmaker.
And Saniko's big hero is still in the pool. The Winter Wyvern as well as Earthshaker.
Feels like a great Darkseer game for Na'Vi. So much AoE, vacuum into the kinetic field. It's a Funnick special. Dendi certainly capable of taking the Quap reins. I think one team has run it in the tournament.
Navi did a
Navi did it, actually.
Lycan Brood, I believe it was, in one game.
He's only been picked once or maybe a handful of times, but definitely not. You want to carry diversity. LGD delivering it.
Yeah.
I wonder why this game for the Lycan. There's quite a bit of control.
Like LG is kind of guaranteed top 2. They could probably mix things up a bit. And
yeah.
There is, talked about it earlier today and yesterday, it's like there's some merit in quote-unquote experimenting, or not really experimenting, but trying heroes which you think are viable, but you're not entirely sure. So you can really try it and apply it in a competitive match, because otherwise you're just kind of basing it on your scrims, which maybe aren't the same as a TI5 group stage match.
It is the Darkseer in the end. So. Yep. Navi with the massive combo. If LGD won a 5-man Navi have the horses to take that fight. Now, will they have the execution? That remains to be seen. You can't accuse this team of lacking in the 5v5 department.
Yeah, so tough game for a Lycan. There's a lot of control, tons of damage output coming from Navi. The one thing they are somewhat lacking is that
And for LGD, pretty much the same. This may not be quite as active of an early game, but the hero that could mix things up for LGD, most likely the Yao Tusk.
Yep. And something LGD like to do is they run Sylar in the mid lane on Lycan, which it looks like will be the case. Maybe on Storm is going for that Soul Ring rush, so it will be Sylar going mid against the Queen of Pain.
All right, with that, welcome in everybody who's watching on various live streaming platforms. I'm LD, I'm joined here by Gods and Wepis. It's time for Navi versus LGD. Game number 2. LGD with a win here. They will ensure that at the very least they're tied with Secret for first in Group A going down the stretch. Guaranteed top 2 at this point, it seems, with this additional point, or all but guaranteed, as long as they continue to get at least a tie in the next series, and they look good. B5 a lot last game. Fight. They get a support shake.
Hey, welcome.
Two heroes that we haven't seen out of them that much, especially Lycan used to be a go-to, a staple for LGD.
And it won't be an easy matchup against the Queen of Pain. I imagine the support probably in the form of the Dazzle will be spending some time mid kind of babysitting him, maybe throwing poison touches towards the Queen of Pain, giving some Shadow Wave heals as Sylar needs it. But for now, it will just be Xiao Wei body blocking the mid wave and trying to make sure Sylar has any edge he can get against Dendy's Queen of Pain.
Yeah, the Lycan mid does get early levels if he's left alone. Like you said, Xiao Wei will be here early for a bit of harassment. Already throwing out the Slave, and with that Howl damage coming out, this is going to put Dendy into a defensive posture. Not really. Here. Plus you've got the additional bonus damage from the Quelling Blade, and that's when the Howl is gone. When the Howl's up, he's going to be nearly impossible to outlast hit for Dendy, unless he can zone him out. So you can see where this could be a tough lane for a lane dominator like a Queen of Pain.
Yeah, the Radiant offlane Yao on the Tusk is going to have his work cut out against a Gyro Disrupt. That's he's very cautious against the Glimpse here. Otherwise, there's a lot of kill potential coming out from Navi up top.
They have the Glimpse, like you said.
They got the D ward mid, by the way. A Radiant Sentry ward spotted, spots the Observer ward, which was freshly planted by the Earthshaker in the mid lane.
That's big. Keeps him a little bit more in the dark as he rotates towards the top side of the map. You can see both teams have their offlane wards still going and giving good vision of support rotations. No pulls blocked off, though, at least not initially. So all those creeps do spawn. as you can see. Although we haven't seen the Sylar Lycan at all at TI, it is a staple for him. He used to play this hero, it felt like almost every game. Lycan has received quite a few changes. Other heroes have really risen to prominence, but God, I still have terrifying flashbacks to the age of Lycan first pick, 58%, 60% win rate every game. Didn't matter where you could jungle from level 1 and people would come for you and you just kill them with the wolves.
I think it was when like Secret were first formed and Arteezy would just play Lycan like 20 games in a row or something, and it was even back on EG when he was playing Lycan constantly as well. It was,
you know, at one point it was so bad with the old wolves because your level 1 jungle was really strong that at level 1, the enemy supports would come in with a pack of observers and sentries, and they'd block 4 camps. But mid lane, Sylar, no jungle for you, sir. The chase is on. Dendi already low here. They try to finish him up with the wolves, so keeps him alive. Dendi, the tower shot. He's going to self up, but they can munch him down. Bloodbar auto attack. He's dead. Dendi, please. Oh, what a disaster for Na'Vi. Good wolf micro there. Na'Vi really thought they had him. I actually thought he was going to turn the wolves on him sooner. I was wondering why he didn't, but it seems that's why he baits Dendi in further, and then when...
Dendi, what do you think you're doing?
Get that first blood. This is Lycan, a very tanky hero.
that's a huge pickup to have on Lycan. A first blood gets him boots and bottle. Dendi, meanwhile, just sitting on... does he go bottle? He's just sitting... I was about to say, he's gone for the boots before the bottle even. And you kind of need it a little bit to outrun the wolves. You need what move speed you can get, because those wolves really hit hard. They're squishy as little kittens, but they hit hard.
And this is the nice thing about the Lycan mid, is you can quickly rotate into the jungle, still giving How to your team. And you don't really have to sit around and wait for the waves. In a lot of ways, like a Shadow Fiend mid, he doesn't clear a huge stack the same way, but can always find that little bit of extra farm. Underrated, I would say, for this position. And he's going to hit level 6 quickly with that kill.
Yeah.
Once he gets the ultimate, good luck catching him. But I like what Funnick's doing here, guys. He's gotten into the LGD jungle. He's farming the stacks that have already been formed. They really don't want to be giving this up, but he's got an Invis rune. They can't see him. I don't think there's any detection.
Radiant Sentry's already there.
Oh no, they have one. They're going to make their go on Funnick. He can back up, but he really wants to be an experience rage for this. Oh, he won't have a chance. I think he was out of it there. So
and most of
that's a lot of gold.
Yeah, most of the last hits went the way of LGD. Darkseid didn't get too much
It
out
is
of it.
still space created, though, for the rest of Na'Vi. It's 5 heroes who rotate in. They even abandon the bottom lane. Now Yao and Xiaowei journeying back. And where do they want to go here? Swinging up the ramp towards the north. They get an Observer Ward, clearing the high ground. And now Snowball in on the Dendi. Does he have to blink back? Yes, sir. And he will retreat. So the smoke ends up being a bit of a waste. Good defensive play there by Na'Vi, who also are stacking their own jungle. Can already see that that's why they're B for... Well, actually, they've got 3 heroes that can use the stacks. Dendi, the Darkseer for Funnick, or even that Havost Gyrocopter.
See which way it goes, and maybe they just look for that super farm Gyrocopter, see what they have in mind, but hard to get in the Queen of Pain there. It's one of those things where you're hoping that he just doesn't react to the snowball, and if that clips him, Lena's done and it is a kill, but Dendi about to hit level 6, and now kill potential from his side amps up, and that's something LGD are going to be careful of this time around.
Uh-oh. It's again LGD on the offensive. Double Sentry Wards planted by the Dire side. Uh-oh.
They were both planted by Sneeko.
Bit of a miscue there.
Yeah.
He might break the smoke, though. He's in good position, but already balling up his maybe. Drops the Remnant, and, well, the shards are going to block the other retreat. Maybe with a poor jump there. Doesn't end up getting over the shards, but won't matter.
Looks like he smokes mid just because Sylar was planning on rotating off the lane anyways. I was about to say, Storm rotating in like this is not the most efficient thing.
The stack. They're stealing these dire neutrals. It's stat wars. We saw this from Secret. They did it to LGD in game 1. And it's now going to be LGD taking it to Na'Vi in game 2. This old dog learning some new tricks here, gods, and that is a big spike of gold. Not only what LGD gets, but what Na'Vi won't.
LGD are just really good in the lane stage right now at spreading their resources. Sometimes they struggle and fall behind in the early game, but this time around they've got Lycan in the jungle. Dazzle takes over the bottom lane to get farm and XP. Lena as a support's getting XP in the mid lane. They're just spreading the wealth, something which sometimes they kind of don't really do, but this makes their mid-game just a little bit scarier when they start grouping up as 5 around that kind of 10 to 20 minute stage of the game.
It's true. I think if you look at LGD, and you mentioned Secret, but even comparing them to a lot of teams, their supports don't tend to get much farm priority. Even Yao in the offlane often not given much. MMY a little bit, but you compare the level of farm he's going to get to, say, what KuroKy does, and it's usually not a whole lot. But this time around, hey, if you can take the enemy resources, you're accomplishing both goals. You're not only getting your own farm, but you're slowing down Na'Vi. LGD back to the woods for Sylar. What do you expect from him? Is it just going to be that standard Vlad build up, a lot of jungle time? Do we see any early tower pressure? What's the game plan for the Lycan pick here, Gods?
The real question is normally like whether you go for the Necro 3 or not. It's an item to me. Yeah, there's a Sonic Wave to kill the support laner there, so worthwhile when you're behind like this, but it does give LGD a 2-minute window where, okay, there's no Sonic Wave. If we want to pressure some towers, we know that the Na'Vi defense is not going to be as strong. Even the wall was used, so this is a pretty big window. 1 minute without the wall and about a minute and a half now without the Sonic Wave. They can really pressure some towers if they want to, but at the same time, they haven't really got a lineup geared for doing so just yet. They haven't completed the Vlads yet on Sylar. Storm's still working on really even looking at treads at the moment, so we're still very early on, and LGD don't normally look to take objectives until they kind of reach some more core levels and core items.
And still a very even game here at 9 minutes. Score 3-1. It looked like LGD was starting to cobble together a bit of a lead, but with that kill and just good farm, spread more evenly across the Na'Vi heroes, it evens out, and we'll have to see when the first big moves come out. Na'Vi, as we talked about, just a disgusting team fight, really. Like, fighting 5v5 into that is ever so difficult, but not quite there yet. Looking for a lot of their level 6s. The Queen of Pain all the way down. Shaker not there yet. Disruptor not there yet. They're happy to have this personal time to just get their levels and get ready for those big climactic team fights.
Talking about how LGD were giving some space for the supports, Na'Vi have gone one step ahead with Sneaker. He's already up to 1,300 gold on Earthshaker. He's completely taken over the safe lane.
Well, LGD want to punish that. Xiao 8 moving in. They have a smoke going. It's maybe Enyao. But they are going to walk into 3 heroes, and Havost will be one of them. Not the easiest takedown unless they get the snowball pull combo, and they get both. And Bo's Walrus Punch. No chance for him. The Fisher even came out. That was an awful quick reaction by Sneeko, but a brutal assassination. No chance to react.
Sneaker's probably like, thank God that wasn't me. I'm almost at my blink dagger, but the gyrocopter, the more valuable target for LGD to pick up, and now they're grouped as 3 at top. They have to be a bit careful. They haven't got all that many numbers here.
This combination, the Storm, oh, there you go. Denny looking for the turret. He does manage to take down the Tusk, maybe. Balling to dodge that Scream. And now retreating out. He doesn't have a TP, though. He commits all of his mana for the jump out. A little bit more from the Soul Rain, and he gets down to the low ground. Dendy has the blink. It's going to be tough to catch up. Oh, he's so close.
He sees how low he is.
He's so close. This is beyond frustrating. It's never going to happen, Dendy.
Oh, no.
Oh, that hurts.
You blink and you see him and you're just like, man, this is where if Dendy had had a better start, he would be at least level 9, maybe probably level 10. Have a few more points in the blink, and
then he could go for it.
Yeah.
It would be risky. Maybe he dies, but if you kill the Storm there, it would be worth it. Not the case, though. Still, overall, they get the Tusk.
Bottom line, MMY is stranded. There's no T1 tower here.
Dendy going in, making his move forward with Artstyle. In support, has the Grave, and it's at the perfect moment. Now the TP out back will cancel it, but he stalls as long as possible. MMY gonna go down. Artstyle will take that. Na'Vi, not flummoxed in the slightest, just continue to play aggressive, and again, it's the Storm of maybe. Moving in, Laguna secures it. Xiaowei collects his freebie. Back and forth we go. 6-3 the score. Not a
dagger, and
How much do you think the Blink does? He's only level 6 here.
it's not going to be a huge game changer immediately. It's definitely something which will help Na'Vi long term, but maybe a pick-off here or there on someone like Sylar. Like one pick-off on Lycan, and you've just justified all the space you gave the Earthshaker. And I think it's the item you need to kind of be able to initiate on Sylar with a Blink Echo.
Tower will drop. Sylar starting to accelerate his own push as they surge in. Havos looking to go on Yao. Does he have something to snowball to? He needs it quickly. There is a grave available. Fisher coming out. He snowball dodges and goes back in on Havos, who's been left to the wolves, quite literally, moving in towards him. And now they hunt down Artstyle. They continue pursuit. Funnick on the run. Shawit going for the cutoff here. He's got a Laguna ready. Could almost insta-give Dendi if he's not careful. One more auto attack. There's the disengage from the Fisher.
Oh, how
Paid
did he
off
miss
from
him?
Dendi just to kill 2 Lycan wolves. That's not what they need. And that's gonna be it. Oh, Na'Vi. Where has the old magic gone? They just don't have it right now, gods.
Well, Na'Vi may be back, but the Magic's not back yet, LV. Tier 2 tower at top, getting pressured, and LGD just such great control over this game. They get down 2 deep wards in the enemy jungle, one even hovering near the mid lane. Very hard for them to engage on anything at this point, even with this big team fight wombo combo going.
Oh, they gotta finish him off. This is beyond infuriating for Na'Vi, but they do get 2. It's just not the ideal candidate. God, they would have loved to take down that Storm.
It's so hard. Once he's graved, it's like, unless you can chainsaw him doing that grave, he still has so much mana left, he's almost guaranteed to be able to get that full lightning off.
They had everything there. They had the static storm, the kinetic field, fissure, call down. They threw the whole kitchen sink at him, and they got him. But hey, shallow grave.
Still the kind of fight they were looking for. They get a couple of kills. They regroup a little bit, and from here they've de-warded their jungle as well. They've at least taken out one of the wards here. Their vision around their own jungle in this top lane is fantastic, and that's where LGD have been spending a lot of time when they've been 5-manning. LGD have to be careful this next kind of 3 to 4 minutes. If they try and make plays around the top side of the map, Na'Vi could have their number with their team fight getting scarier and scarier, as well as the Blink Dagger being up on Earthshaker.
And it is going to be the Necro build here for Sylar. Already picked up the Necro 1. He's hit level 12, just turbo farming the woods, 120 CS. And this is not a hero that farms stacks quite the way a Gyro or a Shadow Fiend does, but he does it through raw damage rather than AoE. Keeping the lead now. He'll be the pushing engine. Seems like with the Blink online, Na'Vi about to get their mech. This may be where LGD changed up the game plan a little bit. Stop going for the group up and fight, and start going for the split push. But Na'Vi have other ideas. They're on the smoke. Moving down through the river. They find an illusion room.
They could get lean if they head that direction, but maybe looking for a bigger prize in the Lycan, hoping that they can catch Sylar in the jungle.
They're looking for it. The MMY tucked away though. He's in a really tough spot to get at him.
They don't find the Lycan. Unfortunately, Sylar was at the Ancients when they made this expedition.
And he is going to be scouting with the Wolves now. He doesn't see the smoke gang though. Oh, he might catch them retreating out.
I don't know if they've even seen MMY. He TPs to the tier 2. He knows exactly what's going on and where Na'Vi are. When you make a TP like that, just to go small distance.
This is, it brings back memories. These Wolves just always giving vision, and potentially even later on, the Storm can use them as a launching pad for boots and travels.
Re-smoke though. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but they're headed towards top.
Well,
they're going to
they're going to fight mid. Funny getting caught out.
It's a fake push. They're looking to initiate top. Saniko's going to go for a Blink Echo Slam, but he's too late.
He tried to get there to defend with the smoke.
They go on mid instead. They're going to take the tier 1 down. But it's a tier 1 for a tier 2, and maybe close
They're
in
gonna
on
jump
the
in.
Bloodstone.
They've got the observer
Big
ward.
commitment here. They have
Blink
to
Echo.
completely change Stunner. He will just ball. Wait, no! Maybe finish the camp too soon. There's the Yules. Echo at the ready. They've got just a split second here. Sneak on the chase. He's out of mana now. Has the TP scroll. I think they got him with the next fissure, but they have to make sure this connects. Blink forward. Keep the vision on him. He balls out trying to dodge, but he can't. And they finally corral that pesky Storm.
When that
Na'Vi
fissure missed,
taken
like,
down.
my heart just stopped. I'm like, he's going to get away from another, like, 4-man gang. Like, how is this possible? But
Oh, jeez.
if he had gotten away, then Na'Vi would just be, like, on tilt. And
It's just one of those games where you don't have that much lockdown for Storm. It's really just the Blink Echo. Your Glimpse Static Storm sounds nice, but haven't had the vision for it most of the time. And you could it's just frustrating if you're on the other side and you're Na'Vi, but finally they're able to bring him down. And I don't think he spent his gold before he died there, so it will delay the Bloodstone quite a bit.
didn't have any way of, I guess, well, needed the courier at the secret shop if he wants to spend money. And for LGD, they've slowed down quite a bit here. They haven't been gaining momentum. They haven't really taken a big farm advantage outside of Sylas. So they do have, and I think they're really respecting the team fight of Na'Vi right now. They're not looking to get aggressive on the map like they'd normally do. 15 to 20 minutes is normally where LGD reigns supreme. They're 5-manning, they're taking towers, they're smoking a lot, but right now instead, they're playing defensively and farming as passively as they can. Silo is farming the Ancients, not his own jungle when Na'Vi were missing, because he had protection there. Here, but this is the key here for LGD, is use the vision that these wolves provide. It can allow them
They had
to...
the ward mid. They saw 2 and they're smoking. They have the Yules now as well in Xiao 8. Could be the tool to initiate. Sneeko has a Blink Dagger, but if he gets caught by Xiao 8,
Storm.
he's not going anywhere. Blink out just in time. Oh, and Xiao 8's revealed. Sneeko, Spidey senses a tingling, does make it out. But Yao still wants to go in on this.
I think
Double
they,
Observer ward here as one is about to expire, so they have plenty of vision towards mid.
You're fighting a scary team fight. Storm not there. Storm finishing his Bloodstone at the top lane, which is fine. And I think the idea was find a solo pick off and get out. They realized that 3 heroes with the Ancients, so while they were nearby the mid lane, they felt like they could get a quick pick off and make their way out. But Sneeko, like you said, fast fingers, gets out of there, and LGD just going to have to be forced to go back to that defensive farming nature right now.
It honestly kind of reminds me of those TI3 games where you'd see like a Magnus and just a hard carry melee hero, where that's how LGD are approaching this one. It's one big misstep, we get team wiped by this combo. So let's, like you said, find the pick-off. Don't go in on 5, not right now. Once Storm gets a BKB, once we have a couple of additional items on the Lycan, then maybe we can force these fights. But now is not their time. They're looking for Gent bottom, trying to hunt out Funnick. Didn't see him though, he just made into the trees. He surges out, he backs in, he drops the wall, there's the Echo, Xiao 8 dead in an instant, and in a blink, so too is Yao, but Sylar says screw it, rushes in, deploys his Necro Book, now decides to back out very fast, as MMY tanks the Queen of Pain out 1 by 1, LGD getting picked off and pulled apart, they'll end up losing 3. Didn't have the Storm there, probably wouldn't have mattered. Na'Vi see what looks like a very slight opening, and they just go for it.
Fantastic play. Funnick was managed to hide from the trees as Xiao 8 came out, so he had no idea where the Darkseid was. Darkseid calls for the TPs, and they just pounce. They get 2 kills instantly, and then LGD think, okay, we can go in and fight. They just use all their ultimates, which was true, but they still didn't have the firepower. The Necro 3s just weren't really that potent in the fight.
In the jungle, they have found him again, maybe. Oh, the Fissure just slayed.
Yep.
Didn't have the Echo follow-up, but they did have a glimpse. Might have been able to catch him with that.
Maybe he'll TP himself towards bottom, and Funnick does need to be a bit careful down here.
This game looking a whole lot more stable for Na'Vi, and they just have a lot more ways to catch heroes out. Last game, it was really just Artstyle and the Disruptor as the source of their team fighting control, but this time the Sneeko Earthshaker, to some extent even the Funnick Darkseer, and now much more so as he gets the blink. This used to be one of Funnick's really big heroes. TI3 again, I don't know if you recall that 3 or 4 hero vacuum onto the Dire Cliff in their jungle. Oh, that was a thing of beauty. Funix looking for that one.
He's had ones like that around the Roshan pit countless times as well, where he'll vacuum people onto the
and they
cliff.
They want to fight bottom. Do they have the ultimate cooldowns on time? Echo Slam is
Wall
up
is
at
up in
50.
3.
No quad ult. They don't have either big ult. Do you think they can fight this without either?
It's risky. They'll look to like chip and poke around, but I don't think they'll look for a full engage.
There's the back into a static storm. Kinetic field only catches maybe though, who stands his ground for now. Can he ball out of here in time? Bloodstone deny? No, he makes his way out. They try to glimpse him back in and he's still gonna survive in the end. Oh, they were close to wrangling him, gods, but just good defensive support play. The tower is denied. Na'Vi able to at least get that.
Well, I definitely showed that it was worth a shot for Na'Vi. That vacuum static storm, they said we didn't need all our ultimates, we just need like 1 or 2. A static storm, that'll do it. They had the wall as well, so they said no Sonic Wave, no Echo, no problem. Unfortunately, they just couldn't quite kill the storm because of the defensive support play, but it still feels like that was a justifiable a hold attempt from Na'Vi.
And it also puts the fear of God in LGD.
Yeah.
That next time, if they have the Echo, if they have the Queen of Pain ult, and we go there, and more than one hero gets caught, God forbid it's the Dazzle, you're in a lot of trouble.
I mean, LGD weren't even close to going for a kill or finding a kill that fight, whereas Na'Vi were just inches away from killing a Storm Spirit.
Shawade is hunting. He is going to try to find a Boast here. Gets the Yule Scepter off. Is there any sort of backup coming in for the Gyrocopter? Doesn't have the BKB cooldown just yet, but Shawade gets countered, initiated upon. Now they snowball, bringing him into the fray, looking for the Laguna on Havos. They zap him down. Now the Grave on Shawade. Excellent defensive support play. Glimpsing back, maybe take him out of the fight. Shawade healed. Then Mac, they just can't kill this Lina. Looks like a carry by how much HP he's constantly being given. And in the end, the 2 for nothing. Well, Na'Vi, as strong as they are, it's 5. If they get caught out 1 by 1, they do melt.
Yeah, they weren't grouped up and ready for that one. I think that was just some surprising LGD aggression. Like, they just went diving in, hoping for the best, and out of this, Roshan is the goal and something that Na'Vi with 2 dead can't really contest.
When you are running a gigantic team fight combo like this, the worst thing to have to deal with is a second life. Wraith King used to be a great counter pick to big AoE team fights for exactly that reason, and Aegis now comes out for the Storm. Obviously, like, not a great Aegis carry, but Storm amazing for this, so now they got to find a way to kill maybe twice.
This is a Storm who's getting scary and scary. This guy has been the player of this TI so far. I would say...
I would agree.
The stand-up player. As far as individual skill and talent goes, probably him and Arteezy have been the 2 standout individual players. Arteezy gets overshadowed by the fact that he's on a team of star players who also play amazingly.
Everyone expected it out of Arteezy.
Yeah.
I don't think many people, certainly not from the Western scene, expected it out of maybe. Some have seen what he's done on LGD, but he's never played on, well, I wouldn't call it the big stage yet as far as the environment, but as far as the quality of competition, it certainly is.
He also gets the edge because he was the orchestrated a big comeback. Secret haven't had to have a big comeback yet. Well, the games they were behind, they lost.
Are you challenging Arteezy?
Yeah, look, well, challenging Secret, they got to get behind and then Arteezy's got to, I don't know, power his way
Arteezy is
through
not
his
known
comeback.
to shy away from a challenge.
He's going to have a big 10k gold Ember Spirit comeback.
You what, mate?
Arteezy are going to play Ember Spirit? What? I don't think that's in our hero pool.
That's one thing EG get to do now that they didn't used to with Sumail now on the field. I'm sure they'll give Arteezy a hard time for it, but man, he makes up for it with his other heroes. Back to the mid lane.
Wait for the grand finals, LD. Arteezy will pull it out.
Back to the mid lane. Call down coming through. Havos instantly BKBing, but it's an air ball. This is going to make this tower defense quite a bit trickier. Sylar did ultimate. They're going to glimpse him back to slow down the push for about half a second. He's right back in, and out he goes. LGD, no full commit here, but they know with the BKB and the call down both used, there is a chance. Na'Vi still want to fight this, though. They feel like they might be able to take the engagement anyway, and so they glyph. Out come the shards, scouting more than anything. No Lycan ult either. Oh, they're going for it. Back. There you go. Now the wall, the snowball used. They didn't catch anything with that. No Static Storm or Kinetic Field, and now they ball in. Static Storm was waiting for this, but he already blinked his way out of this one, or yeah, actually able to walk his way out. Art Style, the first man down. Sylar going to BKB, and in they go for more. They get the killing spree, and it's tough to hit that combo reliably when you're outside your base and just not able to find the opening. Now a ball in, maybe has the Aegis, rushes in, Havos no BKB, down for the count. The push continues in earnest. Dendy, Yule's ready soon. Back, Echo, Guapo,
Oh,
the combo
no.
plays from
Wombo
Na'Vi.
combo.
Just when you think you're safe, they find the kills, but there's still an Aegis here. Sylar's still alive. They're not done just yet. They'll have a second life on the Storm here. Might be able to go back in on Sinico. Sylar was really thinking about it. They're going to work on the racks. Oh boy. If only they had everything else. If they had the wall there, the static storm ready to go as well.
If they had the gyrocopter. Oh.
My kingdom for a full team fight. That's the war cry by Na'Vi. Oh, they might find MMY here though.
And that's where LGD just played that smart. They chipped away. They forced Na'Vi to commit like a BKB or the vacuum wall, and then they went in when they knew it was fairly safe. They just underestimate a bit the killing potential of a few ultimates. They're like, okay, they're missing half their ultimates, can push, but half their ultimates, in that case, what, a vacuum, Sonic Wave and Echo Slam was enough. They didn't need cooldown, they didn't need wall, they had two others.
Honestly, I think if you're LGD here, overall you're kind of happy with the matchup, just because you have these two super far.
Really have to just keep looking for that big team fight combo.
They've shown they can pull it off.
Funix getting scouted here in the jungle. Let's be careful. That's a long ball lightning.
The Wolves, they give the vision needed. Can Funix pop the mech in time here? He will. Tries to retreat. Actually, now Guardian Greaves, but still pursued by maybe completely out of mana. Has one more ball with the regen, and Funix, no escape for him. Now bottom lane. Action breaking out there as well. Call down was thrown out. They get the Shallot Lina. A slight win there for LGD, getting a core for a supporter on the map. But looking for a bit more here. Dendy trying to hunt MMY, Lycan ult, gearing up and racing in potentially. Even his illusions are charging forward with rapid speeds, while maybe is finding kills to the south of the fight. Up to the north, it breaks out in earnest. Starts out with the TP out, escapes from the snowball, which just turns tail towards the well. And God, did you see how fast that gyrocopter had his rotors just ripped off and plummeted to the ground? Man, he didn't last a second.
Yeah, and this bottom tier 2 tower probably not going to last too long at all. 3 Na'Vi heroes on the sidelines, and the push is coming and coming fast. This is problematic for Na'Vi. LGD just outmaneuvering them. Always seem to have a numbers advantage when they take a fight, and they're just splitting Na'Vi up. They're not really committing to like one place on the map. They're not fighting around choke points. They're not fully grouping up as 5. They're forcing Na'Vi to spread,
and they're really having trouble just corralling the Storm and the Lycan. These two they're so mobile, especially the Storm of maybe. You have quote-unquote counters on paper, but just not the most mobile ones. They don't have a Hex yet. Your Disruptor is relatively poor, sitting at only, well, actually extremely poor, sitting at, it was Elite Gold for a moment, now just 1,344. Tough to wrangle him. Here comes the Lycan ult. Once again, it's online. It's up a lot at this stage of the game. And again, the jump in. Maybe on the Funix. They do have a static storm and they drop it, but it's a complete airball from Artstyle. This gives LGD the freedom to rush forward. More objectives are the goal. They may not even wait for the next Roche. With those kills, looking for more. They even gonna find Dendy, who throws himself up in the air. Can he blink out in time? No, the Echo! That's all, nothing else! One by one, Na'Vi fall like a house of cards, collapsing under the weight of the LGD onslaught, who look to continue rampaging through Group A. It's LGD and Secret neck and neck here down the stretch, as they will force out the GG, sweep Na'Vi 2-0, and with this loss, Gods, Na'Vi 100% to the lower bracket for them. They are going to need some serious, serious plans to make their way forward from here.
Yeah, for Na'Vi in the main event, they'll be putting their life at stake in a best-of-1 lower bracket match. That's going to be tough, and they've had some signs of brilliance throughout this group stage. The consistency just hasn't been there, but started off today pretty strong, but yeah, I mean, you have games left against LGD, and LGD have just been, next to Secret, the two scariest teams in the tournament. So this was always going to be a tough one for Na'Vi, and unfortunately, they fell short.
Good news about this year's format. They are not out of it. They won't be eliminated before the main event, but you know, as much as every loss we've seen from Na'Vi so far, they try to keep their chins up. They try their best to talk about what they can do for the next game. It has to start wearing on them at some point. They just can't seem to put together wins. And, you know, you even go back to day one, the match against Cloud9, it felt like they could have 2-0'd them. That starts to come back to really haunt Na'Vi. And I worry about the morale even more than the potential of the team. But, well, with that, we're going to hand it back to the analysts, see what they think about Na'Vi, as well as how Group A is shaping up overall.
Yeah, it's about time. Double kill.
Up and fade away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bountiful. Haste.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, you're hot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
attention. Killing spree. My thanks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The flames rush forth.
they're like, no, 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 don't tong, don't tong. And he just canceled it and died.
The Darkseer joined him on the cliffside.
Yeah, exactly. Could maybe even have fought that, but
That was the goal of March. The goal of March was to drag as many people up on the cliff. His thing, Bounty Hunter tracks, and Darkseer just
Now
mounting
you're
and
against an
walling.
Aegis.
It's perfect, but yeah, now you're fighting up against an Aegis the Immortal, Gyrocopter, who could just soak up everything you throw at him.
that makes it so much more difficult. And we're going to see Ferrari. Yule stuff.
Yule's the Light Strike Array, but he was too early in the Light Strike Array. He'll ulti Laguna Blade QO down, did not have his guard up, and March being charged down by Lure, but KP way too deep. You're going to burn the Aegis the Immortal. The Ensnare's still on cooldown, but Ferrari preparing the Light Strike Array. This time he'll get his timing right. And KP's down for the count. Well, and even Lure, he's going for further, he's going more, but Nuts can see him.
Yeah, and he does not have a BKB this time, so if this guy gets done.
Yep.
And
no mana.
all the mana is gone. Like, thank you very much.
Light actually has Finger of Death up.
Yeah, he does.
So if you commit underneath the tower, it could have just turned, drained the mana, and
What an amazing...
to wait until 41 before Roshan's going to spawn up with that Aegis, but at least it's a quick spawn. It's 30 seconds out of the 3 minutes potential spawn time.
True, true.
What's burning after? Like, YAC. It's a point booster coming in for Chuan, so it is going to be the Aghanims.
That's nice to have the Sulcrest.
He's dropping the TP squad to have the point booster.
Yeah,
Gotta be worth it.
I suppose he wants to have his magic wand, and he's probably never going to be in a place like they're not playing close to the Radiant base.
Absolutely. No, he drops the Ogre Club to get an Observer Ward instead.
That's
The Vision Man.
That's what you need. You need to have your magic wand, the mana, the HP, the surprise factor. How many times have you seen people survive with a magic wand during this TI? It's a thing even. I'm not surprised to see that burning is top on the net.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would ever say that would be a surprise. But at the same time,
even playing a Razor like in this game.
At the same time, he's very close to March. In fact, March and him are trading places currently for net worth. And with the double Iron Shells on the top, they're burning Cedar Farm a creep wave in return.
Oh god, it's a tight battle for a top farm.
And he's got away with those. MVP. Just in front.
Just barely. Oh.
Charge. They're chasing after Nuts, and Nuts doesn't actually see him coming, so doesn't get the initial stun, which means now Luo can go to work.
Oh, he can't
Hexed
blink.
up, he lost his teammate, the bounty hunter, be a 4-staff down and away to safety.
Yeah, very nice. That's the dream. You always want to charge over the trees or come from Fog of War. That way you don't even have to have your BKB ready. Nice initiation there, and they did get the bounty, as you said. Nice pick off. First, the Daedalus is up for the Ember. They have Drums, Battle Fury, and Daedalus. Starting to get relevant.
This game's going to get a little rough in a moment. The bounty, like, the Ember Spirit, as you said, he's becoming irrelevant. But the push into MVP's high ground for IG is so difficult. Unless you find these earlier pickoffs. And what have you got really as damage-wise from their team? Like, most of it comes from the Razor. And
both teams are...
he doesn't even have the Aghanim Scepter.
Both teams are sort of lacking when it comes to high ground pushing potential. Both have really good defensive skills. So I think Aegis is, again, the key component. They cannot do anything without it. But as I said before this game started, that they rely on killing stuff and then making, you know, stuff happen.
All right, so 30 seconds. And Roshan is back in the world of the living. That Lena illusion is going to time out before that point, however. They won't get instant vision of it, as now, well, Chuan. I don't know if that was an attempted sleight of fist telekinesis.
That would have been sick. That would have been the play. I think it was an
You'd have to be so quick, though.
Yeah.
Because you only get the vision for a microsecond.
I mean, you could probably shift click that.
But only if you kept the vision.
Yeah, I mean, only if you, yeah, exactly. Only if you see him.
Luo, front lines. Febby's right on top of him. And he's just going to track it, so Luo's going to be careful. He doesn't want to waste the dust charge, however.
Yeah,
and who's got the vision now? You just send Naga illusions in, that'll do the work.
Yeah, they see everyone, and Q is aggressive here. He wants to find someone, even drumming for this.
Really?
Yep.
Well, he found Burning.
Yeah, but his team is kind of far away.
And now Chuan blinks in, and the Spirit back into a 4-man wall, but there's no follow-up to any of this. And in fact, Chuan stealing wall to make his own copies. The Song of the Siren will come out. But the rest of IG, they don't want anything to do with this, but they're trying to. Simon Fitzer in chain. He caught up to Luo, slowing him down. Burning will trigger the BKB with Laguna Blade. They do not kill the Gyrocopter. No Song of the Siren to stop this, and Nuts missing the stun. He literally did a sidewinder around Ferrari's body, while QO being tossed around like a ragdoll by Chuan, but they just keep going in deeper. Now KP, too deep. Luo gets another strike, but they back in, looking for even more damage with the Son of Faith. The Glimmer Cape protecting him as again, Luo just running himself outside of his own base into the start of Fitzurian chains, and the bounce up, killing almost Ferrari. Yule Scepters to safety. It was the track glaive bounce.
Always fun to see that Shuriken bounce back and forth. So much going down, and in the end, Gyrocopter and Spiritbreaker, the ones to fall. What a deep dive, though. Again, MVP, they need to learn that the base of IG is dangerous to run into. And then Luo kind of repaid the favor there.
Well, at least they
You saw last fight how Sleight of Fist and Battle Fury and Daedalus were just working together because they ran back to back, trying to get away from MVP. They just got so much cleave damage. But as you said, magical damage not that worrisome for them now. No field. Well, they're gonna smoke up, going for a move.
And they can't go for Roshan though. Ember Spirit left his spirit inside the pit, so just sneaking their way in and taking it will not be possible. They need to find kills, and that's what they're drawing a line for. Loop through the jungle. Fabi's the closest man to it. They all set through him up. At the same time, KP Chuan with that stolen Hex, gonna pick him up and throw him down. He still wants to get a steal ability here, as they've already killed off the bounty hunter. Gyrocopter being bounced around again with that SB, and Laguna Blade to find the double kill.
There's also a gem that was dropped here, so they're gonna take another gem away from MVP. Is that their third gem then? Because they bought one.
I think it's just the two, is it?
No, that's the third one.
There's two on IG and there's one back in base.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, snap. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kuro is doing it solo. He's actually taking a tier 3 tower while IG try and finish, and okay, Luo is not going to have a bar of this. He's chasing after the Ember now. Where's the Spirit jump to? It's inside Roshan. Kuro is going to come in for this one. March also, the back into the wall on Burning. Luo's come all the way back because the charge didn't disjoint, so Kuro's down. The Finger of Death comes in from Nuns, but it's not enough work. You might have killed off Burning, and Roshan actually is killing him off. Ember Spirit buys back into the game. Luo's running away from March, but charges over to Nuns, gets him away from the Iron Shell, but March blinks in, wants to keep going. It's there. Luo, he just wants space, but he cannot find it. Not once the Ember Spirit comes in for the Sleight of Fist.
Roshan
IG.
is so low and going into
Kuro was in the song.
The song, they can't
Sleeping.
kill Roshan?
Like walking into the pit, they're walking into the wall. They want to kill, you can't kill Roshan in this time. Burning triggers the BKB in the back, dragging them over the cliff face, down into the pit, and then stolen by Chuan. QO and March, they're still in here. Roshan, another kill. MVP Roshan, but triple kill for Burning. MVP are gone. Roshan, you are a boss.
Roshan going for that positive KDA once again. From the Ember as well. He's dead for so long now.
Roshan's actually got 5 kills over the course of our stream today so far.
Yeah, he's almost rocking 1 kill per game. He is actually.
Yes, 5 and 5, man. 5 and 5.
Dear God, what a boss.
Oh man, but the turnaround was so crazy that like Darkseer coming in for the back, then Rubik. Chuan was always on the money. We almost want to give him like again, like huge props. Rubik, just in general props. You understand why this hero is picked so often in the Chinese scene.
Yeah, and the fact that they're so used to playing with it as well. You could tell that he's experienced with it. The way he positioned himself is really good, and he was prepared for all these spells that he stole. Well done, and they're gonna go in force mid now, 45 seconds, still an Ember. Mid tier 2 should be easy, maybe even more.
Burning feels immortal. 3 buybacks from MVP.
Blink over Onaga now as well.
Well, that's one way to get a song with the siren off.
Yeah.
Or an ensnare.
Or even catching up your team. She's kind of far behind.
She just doesn't have that movement speed. Lina and Razor, they just run so fast.
Yeah, definitely. Could be nice to get a Vladimir for someone on IG just to protect against the physical damage.
That'll be nice. Luo charging in right through the pit of the tower, but the stun's going to work from line this time around. Luo not committing the BKB, and they're all pretty tracked up.
Yeah, that they are.
So they would have seen them plant that ward as well.
Yeah, they definitely do. Like, the track is so annoying to play against, so all your moves are being read by MVP immediately here.
That's why March just TPs away after the charge begins.
Yep. All of them being revealed, but I don't think that MVP can take the fight for bottom tower anymore.
Not while Burning has Nagus the Immortal.
Yeah, they do have the MKB on Gyrocopter, but is it enough?
It's hard to say when you've also got Lifesteal now over on Burning. Like he's actually building into a Satanic.
I love that. Like, a lot of people don't go for lifesteal on Razor, maybe go for more DPS item or Aghanims.
But he gets DPS because he uses the Helm of the Dominator on the Alpha Wolf. Yeah. So his whole team is actually gaining DPS.
And he's also stealing damage from the enemy later on, so his damage will be considerable.
Yep. With
the attack speed from the Salcuras. I like the build.
It works. Now, did they push it? You got Aegis the Immortal and you got 3 heroes on buyback for MVP.
I think you're back, because of the reason that you just took 2 towers. Normally you have a lot of gold to spend then. So 4k gold on Razor, 3k gold on Rubik. 3k gold on Rubik again?
Yeah.
Like, what happened there?
He was involved in 5 million kills.
Yeah. He's just been doing work.
Exaggeration. But he's 4-3-15. Like, you're 19 out of the 30 kills as a Rubik.
Yeah. I mean, he's really high on the GPM in this game.
He's
for
got
a
more
Rubik.
than Naga, who would have started the fight with, like, Riptide on everyone.
He's not too far behind the Ember. Like, look at it. Ember and Lina are just 4K ahead. You can do it, Rubik.
Wait, what's his net worth?
He's actually at 12,000. I don't know, man.
The carry is real. It's like watching Sadeko in RV. It's like, well, okay, support has turned core.
Yeah, definitely. Come on, just buy a Desolator on Rubik and steal Sleight of Fist. That's the play, Toby.
It is, though, absolutely hilarious when you watch Luo at 10,000 net worth, and then you hit the Naga, and then you hit the Rubik, and then you hit the other core.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's really...
it's been kind of rough, though, for Luo, because he's the meat shield.
Oh,
March, he didn't see this one coming. Chuan jumps in, they back it back. Might want to say that a little bit longer. Okay, screw it. They have a 50-second nuke from, like, cooldown nuke from Lina.
Yeah, and Ferrari's doing really well in this game. He had a tough early game, but he's now on a monster kill. So 11, 8, and 13 mid. Are they gonna try on Bernie?
They could try it, and Chuan stole Iron Shell, so he's put a level 4 Iron Shell on Luo.
Yep. Iron Shell Cow. Very nice. Charge in with that.
That's so dangerous.
It is. It's a
Like,
good
heroes like Bounty, you only have like 1k life. That's not a lot to work with. Chuan just blinked in looking for the grab as well, because he saw him because of the Naga illusion.
Yep.
Having that true sight.
I'm keeping my eyes on Chuan in the next team fights.
I'm watching my eyes on Ferrari. At Laguna Blaze still on court. Chuan picks up a KP. Again, Ferrari, uncharacteristically missing the timing on these Light Strike arrays. But now Chuan's found himself a stun. He's found himself an Earth Spike, but he's also found himself tracked.
All of them are tracked. That's gonna happen whenever you want to push like this, but still fine. They forced the buyback on Darkseer, and they're just gonna back off.
Yeah, the Aegis is timing out.
That's all they
It's
want.
only got like 3 seconds left, and it's all roughly that.
Yeah.
And in fact, boom, there it is. Again, I read analog.
Well done.
Being part of the old school team.
Jesus.
Shout out to all the plus 30 guys who are tuning in.
Toby was there before Digital Age.
I was, actually. I really was.
You're so cool, Toby. You're my idol.
I was back when kids didn't have mobile phones.
Damn. Them 6-year-old with iPhones, though. Got some words of wisdom, Toby?
Put a phone down, pick up a mouse.
A ball mouse?
A ball mouse where you gotta clean out the little dust that's in the rollers. Ah, the pain, the frustration, the anger I feel right now.
Jesus. Oh, look at the smoke from MVP.
This is so aggressive, but Burning is inching his way.
Your life, you've been walking down this street. Step it up.
I was headed to the secret shop, and
work as well for
True.
an Ember. But more than that.
could you actually imagine a satanic Ember Spirit? How did that? You get
Full
live
HP,
you get
yeah.
live steal from every side of fist, right?
Yeah, you get full HP by Sleight of Fisting.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that terrific, but
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of nice, but it's still so much money invested. It's too much money for just that.
I like how Faith just went on like a undercover mission. He glimmer caped so he was capable of getting the observer ward down without getting spotted.
He was Glimmer capable.
Wow, I thought my domain was really, really bad puns.
Oh, Toby, look at the Spirit Breaker. He's going for a Rod of Atos.
Wait, what?
Happening.
He actually is. He actually is. Tick it off my list.
Hashtag real hype.
The real. Wait, is it on the courier already? Like, is it too? No. There's still some time. And Luo, it could just be a casual VIP booster. Because the buyback for him is short by 450. He should be able to find that money during a team fight.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Atos is the play against the Darkseer.
It's yeah, it's not. But it could be up against the Gyrocopter once you can slow him down and kill him off, or
Yeah.
Ember Spirit, who's just gonna spirit away.
I'm sorry to break it to you, Toby. We won't see any Rod of Aoi.
Maybe not. We also have a look at Sphero QO. So he's got protection now against the initiation of the Yule Scepter, or potentially Chuan messing around with the Ember.
Yeah, definitely, because Tron has been jumping him and lifting him whenever the Spirit Breaker is about to hit him. So, very well played by Luo and Tron together. This is going to stop that. Actually, it's going to stop it very early as the charge is just...
And it's not enough. Nuts right behind him, looking for the stun. He's not in range of Luo, so he just settles for Chuan. The Gematruce aren't be dropped. Everyone charging away, and somehow there is only one casualty of war through this entire clusterbuck of a fight.
Toby is not satisfied. One guy died in all of that? How did that even happen?
Don't worry, Ember Spirit gained 428 gold for that. And now they're going to go for Roshan. No Song of the Siren. It's very possible to do this. And Nuts, is he trying to block positions right now? Like, trying to foresee a charge? Either way, it's Aegis and Cheese coming in for MVP. The Naga Illusions are on their way. Burning's around the corner, but they're all too late.
Yeah, they are too late. And I was impressed by how IG spread out throughout the fight so they didn't stack up for the Ember.
Yep.
But then they can't really focus one guy down quickly and kill them.
Then they had no power. And even when that Laguna Blade did go off, like...
Linken's.
Yeah, it was blocked. It would have been enough for the kill, but the Lincolns came off cooldown, and you can't blame Ferrari for that. Like, the fight started, you would have assumed something, somewhere along the lines, would have popped that Lincoln Sphere. You were listing all the things before.
Exactly.
That never happened.
Never happened, man.
So Plasma field up, these illusions have to move forward for the Naga Siren. Burning getting Searing Chains, Nuts with a stun. There's not enough mana for a Finger of Death. Now there is, he drains it out of Burning. Give him energy right now as Burning. Defending behind the tower. That's Cheese and Satanic on Gyro. So difficult to kill.
Yeah, very. And this tower is going down really quickly. They are glyphing it up, trying to protect. Rubik respawning soon.
Another side of fist over on Burning, but not enough of a crit. And KP just keeps doing the work. The Solar Crest isn't making life any easier as now, well, hello Burning, starts stealing the damage off KP, not quick enough, gets hexed up Ferrari, misses the moment.
Fearbreaker trying to go in, but backing out again.
It's just so dangerous. Like you charge at the start and then you just freak the crap out because MVP is going to side of fist chain you, or you're going to be caught in the middle of a cooldown. Chuan jumping forward. He still should be stealing some level of ability, which he hasn't done yet.
Top is pushing so much as well. All these range creeps and the catapults. They're losing the tier 3 there as well.
I would say it's a slow siege, but it's more like, it's like vultures picking apart a corpse.
Yeah, it really is.
Bit by bit, you just chip away.
So brutal, Toby.
Imagery is my thing.
Yeah.
Burning. He's going to platform field again in this creep wave. AP getting slowed down as he tries to move forward. And Burning getting a rocket to the front. Also the barrage, but he's so tanky, having that Satanic of his own. If he can get good stolen damage, we'll go back to full life. They pick up KP. Remember, can they get him before the cheese? A load of orbs on top of him. They can't do it. They jump in, and they actually do get through the gyrocopter. Burning, however, taking so much damage, still never got the Satanic up, and they hold the fight. There is the cross of death, recovering the middle racks. Faith just puts them all into a deep slumber. The tracks still keep coming on, and Faith, where is the slowdown? They'll lose their melee racks. Chuan actually force-tapped into it all.
They're trying to hex it, but
March, the charge, pushing him down, and the bash, 17%, they've got one, the sleight of
Oh,
fist!
God.
They're all so low, but it's just not enough damage to put them in the grave. Melee cripple them.
Yeah, the melee rack is still alive, and they can't get back in. They're backing out.
They can't even finish it.
Oh,
like, the only way they kill it right now is if, like, all of IG walk through the wall and make copies of themselves.
That's what would happen in a pub, Toby. It's like, oh, we helped, guys, and then just walk through the wall and, oh, what? Milo Rax is falling?
Well, after having games which Cloud9 crushed both of these teams today, we hit over the hour mark with MVP versus IG in what can only be described as Batman.
I mean, it is a very, very brutal game, and as we described earlier, it's super important who wins this because you have to 2-0. Like, if you want to get in the upper group or upper part of the group stage, you need to get a 2-0 here for MVP or IG.
Either that or you settle yourself to go in through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that's a risky road.
It is. They just keep now IG. Do they even have a hope to finish this game? Like, how do they still go high ground? Like, you're defending, and that's terrific. Both teams are fantastic at defending, but no one's good about going high ground.
I think IG is going to be stronger now as they're starting to pick up an item on Burning. I'm not sure what he wants to go for. He could go Divine here, honestly.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they have a song to disjoint. They have really good stuff. He has the Demon Edge. He could go MKB.
I suppose it would solve the problem of having to steal all the damage away from MVP if you've got it yourself.
I mean, he has a Satanic, and he has plenty of HP, and a song to protect him, plus Glimmer Cape and everything else. I believe he could honestly do it.
MVP's coming again. There's BTs over on the dark seer. He's got one boot for each foot. And he'll come back towards the mid lane in a moment, except he needs the creep wave to stay alive. Q's even denying at this point. Like, 62 minutes in, he's denying range creeps against Invictus Gaming.
It's just a mid-player habit, dude.
Take it all, give nothing back.
Just happens.
Alright, so now March TP to the creep wave, which was halfway up the mid lane. They're gonna come again. But Song of the Sirens back off cooldown. How many spirits have we got? QO's already used all of them. And he's got them sporadically placed around. And he just goes up on the high ground. Remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal. This is what they're trying to capitalize on. Can you actually check the time? You might actually have that Shuriken toss bouncing around, but the damage is enough. They do bring down one, which is the Spirit Breaker, but Chuan back out again. Hold the fun. The Song of the Siren is going to work. Do they reset? Do they find a kill? Ferrari, they turn off a QO! He got the side of fist off Ferrari, so low March can't reach him. Chuan comes in and slaps him in the face.
Oh my god, what a back and forward fight. The buyback from Darkseer now, but they're still losing that fight, and the racks are still standing for ID. Very well played in that team fight.
And they just keep defending, and Razor buys the Daedalus. So it's not the Rapier, it's the safety Daedalus, but he's still got Daedalus and buyback available. The only person that don't, the two people that don't, because of timeout, because of already buying back, is the Darkseer and the SB.
Exactly.
And then you've got the Bounty Hunter who's just short by 800 gold, but he gets that during fights.
The rest
he's
of
Track
them,
Lord.
rest of them are all available for buyback, so they're all prepared. And yeah, there was a chance.
It's starting again, man. We might actually have double Batman.
More drawings.
Or it's just like Batman and Robin, except Robin doesn't have ears. Batman and Batgirl.
Okay.
That's what our graph's turning into.
Thank you, Dota, for your beautiful drawings. Appreciate it.
Love it. Love it. There's always a beautiful pattern to farm. So, Lina is now building into... Is this going to be a Lotus Orb of her own? Like, how does it even work with Reflect?
Maybe Shivas is fine, like, but it doesn't work against Ember that well, because it doesn't slow down his attack, obviously.
Can you double Laguna? By reflecting a reflected Laguna? Does that even work?
I think that actually... No. It doesn't work, I think. However, if you have... if the enemy has Laguna or has Lotus Orb... can remove the Hex as well from people if they get hexed by Lion.
True.
And Finger of Death can of course be returned as well. So it would be a fine item. I don't see the Shivas working out that well here. I don't see how... I mean, I guess Gyro, it's okay, I guess.
Any kind of extra like armor up against the physical damage is good.
For sure.
Even up against the Ember Spirit. But I'm looking at QO, who might be the manliest of men. He has the money for it, and if he's doing it, he may as well do it before he has buyback. But is there like there's no butterfly? You got the Solar Crest to get through, so it could be a Monkey King bar.
No, he won't do it before buyback, but he will probably do it. I think he will buy it.
Here comes IG down the bottom lane. They're trying to fight already, and well, that lasted long.
Yeah, he tried going in with a Fade Bolt. Sadly, Fade Bolt has quite a bit of casting time. I think if he wants to break the Linkens, he should use the Spell Steal. Has really good range and only 2-second cooldown as well.
What about Force Staff? He could have even used that, unless that's what he used to get him close.
That's nicer to keep though. Like using a Spell Steal on a Linkens is not gonna do anything bad to you. So he should always try and break that in team fights, making it easier for Lina to burst down the Ember.
IG have to come back and defend. Like QO is going to take this tier 3 tower by himself. Fortification, triggering it for just the tier 3 tower is not worth it. However, a range rags, now that'd be worth it. Lincoln's triggered, and he is away. Didn't use Spell Steal, but tried to go for the Earth Spike.
Yeah.
So that's now 5,800 gold. He's almost at the 3,800 surplus.
Close.
Give him time, man.
I think he will do it, actually. I've seen him do it before, but that's a long time ago as well.
All he's going to do is push the... It's QO, man. Like, if you want aggression out of Korea, this is the man to do it.
He is a crazy person.
Yep. So he just takes out this Creep Wave, pushes it in, goes to the Dire Secret Shop, picks up the Rapier, and then just jumps away to safety.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, we make it sound so easy.
Yeah.
He's doing almost 11k crit.
Yeah, man. He's killing those Naga Illusions instantly.
Hilarious thing is though, like everyone's got so much life, like even Rubik. Like Rubik is the weakest hero in IG, and he's got 9 armor and almost 1900 life.
Yeah, they're also tanky.
Yep. But we got Febby now with Crimson Guard, Solar Crest, Lotus Orb. This guy's walking around with 39 armor to his name as just a bounty.
Pretty damn tanky against the physical. However, the spells from IG are still very dangerous.
Is Nuts now... Is this the E-Blade game? We still haven't seen an E-Blade the entire time, but...
I mean, he just got his...
You E-Blade pop into Finger of Death?
Yeah. That is super strong. You could kill anyone with that, pretty much.
Yep. So,
definitely a viable build. It's very expensive, though. And he just
here it comes! Get ready for your res! If you're tuning into the English channel, we're gonna give you free res! All you gotta do is watch the little pudgeling come in and deliver the manliest of items. It is going to be the Rapier for QO! Meanwhile, Song of the Siren is off, stopping the Roshan from happening, and they isolate Luo. He's stunned up for the moment, into the call down. They already start with the Finger of Death and the Spirit Jump up. Qo, one swipe, tries to get him, and there she goes. He gets the first kill. Let's watch the Rapier jump around as Chuan finds him. They trigger the Lincoln Sphere, and Qo.
Oh, God!
He is just destroyed the soul of IG. Burning is going to go.
GG.
Where is it? Give him the Rampage. They refuse it. IG. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. They just got worked.
Oh my God.
4 have buyback though. IG can still defend, but
Fortune favors the brave. He gets the crit.
sell the Lincolns. Buy yourself another Rapier.
Do it.
Wait,
Is he doing it?
yeah, come on.
He's-
Roy.
oh my
He's
God,
on
2
Battle
Rapiers.
Fury. Second Rapier, more res.
God.
Oh my God.
He
Jesus
does
Christ.
12-20. That's not as impressive. He'll do more crits in a moment. But that moment, IG have had a couple of them. That fight on top lane where it first happened, the first time the second Battle Fury was picked up, and now with the Rapier, 3-on-1, he looked like with the Lincoln Sphere triggered, they could have got the kill, and all of a sudden, surprise!
Yeah. I mean, they can't ever stack up against him. That's how hard it is to play against MVP now. If you ever get close to each other, you're dead.
They're actually so close. The spill worked on all 3 of them. It was actually the Bermuda Triangle, and we are still wondering where IG is.
It was the super hug. Yeah. It definitely was.
Either that or it's Illuminati.
Toby,
I
please.
saw it right here. I'm glad you can have the end of it.
No problem, dude.
Oh my, 70-minute game. But with the Aegis Immortal, we have Aegis over on the Ember Spirits. They're leaving it on him. He actually dropped his BTs. We have a movement speed 310 Ember Spirit. Like, this is like tank walking forward.
Not really a tank, just a cannon, honestly.
He's not even a glass cannon, he's still got 2k life and the immunity from the Lincoln Sphere. So I'll put a Lotus Orb on this guy. They move forward, the Searing Chain on Burning. Light Striker Ray gonna miss as he jumped back out to the Spirit.
He's gonna have to crawl back into
But
the
he actually went halfway back down. Now they go in again with a call down. Burning, he's standing his ground with a BKB, turning on Satanic. There's a lot of damage. Fluo charging in, they go over on KP. They're hexed up, Ember Spirit taking out the fight for the moment, but he's back in again. Still not finding the crits. Tries to man mode up against Burning, and the Song of the Siren will stop everything for the moment. IG trying to reset. It's not just worth it to hold 1 rack. They still need to win this game. The slide of his face down to 100 life. Chuan's picking him up, throwing him down. Burning can't steal anything else out of him. They're all tracked up. That's all the movement speed that Qo really needs from that as they surge him around the map up to the top racks. Luo, where's your charge it? Qo moves forward. Chuan, the burn. It's not enough to kill him. He's at 140. He had just enough life to survive, but Qo is a beast. He is Ray boss material, and IG just have no idea how to beat the final. They're still on the deck. They need to find something. Chuan forced back. We do have the buyback. The Rapier in the middle of the Darkseer wall. They need this damage. It'll be Febby. He'll now be the carrier for MVP until Gyro returns and the Song of the Siren. They've got 3 players caught out. They can look for the double Light Striker Ray. They can't even get it. March with a BKB. They just keep going further. Ferrari's on the run, but he is dead to the world. Isolated out. The Sleight of Fist is there. Burning moves back forward again. And now, well, this is kind of game. Burning back in again. And they get the kill. GG. What a game of Dota we had. 72. 43.
So, IG were playing as who? Did we call them the wild card? Because they truly are, like, these crazy Koreans. I love their play. I want to see next game immediately, but these guys are going to get to have a little bit of a...
I like